Chapter 395. In the end he still exchanged it. If he abandoned the ambition of being the leader of the world, the system's golden finger was still quite powerful. You see, after exchanging a few songs, Qinze was given the title of the first fast shooter in the music industry. You see, after swallowing a few skill books, hanging an all over his head for a month, and sleeping only 4 hours a day, he achieved his goal of earning 100 million yuan a month. You see, the system gave elementary school students radio gymnastics. The times are calling. After practicing for more than half a year, it was not a problem to deal with a teddy bear. But his waist was a little painful. Qinze wiped his bitter tears. Now he has to use the hard-earned money of half a year to exchange for an antivirus software. This seems to be the system opening a way for him to dominate the internet industry. In fact, an antivirus software can at most set up a good internet company, right? Can you beat black cats and gray dogs and penguins? Even in the internet industry, there are many unrivaled bosses. But since it was produced by the system and the price was 2,000 points, 30 points is a fine song, 2,000 points, how can it be bad? It is impossible to help him reach the sky in one step, but it is still very appropriate to open a channel for him to climb slowly. Why don't you talk? Suyu ate the food in small bites, raised her beautiful face and said sweetly, "Do you think what I said is very reasonable and you have nothing to say?" The two of them were arguing about Bao's future. Although Suyu was a little masochistic in life and in bed, she was resigned to it. But in work, she was very opinionated, and even a little overbearing. "I do things, don't talk about it." Looking at her working style when she was in the company, she could delegate power to the manager, but she would never allow her half-brother Su Hao to dictate. "Let's do this for the time being, follow your idea, but share a batch of funds." Qinze murmured, "I want to register a network technology company." Suyu raised her head from the lunchbox, stuffed food in her mouth, swallowed and was stunned. "What do you want to do? Venture capital is not as messy as you. Your major is finance, my major is also finance. Our milk harmonious. Blend is 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But the internet industry, do you understand? Even if you want to invest in the internet, you don't have to register your own company. You can just invest in venture capital. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Just treat it as me playing around. Anyway, I don't need to invest too much money," Qinze said. "All right then, you're the head of the household." Suyu pouted. "I'll get someone to do it tomorrow." "Good girl. I'll reward you with a lollipop before you check out." "I'm not eating." Scram. After the meeting in the afternoon, Qinze received a call from Huang Yitsong. "Qinze, my company is investing in a movie, and we need a second female lead. The crew is interested in Li Wei from your company," Huang Yitsong said. "Do I need you, the CEO, to make the call personally?" Qinze laughed. "Of course not," Huang Yitsong said. "I found a very nice clubhouse a few days ago, and made an appointment with a few friends. Would you like to have some fun?" "How nice." Qinze's tone became sneaky. "I found 2 of the top 10 weapons in the pugilistic world. Don't you think it's nice?" Huang Yitsong chuckled. "Did you feed your little wife? She's bored at home and went to do business. Recently, she's been running around on business and enjoying herself." "So you're having an affair behind her back? How can a man improve his martial arts if he doesn't have an affair? Have you seen a straight-A student who only knows how to solve a math problem? That makes sense. Address in time." At a clubhouse. The so-called high-end clubhouse was a place where the rich gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. There were many types of clubhouses. For example, women liked to go to beauty and fitness clubs. Men liked to go to unique clubs. They did not like to play sports, but clubs like golf, shooting, bowling, horseback riding, and so on. The clubhouse that Huang Yitsong invited Qinze to was a health club. There were massages, foot baths, massage, acupuncture, and so on. "I heard that you and your sister just finished filming your new movie?" Huang Yitsong lay comfortably on the recliner, wearing a bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine. "It's going to be released in early April." Qinze also wore a bathrobe and drank red wine. They had just finished massaging and enjoyed the service of the female technician's soft hands. "It's a big gathering in April," Huang Yitsong said. "Yeah." Qinze nodded. "Do you remember the number of the female technician who massaged you just now?" Huang Yitsong smiled and said, I specifically asked her to come. She's a famous weapon. You can take her away at night. Qinzhe recalled the female technician's good looks, slim figure and charming eyes. This trip was a social event between men, and also a tour of the adult world. He was already a billionaire, but he had never been to a clubhouse. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Forget it. I don't like shared bicycles. I have my own car. Qinzhe shook his head. If it was in the past, he might not be able to resist the temptation. Although famous weapons were good, they were like university and miss. They were used by people every day. Brother, I'm mainly here to learn from you, Qinzhe said. Sure. As long as it's not about essence. Huang Yizong nodded. Is it about the entertainment company? No. Then is it 48 hands? Huang Yizong was interested. I've created 365 hands. 48 hands is too low-end. I'm not going to talk about this with you, Qinzhe said. Aren't you experienced? You have a lot of women outside, right? How do you manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Isn't this the talent of rich men? Why are you asking me this? Huang Yizong said curiously. Besides, it's too early for you to think about this. Look at those rich bachelors now. They change girlfriends as easily as they change clothes. Besides, you don't have a red flag at home. Qinzhe waved his hand. I'm different from those flirtatious sluts. I talk about relationships. Huang Yizong rolled his eyes. Pretentious. Qinzhe was speechless. I have no experience in this area. My red flag doesn't know that I have a colorful flag outside. She thinks that she's the only flag under the sky. If I can make my red flag and colorful flag coexist, I won't have to play behind her back, Huang Yizong said. You might be a fake driver. Qinzhe was a little disappointed. But my grandfather has experience, Huang Yizong said. Qinzhe was stunned. What do you mean? I have 2 grandmothers. How did your grandfather do it? There's no skill involved. What do you mean? My grandfather used to be a landlord. It's normal for him to have 2 wives. My father is the silly son of a landlord. He also wanted to have 2 wives like his father, but he was suppressed by my mother. He could only have a mistress outside. Huang Yizong said. Actually, in our circle, mistresses and whatnot are very normal. Which man with a net worth of hundreds of millions or billions would stay by his wife? Oh, you're different from us flirtatious sluts. Qinzhe was speechless. Qinzhe was not convinced. Those mistresses don't have feelings. They're all here for the money. Who said that? Haven't you heard of love grows with time? Huang Yizong retorted. I have a brother who failed in his investment and went bankrupt. His wife brought the children back to her parents' home and wanted a divorce. In the end, his mistress took him in and never left him. After he made a comeback, he married his mistress. The role model of the 3 realms. No, I'm asking how to live together harmoniously. That's hard to say. Some hide it, some tacit understanding, and some don't want to see it. But I've never heard of anyone who can live happily with a mistress, Huang Yizong said. I understand. Qinzhe sighed. Huang Yizong glanced at him. Are you stuck between 2 women and can't decide? Yes. 2, 3, or 4. You want all of them? Yes. Then don't get married. Marriage means you have to make a choice. Just don't get married. I thought so too, but how many years can a woman wait for you? I also want to give them happiness. Then have you ever thought that it's your desire to make a choice that makes them feel insecure? Qinzhe was shocked. Huang Yizong patted him on the shoulder. A marriage certificate can at most give a woman a sense of security. There was no such thing before. They're marrying you, not little notebook. To put it bluntly, they need a sense of security. As long as you give them a sense of security, they won't care about things like a small book. Oh yes, a small book is not only a sense of security but also property. No one wants to give birth to an illegitimate child who has no right of inheritance. Qinzhe said. I don't have to worry about that. Whether it was Su Yu or his sister, they were all rich people. Sister Ziwei was even more so. She was the daughter of a rich family. As long as she was willing, Qinzhe could give her whatever he had. If he didn't have it, he would find a way to give it to her. Hey, it seems that something strange has sneaked in. Sister crossed out. Pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 396. Seeing that he was deep in thought, Huang Yitsong smiled and said, "Isn't listening to my words better than studying for 10 years? Qinzhe said, T, China's 9-year compulsory education can't compare to your words? Huang Yitsong was speechless. Let's talk about the movie. I heard it's a romance between an older woman and a younger man? Huang Yitsong said, our company originally wanted to adapt that novel into a movie, but some time ago the news was tight and the higher-ups were nitpicking. To be safe, we gave up. We plan to wait for a while and see how things go. I didn't expect you to beat us to it. The novel was very popular, but the movie adaptation rights had not been sold because of this reason. That's fine. Didn't young Master Duan make a few remakes? Qinzhe said, if I slept with it, it would be a banned film. If I didn't, it would be a literary film. Your backer is really strong. Huang Yitsong sighed. Yes, Terrastone's backer. Qinzhe said. After the two of them finished their foot bath, Qinzhe was about to leave. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. It's quite comfortable. My waist has been revived. Qinzhe stretched. Let's come again next time. What do you want me to say? Seeing that he was about to leave, Huang Yitsong sighed. You didn't realize the beauty of this club at all. No matter how beautiful the shared bike is, it's not mine. Brother, let's go. Qinzhe left and walked to the changing room. I'll get someone to send you. Don't drive after drinking. It's okay, I'll ride the shared bike. It's not far from my house. Huang Yitsong was speechless. Didn't he not want the shared bike? This B*TCH was really pretentious. When they reached home, it was 8:30. Dynamic music rushed to their faces. The TV was playing a dance tutorial video. The sisters were wearing yoga clothes and learning to dance on the TV. It was a very hot dance. Coupled with the sisters' domineering figure, it was pleasing to the eye. The way her butt moved could only be described with one word. Awesome. Wang Zijin was half lying on the sofa, wearing headphones and looking down at the video. I'm back, Qinzhe said. The sisters replied with an oh, and then went back to their own business. That's why Japan's etiquette is pretty good. When the male host returns home, the female host will cross her hands and stand at the entrance. Welcome back. Have you guys had dinner? Yes, Bao Bao. Wang Zijin said. How about you? How's the company? Fortunately, we've formulated a preliminary development plan. Ace, come dance with me. Qin Bao Bao panted. I don't know how to dance. Big sister will teach you. There are some things that men have to try. Learn from big sister for the first time. Qin Bao Bao said. What a terrible line. Qinzhe took off his jacket. How about a tango? You know how to dance. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. I don't know how. Go wash up and sleep. What are you doing here? Wang Zijin snorted. His sister bounced to his side and said with a smile, if you don't know how to dance tango, then we'll dance ordinary aerobics. Qinzhe glanced at her deep cleavage. Coach, I want to play basketball. Zijin, you come too. You'll get a belly if you sit all day after eating, Qin Bao Bao said. No way. Wang Zijin refused. Come on, only A's will accompany me. It's boring. One A's can't satisfy you? Qinzhe. Sister Ziwei, your lines are terrible too. Qinzhe held the remote and chose a more intense dance that was suitable for both men and women. Hey, this dance again? It's tiring. His sister said. It's your body that's too weak. Wang Zijin complained. His sister put her hands on her chest and said in distress, it's tiring here. It's heavy and swaying. Wang Zijin. Suddenly I don't want to dance. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Qin Bao Bao looked at her back and whispered, she's inferior. After all, she's just a C. Qinzhe nodded. Sister Ziwei's sadness is the ocean. Besides, you'll be beaten by other women if you say that. By the way, you practice dancing during the day and dance at home. I don't remember when you liked dancing so much. I'll walk in a few days. I'll dance. Okay. Dancing is good for your figure. Qinzhe thought that dancing women had particularly soft figures. He and Siyu practiced 365 moves and finally encountered a bottleneck because Siyu couldn't do some postures. For example, trapeze. If it was his sister, she should be able to do it easily for more than 5 minutes. Qinzhe didn't dance with his sister. He slipped into Wang Zijin's room and comforted his sad girlfriend. In fact, C is already very good. Really, I especially like women who can be grasped with one hand. Qinzhe comforted. Also, what's so good about a big cow? Wang Zijin hypnotized herself. Qin bao bao big cow, Qin bao bao big cow. Suddenly she smiled. Wang Zijin sat on the bed and patted her side. Sit down. Qinzhe hugged her waist and shamelessly said sweet words. Chasing girls now, do you only know how to say sweet words? There's nothing practical. Wang Zijin said. Watch a movie. Do you only know how to watch movies? Wang Zijin said. By the way, today, several of my female employees were chatting while eating. They said why boys don't chase girls now. Maybe it's because they're not good looking. Qinzhe said. They're not bad. They're quite pretty. Then let me analyze. Qinzhe thought for a moment. I think I know the truth. What truth? Let me tell you. Treating a girl to a meal, watching a movie, playing around, and finally sending her home like a gentleman. In a day, it'll cost at least 400 to 500 yuan, right? If it's once a week, it'll be 4 times a month. Almost 2,000 yuan. You might even have to buy gifts and it'll easily cost thousands. In the end, you might just get a good person card. However, if you use this money to get massages, eat and drink, and find a girl to give you the full service, you can still buy a skin and show off in the game. Simply too good. Wang Zijin. Get out, I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin kicked her feet repeatedly. Qinzhe held her warm and soft little feet. I'm talking about others. Of course I'm not. I'm different from the coquettish bitches outside. Wang Zijin said angrily. Then did you give me a gift? The way you chase me is to take me to the movies every day. You're a coward who's afraid of being seen by your sister when you buy gifts. I do everything I can to wash your clothes, do housework, and cook for you every day. What else do you want me to do? Shouldn't there be a gentle and virtuous sister who knows how to take care of people? I'm obviously a sister Khan, but I'm doing what a sister Khan should do. I might be a fake big sister complex. Qinzhe said. I can give you my most important thing. Then give it to me. Okay. Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Isn't this what you want? Get out. Another series of kicks. The next day, Siu asked someone to register the company. The registered capital was 3 million. It was an internet technology company. Qinzhe also exchanged the antivirus software code from the system. In order to write the code, Qinzhe also exchanged elementary computer proficiency. The core code must not be given to others, otherwise it would become someone else's. In addition, he also transferred 3 IT specialists from Baozi and Tianfang to help him. It took him 2 days to make the antivirus software. After the antivirus software was made, he forced the company's employees to install this software. The office computers must be installed, and private computers were ignored. This is the antivirus software you tinkered with? Suyu sat on Qinzhe's lap, half lying, operating his computer. It has a lot of functions. Not bad, you made such a software in a few days. She said. If Suyu was knowledgeable, she should be shocked now. When others make software, they upgrade and improve it step by step to make the software perfect. Qinzhe directly reached the point in one step, saving the long improvement process. The rest is promotion, but the antivirus software is almost monopolized by the industry bosses. It is difficult to promote, it costs money, and it may not be able to eat the market. Suyu said. Take it slowly, put it into the market first. If the software is good, there will definitely be more and more users. Qinzhe said. Then, okay. Suyu suddenly said. By the way, why is your sister so annoying? What's wrong? Qinzhe heard this sentence just like many men heard their wives say. Why is your mother so annoying? Last night I ordered a big meal. I posted it in my circle of friends and everyone liked it. Your sister replied, single dogs eat so much. Suyu gritted her teeth and said. I almost replied to her. My husband is Qinzhe. My sister has been busy recently, so she is in a bad mood. She has a lot to do and her mood will be bad. Don't pay attention to her. Qinzhe comforted her. Then am I very free? I have to work during the day and I have to be done by you at night. Suyu glared. Qinzhe. A woman who has been developed is really different. If it was before, her face would be red and she couldn't say the last half of the sentence. My sister is going to walk in a few days, and I'm going to walk today. Qinzhe pressed her on the table and lifted her office lady suit. What's wrong with your computer? So you suddenly said. Qinzhe's computer suddenly popped up a dialog box. The dialog box background was red with the logo of a lock, the time, and a text description. What did you just do? Qinzhe was stunned. I opened the file and then this dialog box popped up. Suyu was confused, looking carefully at the text description. Well, it was a virus. The general meaning was the file was encrypted, and if you want to get the important files on the computer again, you have to send a remittance to the other party, and it only costs XX coins. Not only the files but also photos, compressed files, audio, documents, and so on were locked. How did my computer get a virus? I didn't enter the site. Qinzhe looked confused. How do I know? I wrote a proposal on your computer which is tens of thousands of words. Suyu was depressed. In fact, Suyu just clicked on an email. The content of the email had nothing substantial. It was just an advertising spam email. She didn't know that because of this email, Qinzhe's computer was infected with a virus. Crazy, I'll try to kill the virus, Qinzhe said. He clicked on the antivirus software on the computer and detoxified it. Soon the antivirus software scanned the virus and began to kill it. But it was useless. The virus dialog box was still there. Suyu was about to cry. Or send money to try? Damn, it's a few thousand. A few thousand yuan is not much. Tens of thousands of yuan is a small matter for Suyu. She just felt aggrieved. I'll try it with my own software, Qinzhe said. He opened the software of the low-level system, scanned and killed. 5 minutes later, the virus dialog box was gone. Suyu's little face was happy, and she clicked on the file. There was no loss, no mess, and it was as good as before. Oh husband, your software is very powerful. Suyu was very happy. That's Qinzhe's products must be the best. That's what the internet says. Qinzhe boasted. At the same time, it's very fast gunman. Suyu joked. Damn, lie down and let you see how fast I am, Qinzhe said angrily. Chapter 397. From Tuesday to Friday, a virus suddenly broke out. Ordinary users were the first to be affected. Their computer documents, pictures, videos, and so on were all locked. A dialog box popped up, demanding payment of XX virtual currency, which was about 2,000 yuan. The infected user immediately activated antivirus software, but it was useless. This virus was unexpectedly strong and could not be killed. The only way was to format the entire computer. However, that would mean that all the files and information would be destroyed. Ordinary people were fine. There were no confidential or important documents on their computers. However, some business elites, white-collar and gold-collar workers from various industries, were troubled. Their computers usually stored more important business information and customer information. At first, the virus did not cause much of an impact. It was only mentioned on some forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other social media platforms. Not long after, the virus broke out. Part of the reason was that it was highly infectious. If infected users kept going online, it would spread to other computers. The most obvious case was the office network. The virus changed its target from ordinary users to enterprises and institutions. Many institutions were stunned. They were infected with the virus out of nowhere. Moreover, antivirus software was useless, causing huge losses. The News Online reported. Recently, a virus has swept the country. Enterprises and individual users are threatened by the ransomware virus. The ransomware virus originated from abroad and has swept the world, including China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and other places. Currently, the ransomware virus in the country is expanding. According to the Internet Security Agency, this is the use of criminals. The ransomware virus that has swept the world continues. At least 150 countries have been attacked. A considerable number of enterprises and institutions have also been infected. According to an employee of XXX branch, the day before yesterday, all the computers in the unit were affected by the ransomware virus. In addition, many universities and networks in the country have been attacked by the ransomware virus. They can only be restored by paying the ransom. Ooh. In the country, apart from the education network and campus network, the virus's range of influence is suspected to be gradually expanding. There are user feedback on Weibo. Oil gas stations, police stations in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai have also been attacked by the virus, causing huge losses to major enterprises and institutions. The opinion of internet security experts is that files encrypted by the virus are basically unrecoverable, regardless of whether the ransom is paid. Unless you have the key to the virus encryption, but that is basically impossible. School websites, corporate websites, telecommunications websites, and many other websites were affected by the ransomware virus. Foreign countries had it the worst. The virus's influence had spread, and many foreign news had been dug up. It was said that more than 40 hospitals had been exposed to the ransomware virus, and even the National Cybersecurity Bureau had been invaded by the virus. It sounded scary and lofty. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the ransomware virus became a hot topic among the people. Even individual users who weren't infected learned about it on the internet. Recently, netizens' expressions changed when they talked about it. The company's network has been taken over by a ransomware virus. 2 days off. Why do I feel so happy? F***ck, my computer is infected. Everyone, please don't open any strange emails. Currently it's all formatted. Luckily, there's nothing important on my computer. The campus network can't be used anymore. Damn it. They even hacked into the students' computers through the campus network. Several students in the dormitory have been infected. This virus reminds me of the panda burning incense. It makes me shiver. It's true. Currently, there's nothing we can do about the virus. We can only swallow the bitter fruit. Still fine for us. And most will just be formatted. The hackers won't be able to get a single cent, and the enterprises will be finished. The experts only know how to blabber, telling us to pay attention to safety. It's just that there's no way to kill the virus. In fact, the ransomware virus had been circulating overseas for a long time. It had only entered China recently. Many experts overseas were actively trying to crack the virus. Not long after, someone overseas found a way to intercept the ransomware virus. In the era of information explosion, the news immediately spread to China. Foreign network engineers discover a way to intercept ransomware virus. The spread of ransomware virus has been curbed, and the virus is under control. There's always a higher mountain, the bane of the ransomware virus. All the major media outlets wrote exciting news. On Weibo, netizens were excited. Someone overseas discovered a way to intercept the ransomware virus. That's great. But there's still no way to unlock an infected computer. No matter what, it's still a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. In the field of internet engineering, our country is still too young. **ck the bootlicker above. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. There are too many overseas experts. Our country is lagging behind in many fields. There's still a long way to go. But in just 2 days, the ransomware virus broke out again. This time it was a variant. The previous method was no longer effective. The ransomware virus came in full force again. More and more organizations were implicated. For example, a famous movie company with a children's theme and a famous IP movie company had their new movie stolen by the ransomware virus. The hackers demanded that they pay $10 million. Otherwise, the new movie would be broadcast to the audience for free. This seemed to be a benefit. For the first time in history, the pirated version was faster than the original version. This incident shocked all the local film companies. They were afraid that the hackers' next target would be them. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Chinese films were only good in their own country. That was if they did not encounter any foreign blockbusters. Bad scripts and actors with no acting skills were not good enough for the hackers to take a liking to. Hollywood blockbusters were their targets. **ck. The computer I just reformatted has been infected by a virus again. Is there an end to this? My 180 gigabytes of action movie. We're not the worst. The unit next to mine has been extorted by a virus again. 233. I heard that the boss has paid, but it's useless. The ransomware virus is still not cured. In the past few days, we've lost hundreds of thousands. This time, the target of the ransomware virus is a big company. Every day they delay, they will lose a lot of money. Don't worry. This virus won't last long. There are so many powerful people. There will be a way to solve it. Haven't all the previous viruses been solved? But to some infected companies, time is money. After the old master finished browsing Weibo, he clicked his tongue and said, "Look, this virus is really powerful. Even our school's website has been hacked." Beside him was Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged. There was a plate of grapes on her belly. She was eating happily. Beside Qin Bao Bao was Qin Zhe. He was also browsing Weibo like his sister. Occasionally, he would eat a few grapes. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was cooking. Wang Zijin was also in the kitchen, helping her. Sister Ziwei was pretending to be virtuous. She didn't know that her scheming nature had been exposed on New Year's Eve. She felt good about herself. Qin Ma felt good about herself. Wang Zijin thought so. In Qin Bao Bao's mansion, Qin Ma and the old master came over for dinner and stayed for the night. After Qin Bao Bao received a call from her parents, she turned around and destroyed Qin Zhe's things. Then she called her brother to inform him. Qin Zhe went home after work and bought some disposable items. He pretended that he had never stayed in his sister's house. Mrs. Qin was very satisfied when she saw this. "Dad, the virus is most widespread in the school. You have to be careful. Don't get poisoned," Qin Bao Bao said. "I didn't bring my laptop to school a long time ago. There is a lot of information I have collected over the years. I am afraid that hackers will hack it." The old master sighed. "Are you okay? My company has made an antivirus software. You can download it later and it will kill the virus." Qin Zhe took the grapes from his sister's plate. There were only a few grapes left. Qin Bao Bao didn't eat enough and slapped his hand away. Qin Zhe didn't want to lose his sister's grapes. He snatched them back. The two of them punched each other with 4 hands. The old master sighed bitterly. After the new year, one was 24 and the other was 26. He felt that they were still 14 and 16 years old. Back then he was already married. "What are you doing? Are you still a child?" The old master leaned forward, took the plate and ate the grapes silently. "It's quite sweet. Bao Bao, go wash a few more." Qin Bao Bao. The lazy sister changed the topic. "Hey Ace, what did you say just now?" "Oh, I said that my company has made an antivirus software that can remove the ransomware virus." Qin Zhe cooperated with his sister. "Nonsense." The old master snorted. "Even the experts are helpless. The cybersecurity agencies of many countries can't do anything. How can your antivirus software work? Then the virus won't sweep the world. It's up to you to believe it or not." Qin Zhe pursed his lips. "Dad, your son is just making a fool of himself. He is taking advantage of this wave of popularity to make an antivirus software and profit from it. Many companies do this. Some say it's 10 yuan, some say it's 20 yuan. They are all lies." Qin Bao Bao said. "This is called black-hearted wealth." "Shut up." Qin Zhe kicked his sister lightly. Qin Bao Bao jumped up like an angry kitten and pounced on her brother. "Are you trying to rebel?" The sister and brother were practicing their fists. With the old master present, his sister felt that she had a backer and was especially fierce. Qin Zhe couldn't press his sister on the sofa or touch her big butt. It's also a skill to be black-hearted. The old master pulled his daughter away and said, "Don't talk about black-hearted wealth. It's okay to be rich and heartless. As long as you don't break the law, you can make money however you want. In today's society, there is no moral bottom line. The law is the bottom line. If you can really make money, I will give you a thumbs up." Those who used a stick to serve their son at every turn, saying that a man should be indomitable, return to society, and have a kind heart were just acting on TV. For normal parents, as long as their children were happy and healthy and could make money, it was enough. Wasn't it the government's business to benefit society? What did it have to do with us ordinary people? Qin Zhe poked his sister's waist. "Help me say on Weibo and promote the antivirus software. I also said on Weibo that if I make money, I will give you a commission." Qin Zhe had encountered the blackmail virus before. First, he didn't care about it. But these days, the virus had been fermenting. He wasn't stupid. It was a huge business opportunity. He turned around and made the official website. I don't want it. It will damage my popularity. Qin Baobao said that she didn't want it, but her body was honest. She took out her phone and posted on Weibo. Send the download link to me. Original Weibo post. Blackmail virus is so annoying. I recommend an antivirus software to everyone. Whoever uses it will know. It has a link. Chapter 398. This virus had been in the news for a long time, but no one paid attention to its dangers. Or it could be said that the virus went into hiding and did not cause much of an impact on society. Its main target was overseas, and China was not within its scope of business. Now it had finally expanded its business to China. So, in the eyes of ordinary people and many organizations, the virus had suddenly erupted. It was very sudden and did not give people any time to react. If ordinary users were infected, they would at most curse and reformat their computer's hard drive. Only idiots would pay the ransom. Only a small number of elites from various industries gritted their teeth and admitted defeat. But they were still in the minority. Because of this, the virus targeted large organizations and enterprises. To them, a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 was child's play. Data loss was the real problem. After Qin Baobao posted on Weibo, netizens immediately commented. On social media platforms, celebrities were always the most popular. Thank you, goddess. But this virus is unsolvable. I have tried many software, free and paid, but none of them worked. In the end, I reformatted my computer with tears in my eyes. Did Qin Baobao accept an advertisement? Don't post such advertisements. It's useless. Nowadays, many trashy antivirus software use the pretense of cracking ransomware to scam money. Now we can only hope that the overseas experts can crack this virus. In fact, no matter what kind of virus it is, it will be cracked eventually. It's just a matter of time. The antivirus software in China is all trashy. Previously, all of them claimed that they were good at protecting computers. But when faced with such a powerful virus, they are all helpless. Golden Shield antivirus? I have never heard of it. Maybe it's a black-hearted technology company trying to scam money? Yes, I downloaded it, but I found out that I have to pay to use it. 200 renminbi. So expensive. There were many comments, but not many people paid attention to Golden Shield antivirus. Paying attention to celebrities was one thing, and choosing to use the product was another. Everyone was used to celebrities endorsing all kinds of products. They would not rush to download and pay just because of Qin Baobao's advertisement. But the reputation of Golden Shield antivirus had more or less spread out. The purpose of advertising was to make people familiar with it. Hey, I've helped you advertise, but I can't guarantee that it'll be effective. At the dining table, his sister looked at the comments and said, "That's enough. As long as the advertisement is released, people will try to download and use it. It's good that people use it. Gold will always shine." Qin Zhe picked up some food for his sister. Wang Zijin looked at him silently. "Sister Ziwei, eat too." Qin Zhe immediately added, "Mom, your cooking skills have deteriorated. It's not as good as this." Qin Baobao frowned. Qin Ma felt a stab in her heart. "Stupid child. You grew up eating your mother's vegetables. Now you want to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness?" Qin Baobao stuck out her tongue. Qin Ma said, "You're not even as conscientious as the dog at home." Qin Zhe asked, "Mom, when did we have a dog?" Old Master said, "You two don't have a conscience. Your mom was bored at home alone, so she bought a dog. What's its name?" At the mention of the pet dog, Qin Ma smiled happily. "Pomeranian. It's only 2 months old. It's small and very cute. Your dad and I are sleeping here today. I sent it to old Zheng's house. He was the Uncle Zheng who owned a teddy bear that was known as the God of Love." Old Master said, "I bought it last week. The dog hasn't been named yet." Qin Ma joked, "Why don't you just call it Bao Bao?" Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. "No way. Why don't you call it Zhe Zhe?" Wang Zijin immediately laughed. "Yes, it sounds better when you repeat the words. Bao Bao or Zhe Zhe is fine." Qin Zhe complained, "It can also be called JJ." He regretted it after saying that. Qin Ma, Old Master, Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin. She was most afraid of sudden silence. "Ooh, what else do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad." She lowered her head and scrolled through Weibo. She poked at her phone screen with one hand and held chopsticks with the other. You have to eat properly. Old Master frowned. What song is it? It's pretty good. Qin Ma smiled. Is this new song? Qin Baobao smiled. She was cute and beautiful. Well, it's the theme song of the new movie, Wang Zijin said. It's not the theme song. It's an interlude. Qin Zhe said. Let's eat. You're shooting a movie again? What movie? Qin Ma asked knowingly. When will it be released? Take Mom to see it. Qin Baobao panicked. No, there's nothing to see. It's a low-budget teen idol movie. Wang Zijin. Ah, little pervert. I'll help you advertise again for free. Qin Baobao guiltily changed the topic. Okay. Thank you, sister. You're so nice. Qin Zhe said loudly and cooperated with his sister to change the topic. How do you advertise? Someone in the group is talking about the ransomware virus. It's a celebrity group. I know it from the entertainment circle. Qin Baobao said. She picked up her phone and typed quickly. Qin Baobao had many celebrity groups. Her celebrity friends would invite her to join them. Most of them were lurking and would occasionally say a few words. Qin Baobao usually just watched and didn't say anything. There was an A-list movie star in the group just now. His surname was Luo, and the celebrities in the group called him Old Luo. Old Luo was crying about how his studio was accidentally infected with the ransomware virus. Old Luo. Just because I accidentally opened an email, I got infected. I can't do anything about it because some clients are used to email. It's hard to guard against it. Li Rongxing. Hurry up and unplug the internet cable. Don't let the whole studio get infected. Li Rongxing was the one who had pulled Qin Baobao into this group. This guy had wanted to pursue her in the past, but Qin Baobao had deliberately ignored his hints a few times, so he had given up on the idea. Old Luo. It's already infected. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Everyone expressed their sympathy. Old Luo. Everyone take this as a lesson. Don't get infected. Don't click on unfamiliar websites or emails. Pay the ransom. The information is more important. I can only admit defeat, Old Luo. Old Luo. Pay it. You didn't even remove it. I'm so angry. Qin Baobao. Old Luo, I recommend you an antivirus software. Try it. She sent the link. Old Luo. Qin Baobao? Did your account get hacked? Qin Baobao usually didn't say anything. Her sudden appearance made him feel very abrupt. Qin Baobao. She sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing jumped out. It wasn't hacked. She also advertised on Weibo. Qin Baobao, don't accept such advertisements. It's bad for your popularity. Qin Baobao. Thank you, but this is my brother's software. He's preparing to promote it. Li Rongxing. Li Rongxing. Your brother's crossover is quite impressive. Is he preparing to make a fortune? In the group there were a lot of ellipses. Old Luo. Then should I give it a try? Then there was silence. The discussion in the group was still continuing. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think so. There's no cure for this virus at the moment. Can only be prevented. Once infected, even the foreign experts can't do anything about it. I'm reminded of the panda burning incense from a few years ago. It's too scary. This virus is really rogue. I've already told the studio staff to be more careful. Don't touch unfamiliar emails or click on unfamiliar websites. I hope the foreign experts can find a way to crack it soon. About 5 minutes later, Old Luo came online. Old Luo. Qin Baobao, the virus is gone. It's really gone. This antivirus software is godly. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He sent over a dozen thumbs-up emoticons. When the celebrities in the group saw this, they found it even more unbelievable. What's going on? Old Luo, are you joking? Old Luo, don't joke around. How can this be cracked? Old Luo must be joking with everyone. People started speaking one after another. Old Luo. No, I'm not joking. It's really cracked. I downloaded it to try it out. After the virus was scanned, it was really cleared. Furthermore, it only costs 200 yuan. It's not expensive at all. I was dumbfounded just now. This is a virus that even the Foreign Internet Safety Bureau is helpless against. It's a virus that has swept over more than 100 countries. It's actually cracked? Qin Bao Bao, how did you guys come up with this antivirus software? Qin Bao Bao. It's really effective? My brother made it. I'm just helping to advertise it. Another wave of ellipses. So you don't know anything and you're still so confident in advertising? Qin Bao Bao. Old Luo, remember to help me advertise on Weibo. Old Luo. No problem, thanks. Qin Bao Bao. Wave. She went offline. However, the group seemed to have exploded. Many lurking celebrities also jumped out. Old Luo, is it really effective? My company's computer is also infected. Old Luo, is this for real? That's impossible. Old Luo. Old Luo. Try downloading it. It's definitely effective. I feel like there's going to be big news tomorrow. Then I'll download it. Send me the link. Scroll up yourself. Qin Bao Bao posted a link to the official website. Chapter 399. Reality proved that the effect of advertisements by celebrities was definitely good. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo had more than 40 million followers and countless fans. There were a lot of die-hard fans of everything recommended by the goddess must be bought. And the goddess is always beautiful. Someone tried to download this chatting software, bought it, and used it to scan the antivirus. Then, he realized that the antivirus was really successful. The files were restored, the pictures were restored, and the cavalry's pride that had been accumulated over the years was restored. At that time, he was stunned in front of the computer. Didn't they say that there was no cure for the virus? Didn't they say that it could only be prevented and not restored? Didn't they say that it was a powerful virus that had swept the world and caused headaches for the internet security agencies of various countries? I downloaded a nameless local antivirus software for 200 yuan. With the thought that I wouldn't be at a disadvantage if I bought it for 200 yuan, I really cracked the virus. Could it be that I was infected with a fake virus? Then they were ecstatic. This meant that the virus was no longer a problem. They could connect to the internet and not be afraid of being infected. The world was peaceful again. A small number of people posted on the internet and Weibo, saying that they used the antivirus software recommended by the goddess Qin Bao Bao to remove the virus and return the world to peace. Shocking! The antivirus software recommended by Qin Bao Bao on Weibo was actually useful. My computer was infected with a virus before. I downloaded it, scanned it, and removed the disgusting ransomware virus. Netizens commented below. Land's House Sesame Seed Cake. Foreign experts want to beat someone up after seeing this. God sprinkles wisdom on earth, but the original poster is holding an umbrella. You lack intelligence, but don't think that everyone is the same as you. Verified by Internet Water Army. It's definitely an Internet Water Army. This antivirus software probably wants to use this wave of popularity to advertise. First, Qin Bao Bao promoted it on Weibo. Then, it hired Internet Water Army to praise it. Everyone, don't download it and don't buy it. Whoever uses it is an idiot. Netizens did not believe it. Of course they did not believe it. Ransomware viruses were notorious and difficult to deal with. Foreign internet engineers had a headache because of it. You're telling me that an unknown antivirus software cracked it? Whoever believes it is an idiot. There were many similar posts, but not many people believed it. There was a lot of cynicism and ridicule. However, very soon, an A-list movie star posted on Weibo. Recently, the ransomware virus is very popular. I recommend that friends who have been poisoned download this antivirus software. There will be a pleasant surprise if you buy it. I have personally tried it. Users who are not poisoned can also download the prevention software. Even if you are poisoned, you don't have to worry. This movie star was called Luo Yuming, Old Luo in the group. Then Li Rongxing posted on Weibo, praising the antivirus software. This was not the end. The third, the fourth, and within an hour 7 or 8 celebrities posted on Weibo or reposted it. What's the situation? Isn't this software company too awesome? They're letting so many celebrities advertise? This is not scientific. Don't tell me it's true. Will it really work? Could it really kill the poison? My computer is infected with a virus, and I've paid the ransom, but it's useless. There's a lot of important information inside, and I'm not willing to format it. I've been waiting for a way to crack it. I've already said in a post that this antivirus software is godly. You can't go wrong with it. You still don't believe me. So many celebrities are recommending it. Are they trying to stir up trouble? Let me download it and try it out. If they're lying, I'll destroy their Weibo. I'll download it too. Ooh. That night, a poem could be used to describe it. Like a spring breeze, please go to hell with the ransomware virus. In the atmosphere of despair, a ray of light fell from the sky, and the words Golden Shield Antivirus were written on it. Song size 24 bolded with the golden glow of a tycoon. Many netizens who were infected with the virus tried to use the Golden Shield antivirus software. Although it was unbelievable, the virus was indeed removed. Their computers were restored to their original state, and the information was intact. Hence, they posted on the internet in Weibo to express their shock. Word spread, and Golden Shield Antivirus became a hot commodity in the eyes of millions of netizens. The words Golden Shield Antivirus became a hot topic on the internet overnight. The most grateful ones were the bosses of enterprises and state-owned enterprises. When they saw the relevant information on the internet, they couldn't wait to call their IT staff and work overtime late at night just to download an antivirus software. They didn't have the patience to wait until tomorrow. Now that there was a solution to the problem that had been troubling them for days, how could they be in the mood to sleep? They were all anxious to try it out. Especially the bosses of private enterprises. Their computers were encrypted, and the company's information could not be retrieved, causing huge financial losses. It would be strange if they could sit still when they suddenly heard the news that Golden Shield Antivirus had cracked the ransomware virus. The next day, Golden Shield Antivirus was on the hot search list and the internet headlines. The words Golden Shield Antivirus could be seen on Weibo, forums, major news, and the front page of major apps. It really became famous overnight. The experts also found it unbelievable. The troublesome part about this virus was that it used a loophole in the system to encrypt the computer's information. It was like you forgot your bank password but you couldn't change it at the counter. What could you do? Unless you had the secret key, there was no way to solve it. However, such an unsolvable loophole in the system had been cracked. In the online media, experts expressed interest in the antivirus software's process of cracking the ransomware virus in interviews. However, everyone suddenly realized that the company that made the Golden Shield antivirus software was called Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Other than that, nothing else was known. Not only was the antivirus software unknown, but this company was also unknown. It was as if it had suddenly appeared and rose to prominence. I've never heard of this company before. F***CK, is it a smurf account opened by some big shot? Who on earth developed this antivirus software? Who says our country is backward in the internet field? F***CK, such a tricky virus has been cracked. The foreign experts are probably dumbfounded. The netizens were relishing in the discussion. That night, Chinze returned home and talked to his sisters about this matter. Golden Shield already has 1 million customers. More than 100,000 users have bought the antivirus software, Chinze said. In just one day, the number of users of the antivirus software had reached more than 1 million. This number was enough to make all software developers green with envy. 1 million might not seem like a lot, but the country's population was more than 1 billion. 1 million was indeed not a lot. It could not be compared to those big shots who easily had more than 100 million users. However, the starting point was frighteningly high. Moreover, in just one day, the profit of the antivirus software was more than 20 million. Think about it, many units were infected by the ransomware virus. How many computers did a unit have? At least a few dozen, at most a few hundred. How many units were infected all over the country? Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Yo, what a good name. Sounds so familiar. I thought about it and realized that it has the same pronunciation as Zijin. It doesn't have the same pronunciation. Your front and back nasal sounds are mixed, Wang Zijin said weakly. To hell with the front and back nasal sounds, Qin Baobao said angrily. This name doesn't sound good. I want to change it. I think it's better than Baoza, Wang Zijin retorted. Baoza is the best name in the world. Asus Company. Who are you to interfere with the name change? Wang Zijin has been very arrogant recently. Chinze got up silently and walked to his room. In a while, there might be a ranking battle, a battle between the king tiers. He wanted to hide for a while. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qinze was lying in bed and sending flirtatious text messages to Suyu. Suyu, are your sisters asleep? Qinze, I don't think so. Their work and rest is at 10:30. Suyu, then after 10:30 come to my place. Flirting Qinze. Do you think I'm Huangzhong? Sweat. Suyu didn't reply. A few seconds later she sent a photo. She was lying in bed, and the camera was aimed at her long legs. They were well-proportioned, slender and straight. Suyu. Master Huangzhong, what do you think of this battery? Qinze. Veterans didn't die, but they gradually withered. Suddenly, he had a deep understanding of this sentence. The door of the room creaked softly, and the handle was twisted. Wang Zijin sneaked in sneakily in her pajamas. Qinze thought to himself, what's wrong? Are you going to attack me at night? Oh, Miss Wang. Why are you so unreserved today? Qinze teased. Wang Zijin blushed and crawled under the blanket. She snorted. Look at your greedy eyes. I'll feed you some tofu. Qinze hugged her waist and leaned against the bed, enjoying the rare time they had together. Unlike Suyu, Wang Zijin gave him the feeling of a beautiful love in adolescence. It was sweet, warm, and had a bottom line that couldn't be crossed. This was the feeling of first love. To be precise, it was the feeling of first love on campus. Holding hands was enough to make one's heart pound. Unlike entering society, as long as the relationship between a man and a woman was confirmed, they could have sex that night. This feeling was something Qinze had never experienced. In his adolescence there lived a female demon. She was charming, domineering, and fierce. Any coquettish goods who dared to approach him would be swallowed alive by her. Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Wang Zijin whispered. Well, it was founded in your name. Qinze said. Why? Wang Zijin's eyes sparkled. This question was not easy to answer. He couldn't say that Tianfeng was for his sister and Baozi was for Suyu, so he also wanted to create a company for her. If he said this, the sweet atmosphere would turn into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. Because I like Sister Ziwei, I want to name it after you. Qinze said. Wang Zijin smiled. Her dignified oval face was full of rare charm. By the way, I have something for you. Qinze lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He took out a bank card from his wallet. The income of Amethyst was given to Sister Ziwei for safekeeping. He said, Is this considered a dowry? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Sister Zian is still brooding over the fact that my wife's money was taken away by my sister. Wang Zijin happily put the bank card into the pocket of her pajamas and smiled sweetly. Then I'll keep it for you. Well, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? I'll lose both you and the money. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm really scared. Give it back. Qinze reached out to grab it. Ah, little pervert, don't even think about it. Wang Zijin quickly protected him and pushed him with a small hand. You took my money, so you can't lose money. Hurry up and do it. They started to play in bed. After a while, Qinze held her in his arms and explored her body as if he was exploring the truth. Wang Zijin's face was flushed. She gritted her teeth and let out a soft moan. Don't move. I'll just touch it. Don't put your hand in your pajamas. I'll just touch it in your pajamas. Why are you taking off my pants? I'm just rubbing it. Wang Zijin slapped him. Get lost. Qinze. Didn't she say that after hugging, touching, and rubbing he could enter and leave? She must be lying. Chapter 400. Nowadays, the internet was so advanced that it was very easy to find out the background of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, and its legal representative could be found directly on the company's credit information website. The next day, there were online media reports, articles, and headlines that the legal representative of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, was Qinze and registered in Shanghai. At the same time, they took a screenshot of Qin Baobao's Weibo and speculated that this Qinze was Qinze. It can't be Qinze, right? So awesome. This antivirus software developed by his company? I think that's most likely the case. Baby Qin was the first to advertise this software, and the legal person is Qinze. That's right. Haha, well done. You've made our country proud. Some netizens who didn't believe it came to Qinzhe's Weibo to ask and soon got an accurate reply. Qinzhe posted on Weibo, "My new company's new product can protect everyone's computers. I'm deeply honored. Also on April 1st, the new movie If I Become Memories will be released. I hope everyone will support it." Wow, it's really you? Awesome, awesome. You've made our country proud. Haha, overseas reports are all about Golden Shield antivirus. Brother-in-law is awesome. Qinzhe, I want to give birth to your children. Is the new movie starring Qin Baobao? I've seen the trailer. It's good. Within half an hour, there were more than 2,000 comments. He was quite popular now with more than 10 million followers. This was because he didn't use Weibo normally and didn't post for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, he would have more followers. Golden Shield antivirus software not only caused a sensation in China, but also attracted attention abroad. Foreigners were the worst off. Looking at the data, it was clear that the IT systems of more than 40 hospitals in the British Empire were attacked by ransomware. Their phone systems and patient management systems were all disabled. In fact, in the past few years, more than 20 universities, more than 30 hospitals, and many businesses in the British Empire were attacked by the virus, causing huge losses. The US was also hit hard by the ransomware virus. Just last year alone, the frequency of the ransomware virus had increased by 300%, with an average of 4,000 cases per day. The damage was not to be underestimated. There were 120 countries in the world that were attacked by ransomware, but no matter if it was the British Empire, the United States of America, or five-star countries, none of them could compare to Russia. Russia was truly miserable. Someone opened a post on the Qinzhe Tieba. Awesome. The Golden Shield antivirus software attracted the attention of many countries. The Sun, the Daily Mail, and the New York Times were all reporting about it. I went to a foreign website to take a look, and the foreigners' comments are hilarious. On the second floor, haha, it's a pity that they can only watch. Third comment, great, I feel so proud. Fourth floor, we can click on foreign emails and foreign URLs as much as we want, but they are still trembling under the threat of the ransomware virus. Fifth comment, OP, what's the use of taking a screenshot? You haven't passed CD6 in English, so you can't understand it. The OP replied, let me translate it for you. Please wait a moment. A moment later, he translated the screenshot and posted it at the bottom of the post. This was a comment from a netizen in the British Empire. Oh my God, the Chinese made an antivirus software to break ransomware? This must be fake news. I don't believe it. We have been troubled by ransomware for so long, and there's nothing we can do. It can't be fake. The New York Times also has a report on it. You can also browse the Chinese internet if you can read Chinese characters. The Chinese are too good. They cracked the virus in such a short time. We should let the Queen see how useless our country's bureaucrats are. Give it to me, give it to me. I want this antivirus software. I don't have to be afraid of getting poisoned for no reason anymore. There doesn't seem to be an English version of the antivirus software. I'm looking forward to it. The OP. Ha ha. This is hilarious. I've been browsing the entire day. As long as there's news about Golden Shield, I'll click on it. Then I'll see the foreigners' disbelief, shock, and excitement. I can't stop reading. It's so toxic. The netizens were delighted to see this and were in high spirits. They all asked the OP to continue translating. The OP. Let me show you the comments from the Americans. The New York Times screenshots and translations were quickly uploaded. The comments from the American netizens. It's fake. It's definitely fake. The Chinese can't be so good. The internet engineers are helpless. The British can't solve the problem. The Chinese have a solution? If it wasn't for the news from the New York Times, I wouldn't believe it. The Chinese like to deceive themselves and think that they are very powerful. When can we use this antivirus software? Is the government not doing anything? The Chinese are no longer threatened by the virus. We are losing money every day. Will the hackers want to kill that Chinese? Qinzhe? That's a familiar name. I remember there was a piano piece last year by the name of Qinzhe. The Chinese names are very short and repeated a lot. I wonder if it's the same person. The OP. I have the Russian one too, but I don't understand Russian. Let's get the software to translate it first. This time it took more than 10 minutes. Has China found a way to crack the virus? When can we use it? It's a software made by a not very famous company. I don't know if it has any business in our country. It'll probably take a long time to use it. Hurry up. We can't live anymore. We've been targeted by hackers. That's great. The Americans' conspiracy has been cracked. F***CK the Americans. The Americans will eat *T. It was said that the virus was leaked from the Americans. White bears were the most affected by the ransomware virus. The white bears privately claimed that it was Old Eagle who was behind it. It was not wrong to think that way. To Qinzhe, this was a great opportunity. Purple Crystal Network Technology Company Limited was not only famous in the country, but it was also a chance to break out of the country. Its value in the future might even surpass Tianfeng and Baozi. The low-level software had a hint of black technology. Its value was unquestionable. When everyone realized its power and convenience, they would continue to use it. Not only did it have a bright future in the domestic market, but it also had hopes of expanding into the international market. As more and more users use this antivirus software, there would be more and more partners. The benefits involved would be unimaginable. However, to enter the foreign market, even if countries applauded and welcomed it, the process was still more troublesome. Qinzhe had been working on this for the past few days. Fortunately, he knew that this software would be popular and had made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, he would be in a mess now. At present, the manpower of Purple Crystal Network Technology Company Limited was transferred from Tianfeng and Baozi. The establishment was rushed and so was the popularity. The few employees complained incessantly. Qinzhe asked Wang Zijin to come over and help him. However, the pretentious artistic young woman did not agree. Hence, Qinzhe asked Suyu to temporarily put Baozi aside and help build the framework for Purple Crystal. He would manage Baozi himself. He was the boss in terms of business. As for how to run a company from the beginning to the end, Suyu was a veteran and an expert. When Wang Zijin heard this, she immediately changed her mind and expressed that she was happy to be the CEO. She turned around and fired the editor who had a bright future. Chapter 401. Now it was Suyu's turn to pout unhappily. She didn't let Qinzhe touch her for many days. Qinzhe was too lazy to care about her little temper. He was so busy these days. Suyu was also stubborn. If he didn't take the initiative to comfort her, she would hold it in. If it was her sister, she would have beaten his chest with her little fists with tears in her eyes. You are cold, heartless and heartless. Qinzhe was not annoyed, but would coax her with good words. Suyu's words, she hadn't understood Qinzhe yet. She was not good at acting coquettishly. After holding it in for a few days, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood in front of him with red eyes. She was about to speak. You don't love me at all. Qinzhe said her catchphrase first. Suyu. The tall and cold beauty stared at him with grievance. Her chest was so tight that she wanted to cry. You are the major shareholder of Baozi Investment Company. I gave you half of the shares. What else do you want me to do? Qinzhe sighed. Purple Crystal is hers. Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. I am a woman. I must have a little temper. I like you so much. Can't you coax me? Qinzhe said in his heart, but you didn't act coquettishly to me. I have been too busy recently. Really, the movie is about to be released. There are a lot of things on Purple Crystal. Sister Ziwei learns things quickly, but there is a gradual process. I have to watch over there. Qinzhe held her gently in his arms. Baozi is mine. You gave Purple Crystal to Zijin. Hey Qinzhe, what do you want to do? Suyu leaned her chin on his shoulder and breathed on Qinzhe's neck. Is it compensation for me or for her when that day comes? He looked at her and she looked at him too. She was concentrating, as if she wanted to see something from Qinzhe's face. Qinzhe's heart moved. He remembered the words of the old driver Huang Yizong. Maybe it is your idea of wanting to choose that makes them feel insecure. She hoped that she would be chosen, but she was also afraid that she would be the one to be abandoned. Suyu was like this. She wanted to defeat Wang Zijin and take away the man beside Wang Zijin, because she was afraid of being abandoned in the end. There was also Big Sister. Big Sister was pacing back and forth between being a coward and being tough. She wanted to be tough because of the desire in her heart. She wanted to cower because she was afraid. Like a cat, it looks at you, hoping to get close to you, but also afraid of being abandoned. It's natural for a man to earn money for a woman to spend. Qin Zhe's expression did not change. Su Yu's smile suddenly brightened. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said softly, Qin Zhe, you can't abandon me. Even if you don't want me, I will pester you. Qin Zhe gently stroked her hair and said softly, be good. How can I not want such a good cannon frame? Su Yu. At the end of March, If I Become Memories was released on April 1st, along with several other blockbusters that were released at the same time. The so-called blockbusters were movies with large investments, so there were bound to be a gathering of stars. This blockbuster was slightly different from overseas. The concept of foreign blockbusters, stars plus script plus special effects. The concept of domestic blockbusters, small fresh meat plus small fresh meat plus small fresh meat. There was nothing wrong with it. The entertainment industry was too crafty and lacking in ingenuity. The small fresh meat only cared about pretending to be handsome and ignored the self-cultivation of actors. In fact, not only the new generation of actors, directors and screenwriters were also lacking in ingenuity. The actors couldn't be blamed for the bad script. The film emperors and actresses were not the same. Therefore, Qin Zhe had confidence in his heart. The script was adapted from a young age. The quality of the novel had passed the test of the market, and the script had not been modified beyond recognition. The script was okay. The popular Queen Qin Baobao and the super internet celebrity were partners. There was a proficient actor who carried the movie's appearance and acting skills. The actor was okay. A low-budget youth movie, love, so there was no possibility of being criticized for the 50-cent special effects. Well, perfect. In this way, if the box office did not reach the top 3, Qin Zhe felt that he could cut his penis live. Recently, the company has stepped up efforts to promote the movie, If I Become Memories. It fully used the shock party and the title party to attract the public. For example, shock. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe passionately kissed on the set. This was the shock party. Another example. The first sibling couple in the entertainment industry, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe act out an unforgettable love. This was the title party. When Qin Zhe saw these entertainment news on his phone, he was so shocked that his little heart was trembling. What F*** king kiss, what unforgettable love. How does sister do things? Sister is responsible. Are you kidding me? I'm just busy with the new company and don't have time to keep an eye on Tianfang. If I'm not careful, you'll cause trouble for me. If mom and dad see this title, do they want me to die faster? Besides, being drowned in a pig cage is not just a matter of gold. Sister, this promiscuous woman has lost her mind. Even if you're promoting a sibling relationship, you should be more reserved and low-key. You can write it like this. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe act out a youth romance film together. Or Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe, Chu Xiangxiang and Imo Chanfeng. This kind of reserved title is the right way to promote. If mom and dad see this, what if they insist on watching the movie on a whim? The most excessive thing is the publicity news of the small internet media. The above two, title party and shock party, are big internet media with a little bit of integrity. The title party and shock party of the small internet media are like this. Shock party. Shock. So the man Qin Baobao loves deeply is him. Who is Qin Baobao? The queen of popularity, countless fans, the goddess of otakus. There are too many people who like her. Even if it's a normal person, when they see such a title, they can't help but click on it. Title party. They are a sibling love in the entertainment industry that is not recognized by the secular world. It's just asking if you want to eat chicken or not. It doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with it. F***K. How can a real sibling love be recognized in the entertainment industry? Therefore, the topic was hyped up. The novel fans, Baobao fans, Qin Zhe fans are full of anticipation. And there's also the audience. Wow, it's going to eat chicken. The sibling duo is acting out a sibling love? Of course they have to watch it. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. After so many years in the entertainment industry, such an interesting thing has never happened before. The premiere. The director and main cast of If I Become Memories were present. When Qin Zhe and the others appeared, the media reporters took photos like crazy, and the audience screamed excitedly. Qin Zhe is wearing a black suit and a white shirt, looking tall and handsome. He is the most dazzling among the male actors. Qin Baobao is wearing an off-the-shoulder long dress. She is charming and beautiful. She is also the most dazzling among the actresses. While the audience screams, they whisper to each other. They're out. My husband is so handsome, ah. To be honest, the two of them acted out, If I Become Memories perfectly. Qin Zhe and the Emo Chunfeng in my heart are very compatible. Qin Baobao also fits the image of the female lead. The female lead in the novel also has a seductive appearance and a curvy figure. Don't you feel that the two of them are actually very compatible? It's a pity that they are siblings. During the Q&A session, the reporters asked about the position of this small-budget romance film in April, whether there are worries about being drowned in the wave of blockbusters. Director MOU answered them one by one, following the rules. After answering, MOU's next sentence attracted everyone's interest. The theme song and interlude of the movie are Boss Qin's new songs. Especially the interlude, You Will Be Surprised. The reporters recorded it and the audience screamed. The name of the fast shooter was known by everyone. Next was the interaction between the actors, reporters, and the audience. A reporter stood up and said, I want to know why the two of you chose to act in this movie. Is it because you feel that the sibling relationship is very compatible? The audience laughed. Qin Zhe glanced at the tag on her chest and thought to himself, You're from the XX Shocking department, right? Do you believe that I won't release a virus to hack your software? The smile on his face was impeccable. Originally, I wasn't the male lead in this movie. But because the actor we discussed in advance requested for a pay increase at the last minute, we couldn't reach an agreement. So I'm the one. Reporter. Which actor? Qin Zhe. It's not convenient to disclose. Reporter. How much does the pay have to be for you to not reach an agreement? Qin Zhe. 100 million. The audience was in an uproar and started discussing. The reporter nodded in satisfaction and sat down. The second reporter's question was also some gossip about the siblings. I believe it's not just me. The audience and fans who aren't present all want to know if Teacher Qin Zhe and Teacher Qin Baobao are dating. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao shook their heads and said no. The reporter joked. I've read a novel before. It's a very touching novel. When the two of you are filming, do you get too immersed in your characters? This question was very difficult. If they said no, then the audience would think that if they didn't even immerse themselves in their characters, how could the movie be good? They said yes. Damn, they were siblings. They really couldn't have that. Yes, Qin Zhe said with a smile. Qin Baobao looked at him in surprise. This was not a little pervert. The reporter smiled triumphantly. Have you ever thought of falling in love with your sister? The audience's eyes all focused on them. At this moment, Qin Baobao also couldn't help but stare at him. She didn't realize how gentle her eyes were and how bright they were. There were too many words hidden in her bright eyes. Qin Zhe said frankly, Yes, if I had such a girlfriend, I would cherish her for the rest of my life and spend all my energy to protect her. I don't have such a girlfriend, but I have such a sister. So, I would still do my best to treat her well. His answer was flawless. The audience applauded. Qin Baobao pursed her lips secretly. He could have a girlfriend. Sister. Crossed it out. Ooh. On the 1st of April, the movie was finally released. At home. Baobao, you're coming back tonight? Qin Ma called. Yes, Mom. Ace hasn't been feeling well recently. He can't cook and takeout is not clean, Qin Baobao said sweetly. That's good. Take Mom to the movies tonight. Qin Ma smiled. You as his mother, shouldn't you stay at home to take care of your precious son when he's not feeling well? You know I don't know how to take care of people. Qin Baobao's tone was a little strange. If he's not feeling well, then rest at home. It's not like he'll die, Qin Ma said unhappily. Wow, you fake mother. You don't want your son. I want my brother. I want to stay at home to take care of him, Qin Baobao said angrily. Okay, I'm just kidding, Qin Ma said. I knew Mom was the best. Qin Baobao smiled. In the office, Qin Zhe said, How is it? Qin Baobao said, It's fine. That's good. Mom doesn't know how to buy tickets with mobile phones, and she doesn't know the shooting time. She won't be waiting at the theater. As long as we don't take her to the movies, she won't be able to see it. Qinze heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said angrily, "How did you promote it? Can't we keep a low profile? Even Dad would jump out of his skin if he saw the title, let alone Mom." "What does it matter? As long as the movie sells well, do Mom and Dad have anything to say about it? Sure, we can throw a lot of money at their faces. Do you have anything to say about it? Sulan is you. Do you have anything to say about it? And you, black-hearted Qin Jianzhang, do you have anything to say about it? Do you believe that I'll bury you with money?" Qin Baobao slapped the air with both hands. A vile character who was intoxicated by his success was arrogant. "You're ambitious." Qinze showed her the phone screen. "Qin Baobao, I've recorded it. I'll send it to Mom and Dad now." Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao was so panicked that she almost cried. "What did I do wrong to you? Why do you have to do this to me?" Qinze grinned wickedly. "Little girl, I have your weakness in my hands. You should know what to do." Qin Baobao blushed. "Please." Qinze. What does she mean? Is it because my language skills are not good enough? This idiom is used in the wrong place. On the other side, Qin Ma hung up the phone and looked at the afternoon sun outside the window. She mumbled, "Can't I go by myself if you don't take me to the movies?" She opened the chat history and clicked on a picture. It was a screenshot sent to her by Wang Zijin at noon. It showed the movie times of If I Become Memories: 12 o'clock noon, 3 o'clock p.m., 5 o'clock p.m., 9 o'clock p.m., 11 o'clock p.m. Qin Ma looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock p.m. There was a movie theater a few kilometers away. She could take the bus there and get to the movie theater at 4:30 p.m. The screenshot was the movie times of the movie theater a few kilometers away. The obedient Zijin had checked it on the internet for her. Qin Ma went out. Chapter 402. Taking a 10-minute break from her busy schedule, Wang Zijin sat in the spacious and luxurious general manager's office. The tea tray was boiling and steaming. She calculated the time in her heart. At this moment, Auntie should have arrived at the cinema. If she didn't know how to buy tickets, she might call her later. Well, the little chick was busy outside. She couldn't let him hear her talking to his mother. Wang Zijin originally wanted to take away her best friend's beloved brother and treat her mental illness by drugging her with medicine. Later, she found that mental illness was the common problem of the siblings. This was a pain in the ass. Oh no, it was a pain in the ass. This made it very difficult. She forced herself to take the medicine and hurt herself. She was afraid at the beginning because she was not prepared to fall out with her best friend, although she did it for Qin Baobao's good. She was 26 years old and still had a brother complex. Didn't she find it ridiculous? She couldn't really marry her brother. Later, she found out that Ace also had a sister complex. This was beyond Wang Zijin's control. Under such circumstances, the uncle's stick and the auntie's tears were obviously more effective than Wang Zijin's little tricks. "Auntie, the mental health of the little chick and the big cow depends on you." About this movie, she could only say that the siblings were looking for trouble. Wasn't it good to develop wretchedly? They deserved to have their legs broken. No, they couldn't develop wretchedly either. Only she could save this pair of siblings who would be doomed sooner or later. Wang Zijin secretly swore in her heart from the perspective of her best friend and girlfriend. On the other side, Qin Ma took the elevator directly to the cinema on the 6th floor. In the spacious car, young couples were watching a movie on a date. Amidst the crowd, Mother Qin was like a charming Chinese rose that had bloomed amidst a delicate cluster of flowers. "I actually want to watch Soul-Breaking Song. The scene is gorgeous and the special effects are good," the boy of a young couple said. "What's so good about that kind of movie? If I Become Memories, it's right to watch this." "I always like Qinze," the girl said. "I also quite like Qin Baobao, so I agreed to accompany you to watch it. Otherwise, according to my interest, I would definitely watch Soul-Breaking Song," the man said. From a bystander's point of view, Qin Ma's mood is inexplicably bright when she hears passers-by say that they like her son and daughter. After watching the trailer, "I can't look at Qin Baobao and Qinze anymore." "Why?" "Because I feel like they're really a couple. That means their acting skills are very good." The young couple whispered to each other. Qin Ma was speechless. Ming Mei's mood suddenly became heavy. The boy asked curiously, "Have you seen the trailer? Are there any bed scenes?" Qin Ma immediately pricked up her ears. "Girl. There are no sex scenes. This is a more artistic romance film. But there are quite a lot of kissing scenes. There were quite a lot of kissing scenes, Chin Ma thought to herself. It's fine, old Chin said, it's just a stunt double. Unexpectedly, the boy chuckled and said, their kissing scenes are quite interesting. Last time in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, they kissed so well. I heard that they kissed in real life and didn't use a stunt double. The girl smiled and said, yes, yes. They're different from other young hunks. They put a lot of effort into filming. Their kissing scenes and acting skills are excellent. Chin Ma was dumbfounded. Real life. Kissing without a stunt double. The kissing scene was excellent. Such praise pierced Chin Ma's heart. That's not right. Didn't old Chin say that it was a stunt double? Did old Chin collude with them to deceive me? No, that can't be. There was only one answer. Old Chin, who thought he was dignified and wise, was fooled by the siblings. Also, what's with the real-life kissing in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach? I haven't heard of it at all. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of it. She remembered. Originally, she wanted to watch it in high spirits. But that day, the siblings suddenly came home. And then her daughter suddenly had a stomachache. The stomachache lasted for 2 days. So that's why. How dare they? Chin Ma understood. She understood painfully that she wasn't being paranoid. There was something wrong with the siblings, something very wrong. The world was full of despair. Ding! The elevator dinged and they arrived at the 6th floor. Chin Ma followed the crowd out of the car, walked through the aisle, and came to the hall of the cinema. Young people nowadays were used to buying tickets online and directly went to the ATM to get the movie tickets. The ticket counter was empty. Chin Ma walked to the ticket counter. There were popcorn, cola, and other snacks. The young waiter smiled and said, Auntie, what do you want to buy? I want to buy a movie ticket. Chin Ma pointed at the screen. In the poster there was a pair of children kissing. Her heart ached. It's their movie. Okay, 40 yuan. The young waiter took the ticket and smiled at the same time. Are you here alone? Yes. The waiter felt strange. Why would an auntie come to watch such a movie? She handed the ticket over. The movie will start in 15 minutes. You can sit on the side first. Chin Ma sat in the lounge waiting for the movie to start. She was a little absent-minded. She hadn't been in such a mood for a long time. How could she describe this anxiety? Children masturbating and not ejaculating. No, it's not good for children to cough. All mothers had such anxieties. After a few minutes of anxiety, the ticket counter finally began. Usually the ticket counter would be checked a few minutes in advance. Chin Ma entered and found the 3rd screening hall according to the number of the movie ticket. The movie was far more popular than expected. The screening hall was full of people. The bright lights above her head gradually dimmed. On the big screen the picture jumped out. The movie started. The first scene was taken from a high altitude at the gate of Fudan University. It was the first day of school. People came and went, and the traffic was endless. A luxury car turned into the school gate, accompanied by the theme song, If I Become Memories. This song is quite good. It's super touching when you watch it with the trailer, someone whispered. Chin Zai's new songs. Every one of them can easily enter the billboard, the companion beside said. The luxury car stopped at the campus. Emo Chen Feng, who had a cold temperament, came out of the car. He looked dazzling. There were screams in the screening hall. The girls were very excited. Those who had read the original novel were very surprised. In just the opening scene, their impression of Emo Chen Feng and Chin Zai became one. His eyes, temperament, cold expression. All kinds of details were portrayed very well. In a corner, Chin Ma looked at the excited expressions of the girls beside her. It was hard to understand. My son is so charming. Scream. Be excited. It wasn't strange to see girls screaming for an idol. But when that idol turned out to be her own son, this feeling became very absurd. I fed him shit and piss. Where did his charm come from? I didn't even realize it. Sai, is there something wrong? The camera turned to the girls' dormitory. What appeared in the camera was a pair of slender, well-proportioned and fair long legs. She walked briskly, and there was also a short pleated skirt that fluttered in the wind. I'll play with this leg for 10 years, the audience thought at the same time. The female lead also appeared. The camera slowly moved up. Her waist was slender, her chest was firm, and her face was flirtatious. Qin Baobao carried a laundry basin from the washroom to the dormitory to clean up. The scene made the audience very satisfied. Extra drumstick for the cameraman. Give the cameraman some money. Some people were whispering. The first half of the movie was very sweet. Qin Zhe portrayed Mo Chunfeng's cold and ruffian image very well. And Qin Baobao's good looks were there. She just needed to be beautiful. The first time they met on the basketball court, the two left a deep impression in each other's hearts. One was very interested, the other gnashed her teeth. And Mo Chunfeng's evil smile at the end made the girls in the theater exclaim. The scene in the library was very artistic and pleasing to the eye. The female lead, Chu Xiangxiang, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading quietly. The sunlight coated her with a layer of dazzling light. She was so beautiful that it made people obsessed. Her fair and slender hands didn't need any plot. Just watching her turn the pages was a kind of enjoyment. In the novel, this period of time was described from Mo Chunfeng's psychological point of view. It let the readers know that the male lead really started to like the female lead at this moment. But in the novel, people with rich imagination could imagine, and some readers couldn't understand why the male lead fell in love with the female lead at this moment. There were no words in the movie, only scenes. When the audience saw this, they suddenly understood. If it were me, I would also like this beautiful girl in this situation. The cold male lead was moved, so he went up to Chu Xiangxiang and asked her to have dinner. But the goddess ignored him. There's something on your face. The female lead took out her makeup mirror. It's my gaze. Ha ha ha. There was laughter in the theater. This part is very funny. I laughed when I was reading the novel. I like this part the most. It gives me the feeling that my Prince Charming is a joker. He's old and bad. Qin Ma kept a straight face and continued to watch. Soon the plot entered the KTV part. The drunk Mo Chunfeng kissed the female lead, Chu Xiangxiang, in front of the toilet. Mo Chunfeng pulled Chu Xiangxiang into his strong chest and kissed her. One side struggled, the other sucked. Well, this kissing scene was very intense. It was very exciting. Because of their sibling status, it was even more exciting. The audience watched with great interest. Qin Ma stared blankly at her daughter kissing on the screen. Her eyes were almost blinded by the spiciness. Especially after the kiss, the female lead bit the male lead and they separated. Qin Ma noticed that her daughter's lips were swollen. Of course, she didn't know that this scene was repeated many times during the filming. It lasted for an hour. Qin Ma thought to herself, my daughter's lips are swollen from kissing. I'll ask old Qin to teach them a lesson later. Qin Ma changed her mind very quickly. After the KTV part, the son started to pursue the daughter crazily. He pestered her like a ruffian and loved her like a cold CO. The worst part was that the daughter fell in love with the son after some hesitation. In the audience's eyes, Qin Zhe was called Mo Chunfeng and Qin Baobao was called Chu Xiangxiang. But in Qin Ma's eyes, she had raised her children for more than 20 years. She couldn't replace them with other characters. So the son kissed the daughter forcefully and the daughter hesitated. There was nothing wrong with that. The next part of the plot was a fancy way of torturing the single dog. They said sweet nothings and kissed at random. They kissed on the wall, on the grass, in the library. She would ask old Qin to beat them to death later. Chapter 403. On the big screen in a 5-star hotel suite, Mo Chunfeng was wearing a bathrobe as he sat by the desk. There was a hint of nervousness in his cold expression. After dating for half a year, they were finally going to reach this stage. The door of the washroom opened and the mist drifted in like ribbons. Chu Xiangxiang's tall figure walked through the mist and stood in the room. The two of them were wearing bathrobes and kissing passionately on the soft bed. The siblings had no idea how much of a psychological trauma they had caused to their mother by showing off their affection for each other. Even in the movie, Qin Ma couldn't hold it in when she saw the two of them rolling around in bed and kissing passionately. What kind of movie is this? Such a mess. Can such a movie be filmed? Qin Ma said angrily. Beside her, a couple glanced at her unhappily. The woman said, if you don't like it, then leave. Nonsense. The man said, this auntie is so funny. She's already so old and yet she's still watching this movie. It's natural that she doesn't understand. She doesn't know how touching this movie is. The woman continued. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe are so compatible. They look like a couple. Qin Ma. I'm sorry, but the two of them you're talking about are my son and daughter. The couple who couldn't get married strolled along the streets filled with sycamore trees. Emo Chunfeng sent Chu Xiangxiang home. They happened to meet Father Chu, who was drinking at his old friend's house. Both of them were speechless. The scene changed to the small living room of the Chu family. Emo Chunfeng met Chu Xiangxiang's parents for the first time. It was still the same couple. They were whispering to each other. It's here. Their identities are about to be exposed. When I saw this scene I cried so much. Then did they get together later? Of course not. They were about to break up. I don't know if the movie can restore this scene. It's probably very difficult. Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like there was a twist in the movie. As she continued watching, Mother Chu saw a familiar face and her heart skipped a beat. She asked who Emo Chunfeng's father was. As a result, a melodramatic love affair from back then was implicated. It turned out that Emo Chunfeng and Chu Xiangxiang were half-siblings. In the camera, Chu Xiangxiang was locked in her room, crying her eyes out. At this moment, the theater fell silent. On the big screen, Chu Xiangxiang was crying her eyes out. Her expression of despair and her acting skills went from soft sobs to expressionless expressions. Many of the audience members had tears in their eyes, but they were afraid of being seen by their companions, so they turned their faces to the side and secretly wiped their tears. This crying scene was explosive. Previously, Qin Baobao's acting skills were mediocre, but this crying scene changed the audience's impression of her. It was her mediocre acting skills that set off the explosive acting skills of this crying scene. If they were not in the theater but on the computer, the bullet screen would be full of 666 comments. Qin Ma was shocked. Her daughter had been heartless for more than 20 years. Except for crying when she was a baby, she rarely cried, so rarely that Qin Ma almost forgot that her daughter could cry. The little princess at home was crying so sadly. In the field of literary films, a story without sadness and regret would never be able to reach a high level. Only a story that made people cry, regret, and leave a deep impression was the correct way to start a literary film. All in all, the more conflicted and uncomfortable the film was, the better the reputation of the film. The first half of If I Become Memories was a sweet love story. Then the second half was heart-wrenching and the ending of forgetting each other, forming a strong contrast. After watching it, it was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat, making one's heart feel empty. The first half was torturing the single person, the second half was torturing the heart. The sky was drizzling, and the long street was filled with sycamore trees. The scene on the poster reappeared. Chu Xiangxiang gradually walked away, and Emo Chunfeng stood alone in the rain, looking at her back view. In school, Chu Xiangxiang often stared at the empty seat beside her in a daze. There was originally a seat there, and he accompanied her to every lesson. From then on, Emo Chunfeng's figure disappeared from school. The few times they met during exams, the two of them did not speak to each other like strangers. After that, they graduated. Many years passed in a flash. Chu Xiangxiang was about to get married, and Emo Chunfeng, who was at the other end of the distant city, was running his own company and had his own life. Everything seemed to be peaceful, as if the scars had been healed by time, until a message came in. Under the warm sunlight, there was an endless stream of cars and people on the streets. On the big screen, all the colors faded, turning into black and white. Only Emo Chunfeng's figure was colored, and he was frozen in the black and white picture. The audience's hearts were heavy. Mrs. Qin heaved a sigh of relief. To her, the first half of the novel was a complete tragedy. The scene of A's and Bao Bao kissing was too painful to the eyes. The ending of the novel was Chu Xiangxiang's wedding, and Emo Chunfeng stood on the sycamore street in a daze. I cried until I went blind after reading it. Someone said. The ending was too torturing. I felt terrible for many days. His companion also said. I really hope that the movie can be changed to Emo Chunfeng rushing into the wedding and snatching Chu Xiangxiang away. A piano room? There's no such scene in the novel. Damn, did the scriptwriter change it? No, the ending is the most torturing but also the most touching. Don't change the essence or else it'll be the biggest failure. On the big screen, Emo Chunfeng walked into a piano room. The warm sunlight shone on the elmwood floor, and the soft wind lifted the white curtains. The style of the movie seemed to have changed because the details were too perfect, making people feel that this was the opening of a music video. He came to the piano, and the sunlight reflected on the elm-wood floor fell on his face, as gentle as jade. Silence, silence. He sat down. The sound of the piano floated. It was a piano sound that no one had heard before, a song that no one had heard before. It was not If I Become Memories as everyone thought. The song came from the stereo. You stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Recite all the lines that you prepared. I'm still trying to be brave, telling lies. I don't have the ability to cover the direction you went. Ooh. As the song floated, it was accompanied by Imo Chumfing's memories. In the picture, the two of them parted on a long street filled with sycamore trees. In the picture, the two of them met for the first time in a basketball game. In the picture, there was always warm sunlight in the library, as well as a sweet couple. In the picture, they walked through 4 seasons, and there were only smiles and no tears. The scenes of the movie were replayed as memories. The song ended and the music lingered. The camera gave a close-up, and on the black and white keys, a pair of slender hands was fixed. This song, this plot, it was not in the original novel, but it was more touching and tear-jerking than the original novel. In the huge theater there were sniffling sounds and many girls were crying. The boy was silent and his eyes were wet. The movie came to an end, and it was at Chu Xiangxiang's wedding. The guests were all smiles, and the atmosphere was lively. It was a stark contrast to Chu Xiangxiang's pale and silent face. She accompanied the groom on the long red carpet, but her eyes were searching the crowd. In the camera all these details were shown, especially at the end, when the priest presided over the wedding. Chu Xiangxiang, who was played by Qin Baobao, bit her lips and looked hesitant, which affected the emotions of countless people. I do. After a long time she finally said this sentence, and a line of tears fell from the bride's eyes. Her acting skills were amazing again. The movie ended and the ending song sounded. The ending song, If I Become Memories, was already familiar to the audience. They had heard it many times and it was even in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart. But when they heard this song again, the audience suddenly felt that it had lost its flavor. Their minds were full of the song played by Qin Zhe. On the first day of the movie, If I Become Memories, its reputation exploded. There were hundreds of comments, dozens of long reviews, and even more short reviews. Among the movies released at the same time, the online rating was the highest. After all, it was only the first day of the movie, and this kind of movie tended to be good but not popular, so it was difficult for the movie's box office to crush the other movies released at the same time. One of the most popular long reviews. After watching If I Become Memories, I was tortured by this IP again. I remember crying when I read the novel last year. This time in the theater I was too embarrassed to cry, but I couldn't hold back my tears. Last time it was for Imo Chanfeng and Chu Xiangxiang. This time it was for Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. It was really unexpected and pleasantly surprised. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's acting skills were very good. They didn't ruin the original work. No, I think they were better than the original work. Especially at the end, when Qin Zhe played that song alone in the piano room. How could it be so sad? The Fast Shooter brought us another good song. Especially when I was very sad. Suddenly I heard that song and watched the scenes of their memories. I burst into tears. The netizens. What song? If I Become Memories? I don't like this kind of movie, but now that you mention it I really want to watch it. When the piano piece started I started crying. I cried all the way to the end. I couldn't hold back my tears during the piano song. Haha, I watched it with my boyfriend. When I came out I found that my boyfriend's eyes were also red. I laughed at him for a long time. What is the piano song you're talking about? To Qin Baobao? Damn, my curiosity is piqued. I'll go and watch it tomorrow. Ooh. After Qin Ma came out of the theater she was stunned. She was in a daze when she crossed the road. Panic, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions were surging in her heart. How could it be like this? Her children's style shouldn't be like this. There was nothing wrong with them loving each other and supporting each other. But as a younger brother, he definitely couldn't have any strange thoughts about his sister. For example, the older sister throws the clothes and the needle finds a gap. As an older sister, she could rely on her younger brother and act coquettishly to her younger brother. But she couldn't have any strange thoughts about her younger brother. For example, welcome to the street, get rid of the vulgar and get rid of the essence. Today, Qin Ma could no longer ignore Qin Baobao's younger brother complex and Qin Zai's sister complex. She definitely wouldn't allow them to fight against each other. But what could she do? It wasn't convenient to talk about this kind of thing. At night, Qin Ma's cooking skills were greatly affected. Seeing her daughter frowning and complaining, her son comforted her in a low voice and instantly coaxed her daughter into beaming with joy. And on the sofa in the living room, her son, who pretended to have a headache and was lying on the sofa, his head resting on his sister's lap. When Bao Bao lowered her head, the gentleness in her eyes was no longer an emotion that an older sister should have. Many details that she hadn't noticed before suddenly became clear tonight. Late at night, lying on the bed and leaning against the headboard, Qin Ma sneered. I'm so silly, really. Would a normal brother give his wife's money to his sister? Would a normal sister act coquettishly to her younger brother? You're not silly, old master said blankly. Xiaolan, I could tell that something was wrong with your face at night. It's all because of your precious daughter and son. Qin Ma said in a deep voice. I'm not silly. Qin Jianzhong, you're the most silly. Old master. Why did she lose her temper for no reason? Qin Ma took a deep breath. Let me tell you something. Chapter 404. Qin Baobao had a facial mask on her face and was holding her phone. Her two plump thumbs were flying as she typed and chatted with her brother next door. Qin Baobao. Mom didn't mention the movie. Dried fish fell to the ground in shock. Qin Zai. It's all because my baby son is not feeling well. We are so distressed that we forgot about the movie. Proud. Qin Baobao. Bah, it's obviously sister's good luck. The little bumpkin is still alive. Thank you, sister. Qin Zai. Sister's good luck is even better than my iron rod. I admire you. Qin Baobao. After this week, let's have a big meal. Qin Zai. Sure. Qin Baobao. How much was the box office on the first day? Qin Zai. 60 million yuan. Second place in the box office for the same period. Qin Baobao. 666. Let's continue with the movie next time. Qin Zai. No problem. Qin Baobao. Ha ha. Qin Zai. Ha ha. Today's difficulties were unexpectedly easy. Qin Zai went home and said, Mama, I have a headache. Mama didn't say anything. Well, she really didn't say anything. She just glanced at him and nodded coldly. Qin Zai was depressed for a long time. Mama, don't you love me anymore? However, Qin Ma was so calm and didn't mention the movie from the beginning to the end. The siblings were at a loss and relieved at the same time. That's right. Their mother was so busy that she didn't have time to stare at the movie. Empty essence, empty essence, empty essence. Wang Zijin was also wearing a mask. The imported seaweed mask cost 200 yuan per gram. It was very expensive. Wang Zijin glanced at her best friend. Even with the mask on her face, she could see her eyebrows. She calmly glanced at her best friend's chat. Qin Baobao immediately shrank back and guarded her with vigilance. What did you talk to A's about? Nothing much, we're just chatting. I saw the box office. TSK 60 million? Of course you have to know that I'm a little fairy, the queen of the internet. Qin Baobao raised her chin. Wang Zijin sneered. Little fairy? You should be called my Shiranui, and your brother should be called careless. I heard the movie was very good. Of course. Yeah, Auntie also said that your movie was pretty good. What did you say? Qin Baobao's smile gradually disappeared. Auntie said that your movie was quite good. Wang Zijin said insipidly. She told me at night that she went to the cinema to watch your movie in the afternoon. And she went there alone. Baobao, I always feel that Auntie's tone is a little weird. Do you know what's going on? Pata. The phone fell to the ground. My Shiranui, Qin Baobao, China petrified. What's wrong with you? Wang Zijin pretended to be confused. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Qin Baobao leaned against the headboard and said in a hollow voice, sob, sob, sob. I feel like my body is full of energy. It was Wang Zijin's turn to be enraptured. Qin Baobao was stunned for a while, then bent down to pick up the phone and typed a message with the speed of a bachelor for 26 years. No, I can't bear this kind of desperate thing alone. I have to share it with Ace. A good brother is to share difficulties with him. I really want to die. Sob. Qin Baobao sent a message. What's wrong? Qin Zhe replied instantly. Mom has seen the movie we made, Big Cry. Oh. Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hands trembled. Don't joke around. Believe it or not, I'll rush over and beat you up. It's true. Wang Zijin said that Mom went to see it this afternoon. Think about it, she was very interested but she didn't say a word today. Qin Zhe was speechless. What are you doing? Why are you telling me this in the middle of the night? Am I done for? Reckless Qin Zhe, China petrified. At this moment Qin Zhe thought a lot. He recalled the bitterness of the first half of his life and the flags he set. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't act with his sister anymore. He was so scared and had a lingering fear when they made bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. How could he forget the pain after the scar healed? My sister is really a troublesome little demon. It's all Qin Baobao's fault. Mother, there's nothing between me and this little demon. Qin Zhe's heart was filled with panic. What should I do? What should I do? Qin Baobao sent a series of frightened emojis. Little sister, don't panic. Leave this matter to me, Qin Zhe replied. Little brother, you're the best. What are you going to do? Qin Baobao felt a little relieved. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative to ask for it. Maybe Mom and Dad will be merciful on the account that they raised us for more than 20 years. Qin Baobao was speechless. Little pervert, what's the use of having you? After a few seconds Qin Zhe calmed down. Let's analyze it. Although Mom saw the movie, she didn't say anything. This means that Mom doesn't intend to harp on this matter, right? Then let's pretend that nothing happened. Qin Baobao. That's true. Sister has a guilty conscience. Qin Zhe. Funny. Qin Baobao. Bah, it's all your fault. You black-hearted maggot. Seeing that his sister had calmed down, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he couldn't expose the fact that his knees were weak. If he wanted to be the man behind his sister, he had to be hard. His mother going to the movies alone was actually a big warning light. It meant that his mother's mind was starting to wander, and she was suspicious of them. Before his mother put on her glasses and shouted, "There is only one truth." He and Sister Bao would be safe for the time being. Then Qin Zhe had to consider another thing. Should he continue to develop in a wretched manner or take on the proud dragon mode? This was the problem. He had heard people say that men were easy to soften because they were poor. Nonsense. I'm rich now, but I still can't get hard. Bah, it's not that I can't get hard, but I don't want to for the time being. Actually, he wanted to get hard, but he didn't dare to. Anyway, even if he was rich, he still felt that he was a child of the Qin family. If he angered Dad, he would still be beaten. He still didn't dare to let Mom and Dad find out about his feelings. I'm indeed a salted fish, but even so I still have dreams. A salted fish will never be a slave. Qin Zhe secretly made up his mind for a moment. Suddenly he remembered something. How did Sister Ziwei know? He sent a message to his sister. Let me ask. I think she must be the one behind it, his sister replied. Half a minute later his sister sent a message angrily. Sure enough, she helped Mom check the shooting time. But she blinked her innocent eyes and said, "You're busy with work, so I helped Auntie check." What's the problem? Auntie wants to watch a movie, so you go with her. How can you be her children? Qin Baobao covered her face and cried. What she said makes sense. I have nothing to say. Qin Zhe, I know. Sister Ziwei is the most two-faced. After sending this message, Qin Zhe silently deleted it. Qin Baobao. What did you send? Qin Zhe. Pretend I didn't say anything. At this time it would be great if there was a transformation device. Transform, Long Out Yen. In the master bedroom, Grandpa Qin waited for a long time, but Qin Ma didn't say anything. She hesitated, as if thinking about how to say it. What is it? Say it, Grandpa Qin said. Let me think about it first, Qin Ma said hesitantly. It was hard to say. Old Qin, I suspect that there's something wrong with your son and daughter. How should I say it? Old Qin, your son and your daughter's kiss is a shocking force. No, it's not convincing. Old Chin will definitely say that it's a double acting. Old Chin, your daughter has feelings for your son. No, if I say that, my son will be beaten to death. Chin Ma hesitated for a long time and said in a muffled voice, Bao Bao, I don't think it can go on like this. Grandpa Chin looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. Chin Ma analyzed for her. Look, after the new year, she'll be 26 years old and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. How fast time passes now. She'll be 30 in a while. Well, she won't be able to get married. Grandpa Chin was stunned. You've been hesitating for a long time. And you're just talking about this? Isn't this important? It's important. But haven't you been worried about it? You've been worried for years. Then what do you think we should do? Maybe in a few years she'll feel that it's time for her to get married and she'll get married. Chin Ma. That's not what I want to say. Chin Ma felt that she had been led astray. Have you ever thought about why she's unwilling to find a boyfriend? Grandpa Chin thought about it seriously and came to a conclusion. Our daughter is so beautiful. To be honest, there aren't many people who are worthy of her. I haven't seen anyone who can satisfy me. Otherwise, I would have introduced her to Bao Bao. Besides, she's a big star now. Having a boyfriend will affect her future. Oh Chin, are you feeling too good about yourself? No one is worthy of your daughter. Haha, with your daughter's temper and bad habits, how many people can tolerate her? Chin Ma wanted to say something but stopped. What about you? Don't worry. There are so many older female stars in the entertainment industry, but they're all living a good life. Besides, they're all married in their 30s. Grandpa Chin muttered. You're just too free to worry. Chin Ma made up her mind and gritted her teeth. Let me tell you, Bao Bao likes her younger brother. That's why she's looking for a boyfriend. After saying that, Chin Ma went all out, intending to watch her husband fly into a rage. Grandpa Chin nodded. You have to be careful. She's already so old. She can't always rely on her younger brother. Chin Ma was stunned. You don't have any other thoughts? Grandpa Chin. I've seen through it long ago. Chin Ma felt as if she was struck by lightning. What's the fuss? Ace still loves his mother. He still wants you to hold him when he's 7 years old. Every day when he goes to school and comes home, he'll shout, "Where's my mother?" Grandpa Chin said angrily. But he'll be fine when he grows up. No, that's not what I want to talk to you about. Chin Ma was anxious. Then what do you want to say? Chin Ma hesitated again and subconsciously avoided the topic. Bao Bao, I'm 26 years old. It's not good for a woman to have a child after 30. Don't you want to hold a grandson? Grandpa Chin didn't want to at all. Anyway, Ace has a girlfriend. Maybe one day you will be pregnant. I have a grandson to hold. It doesn't matter if my grandson plays for a few years. Chin Ma was stunned. Chapter 405. Chin Ma looked at her husband whom she had spent most of her life with and was dazed for a moment. Yes, if he had a grandson, why would he need one? His grandson's surname was not Chin. His grandson was someone else's. On the surface, this man doted on his daughter, and in fact he did. However, in his heart, his son was the one who would continue the Chin family's bloodline. He only needed to dote on his daughter as much as he wanted. Whether she was smart or not was secondary. However, his son had to be successful. His son had to be a dragon among men. Therefore, he hoped that his son would be successful. He expected better from him. Just like his father, he favored his son, grandson. Grandpa had always wanted a grandson even in his dreams. His yearning was beyond words. His father also wanted a son, but he told his wife that it was fine to have another daughter. Do you think what I said makes sense? The old man chuckled. Let's not talk about it. Let's sleep. Chin Ma lay down and pulled the blanket over her, leaving the back of her head to her husband. The old man reached out to turn off the light. The room fell into darkness, leaving only the sound of their gentle breathing. Old Chin, I still feel uneasy, Chin Ma said. Old Chin, old Chin? The old man snored softly. He had always been a good sleeper. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The whole family was envious of him. Chin Ma sighed. After a whole day of thinking, she was very tired. Sleepiness gradually overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep not long after. Plus the sound of firecrackers and chatter could be heard. It was very noisy, but it was very lively. Everyone's voice was filled with joy. Qin opened her eyes and found herself at home. The sky was bright. The window and door were pasted with the word joy in red. What's going on? Is my family going to have a wedding? Then, she saw her daughter in a white wedding dress sitting by the dressing table. 2 makeup artists were putting on her daughter's makeup. The daughter in the mirror was beautiful beyond compare. It was all thanks to her hard work that she gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Bao Bao is finally getting married. This is great, the sister-in-law said with a smile. I've been waiting for this day. Bao Bao, it's so good to marry a good husband. The eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. My daughter is finally getting married. I'm so excited that I want to cry. Old Qin almost cried tears of joy. Qin was speechless. Since all of you have said so much, then I'll be in charge of cheering 666. Qin couldn't help but wipe her tears. Finally, my daughter is finally married. Mom, I'm getting married today. You have to smile. Her daughter said. Mom is just too happy. Qin long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. By the way, where's Ace? Where is Ace? Qin looked around but didn't see her precious son. What Ace? Where did this Ace come from? Eldest aunt and youngest aunt were at a loss. What was going on? What did he mean by where did this Ace come from? Ace, my son, Qin said. Her husband was at a loss. Little Lon, what are you talking about? We don't have a son. How can we not have a son? I gave birth to a son for you, Qinze. His name is Qinze. I've raised him for more than 20 years. Qin was anxious. Mom, are you feeling unwell today? Do you have a headache? Her daughter hugged her nervously and touched her forehead. She muttered, You don't have a fever. Bao Bao, your brother. Qin grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. Her face was pale. They forgot about your brother. Mom, don't joke around. I don't have a brother. You and Dad only have me. I'm the only child. Her daughter was at a loss. Qin was thunderstruck. At this time, the youngest aunt smiled. It's the auspicious time. The groom is here to pick you up. My son is missing. My son is missing. Mother Qin froze on the spot. Her joy had completely vanished. The groom came in. He was wearing a well-ironed black suit. He was tall and straight, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Wait, isn't this my son? Qin hazy heart suddenly brightened. Is your back? Your father and sister said they don't know you. Qin held her son's hand in surprise. Huh. The groom was stunned. Mom, although a son-in-law is half a son, Bao Bao is not my sister. If she's not your sister, then what is she? Qin heart skipped a beat. Of course she's my wife. The groom said. Of course she's my wife. She's my wife. My wife. Her son's words echoed in Qin mind. Honey. Her daughter threw herself into her son's arms. Her son took the opportunity to hug his daughter. Both of them smiled happily. What an eyesore. Qin looked at her son and daughter. She felt as though her heart had been pierced through. No. You can't get married. You're siblings. You'll be executed if you get married. Qin said loudly. I don't care about being executed. Her daughter pressed her face against her son's chest. Bao Bao, be good. Give me a kiss. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. No. You can't get married. You can't get married. Qin screamed as she broke down. How can my son-in-law be my son? No, you can't marry your sister. Dog lead, you dog lead. How can you marry your sister? But no one cared about her. Her daughter happily married her son. Qin was awakened by the crackling of firecrackers. She opened her eyes and found herself in her own home. The windows and doors were plastered with the word she in bright red. Her relatives and friends were all there. Their faces were beaming with joy. I'm marrying my daughter again. This thought surfaced in Qin mind. Mom, why are you in a daze? I'm going to fetch the bride. Her son, who was in a suit, walked over. Ace? Qin turned agitated. Your sister is getting married. The groom isn't you, right? Huh. I don't have a sister. I don't have a sister. If I have a sister, why would I marry a wife? No, I don't have a sister anyway. Besides, I'm getting married, her son said blankly. All the relatives and friends in the house looked at Qin with concern. They cared for a middle-aged woman with mental disabilities. Old Qin, our daughter is missing. Qin said a very familiar line. We don't have a daughter. There's no need for a daughter. We just need a son, said the old master. All right, darn old man. You finally said what's on your mind. Are you unhappy that your first child is a daughter? If you're unhappy, just say it. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? Qin said angrily. Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? The old master was dumbfounded. But we really don't have a daughter. Our first child was a son. I said that we should have a daughter, but you refused to give birth. You're pushing the blame to me? Qin was so angry that she cried. Relatives and friends gathered around and said one after another. They all said that the Qin family only had a son. There was no daughter. A daughter didn't exist. Qin was at a loss. She thought to herself, did I lose my son or my daughter? After a long time, her son, who had gone out to fetch his wife, came back. He walked into the house surrounded by everyone. His daughter-in-law's head was covered with a white veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her figure was amazing. She had a perfect S shape, big where it should be and slim where it should be. She also had a pair of long legs. The guests in the house were envious. Wait, they were all familiar with this domineering figure. The sister-in-law was all smiles. The sister-in-law said, Ace is so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife. The sister-in-law said, Yes, but she's too gorgeous. I heard that her name is Bao Bao. Qin was thunderstruck. She rushed over and lifted the veil of the bride. Wasn't it her precious daughter? Bao Bao, you can't marry him. He's your brother. You can't do this. Qin broke down and cried. What? The bride was dumbfounded. Mom, I haven't married into the family yet. Don't worry. After Ace and I consummate our marriage, you can show me who's boss. I'll definitely deal with the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law. Qin was in tears. You stupid child. I knew you had feelings for your brother. I asked you to get a boyfriend, but you didn't. All you did was flirt with Ace. My God, what sin have I committed? Hubby, your mom is crazy. It's okay. I'll send her to the mental hospital later. You're enough for me. Hubby, you're the best. Qin said. Ace, you can't marry her. She's your sister. Her son panicked. Mom, how do you know that I have a sister complex? Qin stopped crying. You can't marry her. You're not allowed to get married. Qin threw a tantrum. Who's not allowed? Her son said domineeringly. I'll even exterminate the gods. Wow, hubby, you're so manly. Humph. I'm not that coward. Hubby Mwax. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. Don't. How can you marry your own brother? Dogleash. Dogleash. Qin cried like you see on the spot. Regardless of whether it was her son marrying her daughter or her daughter marrying her son, she couldn't do anything about it. She was in despair and fear, but she couldn't change anything. All of a sudden, both her son and daughter were gone. All the scenery disappeared. This is your retribution, a voice said. Qin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing behind her. Return the child to me, the woman said. That's my child, Qin said angrily. You're the one who stole my child. The woman stared at Mrs. Qin. No, Qin said sharply. If it weren't for me, would you have gotten married? Would Arong have had the glory he has today? That child isn't yours anymore. The woman ignored her and repeated, Return the child to me. It sounded as if it was a malicious spirit that was demanding his life. Xiaolan. A familiar voice woke Qin up. She opened her eyes and found herself soaked in sweat. The chandelier was on, and the light was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. What's wrong with you? Grandpa Shun handed her a glass of water with concern. Qin propped herself up and sat on the bed. After drinking the water, she gasped for breath and collapsed. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was a dream. This is the first time I've seen you like this. What kind of dream did you have? Grandpa Shun frowned. On one hand you said that you can't get married and on the other hand you said that you can't marry. Look at how shocked you are. Qin Ma's face stiffened. What else did I say? Grandpa Shen shook his head. I can't hear you clearly. One moment you said Shanghai dialect and the next moment you said your hometown dialect. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. The dialect was so good. Grandpa Shen laughed. Did you dream that Bao Bao got married? It's really hard on you as a mother. Mother Qin's heart was tired. That's right. She married your son in a flash. Although it was a dream, she had to be careful. She had to think of a way to give them a warning. Yes, she had to think of a reason to let old Qin teach her son a lesson. Qin Ma looked at her husband. Grandpa Shen. On the other side, Qin Zhe, who was tossing and turning, suddenly felt a chill in his balls. He turned on his phone and looked at the time. It was 1:30 a.m. Although he pretended to be a man in front of his sister as if, this is just a small matter, don't be afraid, Qin Zhe was scared to death. He was afraid that his parents would suddenly rush in, one holding a rolling pin, and the other taking out a large Dharma artifact. It was too unrestrained. It was still too unrestrained. In the middle of the water, the waves stopped the flying boat. As the waves rolled, the boat capsized. Tisk salted fish, the system said. Chapter 406. What does it have to do with you? Why did you come out? Qin Zhe said impatiently. Even if you have a pet dog, there will be times when you bring it out for a walk. The system said. Although you're a dog, it's a bit inappropriate to describe yourself like that. Qin Zhe was stunned. The purpose of the system's existence seemed to have become purely to complain. It would occasionally give out missions, but now it was complaining about itself? Low-S system evolution. Complaining about the system? The pet dog I'm referring to is you. The system said. Qin Zhe was speechless. So what did you jump out to complain about? Qin Zhe said. The system usually did not come out. It was just a system. Even if it stayed in his brain for 100 years, it would not be bored. So if it came out, it must have something to say. I almost caught the opportunity of the mission just now. The system said regretfully. But you're too lazy. The desire that just arose disappeared again. I definitely don't have the desire to sleep with my sister. Don't give out missions randomly. Qin Zhe panicked. The system was silent for a long time. Host, you talk too much. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qin Zhe sighed. Sigh, you don't have enough charm, so you talk too much. If you were like those flirtatious bitches next door, I wouldn't be so annoyed. The system said. You can't get hard, so you're blaming me? Long Outyin is called Long Outyin not because he has a system. Even if a lazy fish has a system, he's still a lazy fish. Qin Zhe was speechless. The system said. Actually, even if you're worth 10 billion now and have countless fans, you're still that poor kid who likes to follow behind your sister. You have no ambition, no ambition. As long as you're with your sister, you'll feel that life is long and good. Qin Zhe said in a low voice. What are you trying to say? The system said. You always complain about me being low-ass, but you're actually complaining about yourself. You have abnormal feelings for your sister. You know that you're not related to her by blood, but you're afraid that your family will fall apart, so you don't dare to expose what happened back then. You like Su Yu and Wang Zijin so much, but you think you're a poor kid. You don't have the confidence to enjoy the happiness of two people, but you can't give them up. So you push the blame to me, blaming me for not being able to activate Heavenly Dragon mode for you. In fact, you are not confident, because whether it is Su Yu or Wang Zijin, they are all goddesses that you can only dream of. The system said. Maybe you need time to settle down. After all, if an ordinary person were to receive 100 million RMB, he would only become a nouveau riche. He would never become a refined and cultured aristocrat. It's only been half a year since you got me. In other words, host, you know nothing about the power of this system. Qin Zhe. I only know that you tremble when you mention the hacking system. The system was speechless. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Maybe you're right. I've been trying my best to change. I want to change the world, change myself, change. Sorry, I accidentally sang it. The system was speechless. Actually, I just wanted to comfort you. You can't reach the sky with a single mouthful of milk. A boy growing up to become a man is bound to experience trials and tribulations. It's not like you're a man just because you've had sex. The system concluded. Men and women are different. When a girl changes into a woman, it's just a matter of a membrane. When a boy becomes a man, Chinze interrupted it and said, when the chrysanthemum blossoms. The system was speechless. It's going through trials and tribulations, you bastard host. Chinze nodded. Thank you. A heart-to-heart between two salted fish can cause a psychological resonance. I feel like I'm suddenly enlightened. This time the system interrupted him. The chicken soup for the soul I downloaded from the internet only said the beginning. What do you mean by enlightened? I'm afraid you're the evolution of salted fish, say. Accuse. Chinze was speechless. It turned out that the system knew exactly what he was thinking just now. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Chinze looked up at the ceiling. Since he had to sort out his messy feelings, he might as well do it one by one. Maybe I should take some time to go to Shujia Town or Wen City, he thought. After spending an awkward weekend at home, Chinze and Qin Baobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but the siblings felt that their mother was looking at them strangely. She was paying more attention to them than ever before. Once, Chinze and his sister were chatting on the sofa in the living room. His sister was talking about the endless work for the past few days. She felt sad and leaned on her brother's shoulder. I'm so tired, sob. Chinze saw his sister's strange expression and turned to look. He saw Qin Ma standing at the kitchen door, silently observing. The siblings sat upright and still. This feeling was like when you were having sex with your girlfriend in a room, and suddenly realized that there were countless onlookers silently watching. It was easy to be traumatized. Qin Baobao and her brother were chatting in the living room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother were eating chicken in the room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother were talking on the balcony. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Baobao and her brother went out to buy groceries. Qin Ma also wanted to follow and observe. As a result, when the two of them went to work on Monday, they were so guilty that they didn't dare to go out together. Qin Baobao left first, and Chinze left with Prince Su 5 minutes later. Chinze carried Sister Ziwei's bag. Wang Zijin held his arm. After getting into the car, she said happily, come to Uncle and Auntie's place next week, okay? Chinze immediately gave her a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei, you're really hopelessly evil. I'm asking you a question. Wang Zijin took out a rubber band from her bag and bit it in her mouth. She tucked her hair behind her head with both hands and tied it into a ponytail. Okay. Chinze nodded subconsciously. Then he was stunned. This can't be. I have to be tough. I can't be so soft. What's okay? I don't like listening to their nagging. Let's talk about it later, he said with a straight face. Oh. Wang Zijin nodded. Then I'll bring Uncle and Auntie over. I'll bring the dogs over too. I just feel that they're not young anymore. They live in the same city, so why don't they go home every weekend? We can't forget the kindness of raising them, right? She was talking nonsense with a straight face, but I had nothing to say. Sister Ziwei, I thought about it. It's better for us to come over. Chinze forced a smile. Good boy. Sister Ziwei smiled generously and sweetly. She didn't get to see Mewling Monster pestering Chinze for 2 days. Chinze drove her to the company. Aren't you coming up with me? Wang Zijin frowned. I'll go to Baozi first. There's a meeting there, Chinze said. Oh, then go ahead. Have a safe trip. Wang Zijin waved her hand. Watching the car drive into the traffic, she thought to herself, should I come to the meeting a few times a week? These days she went to the company with Chinze as a couple. Wang Zijin finally understood why Qinbao insisted on Chinze going to work with her. It was because it felt good and happy. They lived together and went to work together, unlike most couples who lived in big cities. For them, home was a place to sleep every day. At dawn they rushed to go to work. At night they got off work and drove or took the subway. After dinner they looked at the time and went to bed. On the other side, Chinze arrived at Baozi Investment, and the meeting was scheduled for noon. He had to write a draft in the morning. Of course he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Usually Siyu would help him draft a draft, and Chinze would polish it a little. After reading it once, he would have a good idea of what he was going to write. Then, he would speak frankly in front of the executives. Today, Suyu didn't help him draft, nor did she stay with him. Qinze went to her office to see what was going on, and found Suyu typing in front of the computer. "What are you doing?" Qinze asked. "I'm writing a novel." Suyu pushed the anti-radiation glasses on the bridge of her nose. Chapter 407. Nanny? Writing a novel? Why are you writing a novel? Qinze's brain didn't turn around. "My 7 Lovers in a Night," Suyu said. "I've been writing it for a week and published it on Lala Novel Network. Someone gave me a reward yesterday. Although it was only 10 yuan, I'm still very happy. It means that someone has read my novel. This is the biggest recognition." What the hell, 7 times a night? Can this kind of title pass the review? Is the website's review funny? And then, although my kidneys are looking up to Teddy, I don't seem to have the experience of 7 times a night, right? Damn, who are you writing about? Call him out, I'm going to kill him. No, that's not the point. There's a meeting at noon. Have you finished the draft? Qinze said. What draft? You write it yourself. I'm now inspired to write a novel. Suyu's eyes were glued to the screen, and she tapped on the keyboard. You don't want to be a beautiful president, but you want to write a novel? Wake up, Teddy. Suyu, there's no future in writing a novel. You can't do anything except think about the plot all day. After a long time, people will become greasy. Because of the lack of social interaction, friends will alienate you. If you write a little over the line, they will lock you in a small dark room and let you barely make a living. Even the royalties will say goodbye to you. Writing a novel is a crooked path. Don't go down the crooked path. Working hard is the right thing to do. Can the website pay your social security? Pay your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? There are no guarantees or benefits. Be good. Put down your keyboard and prepare the draft for the noon meeting. Suyu tilted her head and thought for a while. Don't worry, I'm not full-time. I promise I won't let myself become greasy. If I get fat, husband, you can exercise with me in bed to lose weight. In addition, I don't need any benefits or guarantees. I'm not short of money. Qinze was speechless. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson with an iron rod? Suyu stubbornly said. No, I'll write a novel. I'll write a novel and then pay to adapt it into a movie. I'll play the female lead and you'll play the male lead. Qinze pinched his temple. He remembered that Suyu seemed to have said that she wanted to write a novel when he and his sister adapted the novel to film. But shouldn't this be a casual remark? Why did she really start writing novels? Be good. Hurry up and prepare the draft. I won't listen, King. Before Suyu could finish, she was picked up from the chair by Qinze and thrown on the sofa. It's this kind of domineering feeling. Suyu said happily. Handsome, sunny, gentle appearance, but in fact very overbearing and strong. He spoils you and loves you in life, but in bed, he will overbearingly ask you to follow his posture. I'm full of inspiration. King exploded, Qinze said angrily. Qinze sat in front of the computer and wanted to close her Word document. At the same time, he glanced at Suyu's novel draft. It seemed to be about the bed scene, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The novel was written in the first person. After he rudely and unreasonably stuffed me into the car, he didn't say a word and drove silently to his villa. I looked at his side face. His eyelashes were long and dense, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was so handsome that it made people despair. At the same time, I felt angry and happy. He still cared about me, but he put on a sour face every day as if he hated me. Qinze said in his heart, I was also very desperate. So handsome that it made people despair. It felt the same as his evil smile. What kind of handsome was it? He continued to read. Finally, we arrived at the villa. I was inexplicably nervous because I knew what he was going to do. This man, although he was usually gentle and humble, in fact, he was a violent maniac, overbearing and strong. He dragged me into the bedroom. I wanted to angrily scold him, but when I met his gloomy eyes, I felt as if a fishbone was stuck in my throat and I couldn't say anything. Qinze said in his heart, this character setting is so familiar. Is it me? He forcefully pushed me onto the bed and said in a cold voice, Su Xiaolan, remember this. You are my woman. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Don't let me see you dating other men again. Then he unbuttoned my clothes roughly. Tears welled up in my eyes and I clenched my teeth. Qingyu, I hate you. His face was cold and he ignored my resistance. I'll omit 500 words here. You wrote this kind of thing, won't it be banned? Are you writing a novel or a pornographic novel? Qinze was shocked. No, I've read other women's novels and they were all written like this. Suyu ran over in her high heels. Let me show you. I've written a lot of stories like this. The reader said that I described the details very well. Course it's good. I have practical experience. Qinze. Suyu pulled up the Word document and showed him the previous manuscript. Qinze saw a very familiar scene full of a strong sense of déjà vu. For example, come up yourself. No. Come up. No. Come up. Another example. The shower had spurted out hot water, and he pushed me against the cold wall. Damn it, I'm looking at the stone again. Qinze. No, there were too many things to complain about. He didn't know how to complain. How is it? My writing is good, right? The plot feels good too. It's very sadistic. Then hubby, when I finish writing, let's adapt it into a TV series, Suyu said hopefully. Let me tell you, a book like yours can't be made into a movie or a TV series, because it will be finished sooner or later, Qinze said. Then I'll delete some, but not too much. Suyu pointed her little finger with a serious expression. Just delete a little. The bed scenes can't be left out. Are you sure you can live until the end of the novel? Qinze's eyebrows twitched. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm not allowed to publish it online, I can still write it. When I'm done, you can ask the scriptwriter of Tianfeng Film and Television to help me edit it. We can make a TV series ourselves. We don't lack channels, equipment, personnel, and funds. Suyu said. Shanghai's Naked Ass Bureau won't pass the review. You can give up this idea. Qinze knocked on her head. We'll talk about this later. Help me see if there are any flaws in the writing and plot, Suyu said. The writing is okay, but I feel that the twists and turns are not natural enough. Maybe you haven't written a novel before and lack experience. Also, there's too much description of the female protagonist's psychological activities. When doing that kind of thing, don't write your feelings so clearly. After all, you're the one who wrote the romance novel, although I think it's a pornographic novel. Then, I'm wearing Zijin-colored clothes today. Excuse me, what is Zijin-colored clothes? Qinze was confused. Green. Suyu said eloquently. I'll go. Qinze felt very tired. Teddy didn't forget to criticize Sister Ziwei, even when writing a novel. How much did she hate her? The hatred of stealing her husband? Even if it was Sister Ziwei who hated her. Besides, why does the name of the protagonist feel weird? Qinze frowned. Of course, Qinze, it's a combination of the two of us. Suyu hugged Qinze's neck from behind and blew in his ear. Are you surprised? F***ck. Qinze suddenly shouted. Qinze remembered. It wasn't the name of the male protagonist that was wrong, but the name of the female protagonist, Su Xiaolan, was very wrong. If he remembered correctly, Xiaolan was the pet name that the old man used for his mother. No, I can't look at this novel directly anymore. Qinze covered his face silently. What are you doing? Suyu was shocked. The name of the female protagonist makes me feel out of character. Xiaolan is my mother's pet name. You can't give a name so casually, you bastard Teddy. Qinze was speechless. Oh, I thought about the name for a long time. Then I had a flash of inspiration and thought of Xiaolan. No wonder I always felt that it was familiar, Suyu said. Qinze sighed. You're just like that little bitch. Bao don't allow drugs. Sooner or later you'll be done for. The title of the novel also needs to be changed. What nonsense is it? 7 times in a night? Qinze said seriously. So you tell me the truth. Is there anything that makes you dissatisfied with me? No, I'm very satisfied in all aspects. Suyu shook her head again and again. Qinze said in his heart. Good answer, I'll consider you saved your little life. In the end, Qinze couldn't persuade Suyu. He went back to his office to write the manuscript. Suyu continued to type. She said that she would update 2,000 words every day without stopping. This is the integrity that an author should have. After Qinze finished reading her novel, He didn't intend to persuade her to give up. It doesn't matter. This kind of novel won't live long. When she sees the horror of the river crab mythological beast, she will naturally dispel the idea of writing a novel. On the other side, after Suyu updated today's chapter, she didn't write anymore. Her update time was very casual. If she had inspiration, she would write a few paragraphs. If she didn't have inspiration, she would work at ease. Sometimes she would update at noon, sometimes she would update at night. Not many people read her novel. After all, it was only serialized for a week, but she was very satisfied. In this week, in order to write a good bed scene, she pestered Chinze several times and then wrote out her feelings. Of course, Chinze didn't know this. He only knew that Suyu wrote novels today. Suyu was a person who showed off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent photos to the group so frequently. She finished writing the novel today and felt great. So she sent the link to the novel to the group. I wrote a novel, let me show you. Chapter 408. After Suyu posted the link, she turned her head and busied herself with her own work. She wrote more than 10,000 words in a week. Sister Man and the others couldn't finish reading it in a short time. Later, she would ask Sister Man and the others for their opinions. Among the readers' comments on the website, 5 out of 10 were negative, 2 posted advertisements, 2 signed in, and 1 only shouted empty words. Support the author, come on. There were no substantive opinions. As a novice, Suyu now needed the readers' opinions and suggestions. She was aiming to adapt the TV series, so the novel had to be written perfectly. At the noon meeting, it was pointed out that all company leaders should follow the footsteps of President Qin and President Su to create a harmonious company and develop a well-off and profitable level. While actively developing the business, they should pay close attention to the lives of the employees and understand that the employees are the foundation of the company. After listening to President Qin's speech, the company executives felt that today's President Qin was different. He became particularly high and mighty. In addition, the speech was inexplicably familiar. During the meeting, Suyu's mobile phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that someone in the chat group had replied. Nanman Pei. Suyu, you wrote it? Suyu. Yes, what do you think, Sister Man? Nanman Pei. It's not very good. It's too explicit. Don't teach children bad things. Suyu. How can there be children? Nowadays, the youngest person who reads novels is a junior high school student. Nanman Pei. Junior high school students are not considered young? If Ziqi Donglai reads this kind of book, I'll break their legs. Suyu. That's why Sister Man knows nothing about children nowadays. Haven't you heard that a Chinibu needs to fall in love? Young people nowadays it's very early. Junior high school students have already started rolling in the sheets. Nanman Pei. You only rolled in the sheets when you were 27 years old. Where did you get such a big sense of superiority? Suyu. You want to stab me in the heart? You wish. I'm not an illiterate idiot now. The Suyu of that year is dead. Now I'm Nyakalu. No, the topic can't be changed. Suyu. Sister Man, I asked you for advice. Nanman Pei. No advice. I don't read this kind of novel. I can't give you advice. Maybe you should ask the two of them. Qin Bao Bao Ching Ching Zijin Qinze knocked on the table and frowned. Mr. Su, don't play with your phone during the meeting. Okay, President Qin. Suyu smiled and continued to look at her mobile phone. Qinze was speechless. Let's continue the meeting, Qinze said helplessly. In the group chat. I did. What kind of trash novel is that? Qin Bao Bao snorted. Also, can you please change the name of the female lead? Every time I see Su Xiaolan, it reminds me of my mother. Wang Zijin. Covering face and crying emoji. Wang Zijin. Suyu, what do you mean by Zijin is a pervert? I'm more concerned about this. I feel like you're mocking me. Suyu. You want to know? Wang Zijin. Yes. Suyu. I won't tell you. Wang Zijin's negative emotions. Plus 666 Suyu. Don't complain about my novel. What's wrong with it? Please point it out. Qin Bao Bao. Let's not talk about other things. I'm speechless about the bed scene. I'll take a screenshot for you to see. Screenshot. Here it is. I wasn't prepared at all. He took me violently. I felt pain, but there was also an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Are you kidding me? I slapped you and you still feel comfort and pleasure after the pain? Although it's just a novel, it's too outrageous. Qin Baobao attacked. There are too many similar places that can't stand up to scrutiny. Wang Zijin. Pushing sunglasses emoji. Yes, I think so too. Nanman Pei. Suyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pitted these two short-sighted women. Suyu. Anything else? Wang Zijin. Yes, I took a screenshot too. Screenshot. There's a problem with this paragraph. He pounded into my body again and again, making it hard for me to speak. Even breathing was a little difficult. Suyu, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Qin Baobao. It's too exaggerated. Nanman Pei. This seems to be a bit exaggerated. Suyu. So you're right. She silently deleted it and sent out emoji instead. So you don't know anything about Qinzai's small motor. Qinzai knocked on the table again. Boss Su, don't play with your mobile phone during the meeting. The main reason was that Suyu's smile was so weird that the executives at the table couldn't help but look at her. She didn't know how lethal her appearance was, and she mercilessly took away Qinzai's camera. Okay, Boss Qin. Suyu smiled sweetly and continued to play with her mobile phone. The executives at the table looked at Qinzai sympathetically. Qinzai. Motherf asterisk her. Then let's continue. Where was I just now? Boss Qin, you talked about this year's performance targets. An executive said. Qinzai's face darkened. I think I just finished talking about this. The executive looked embarrassed and withdrew his gaze from Suyu. In the group, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went back and forth and attacked each other. Qin Baobao. I found another part that doesn't make sense. Screenshot. The female lead Su Xiaolin. Again, please change my mother's name, or I'll let Qinzai beat you up. Then back to the topic. The female lead Su Xiaolin is eating a cucumber at home. The male lead. Please change the name of the male lead, don't be surname Qin. Back to the topic, the male lead has a naughty smile on his face, saying that if you want to eat a cucumber, you can eat mine. My size is much bigger than it. Qin Baobao. Suyu, you're referring to that thing, right? As far as I know, a cucumber is more than 10 centimeters long. And a man's is that long? That's too fake. Wang Zijin. That's not scientific. Nanman Pei. In the office, Suyu threw her mobile phone and laughed on the table. After laughing, she saw everyone looking at her. She coughed and said solemnly, "Continue the meeting." Everyone felt that Boss Su was strange today. Boss Su was laughing crazily in his heart, thinking, "Stupid Qin Baobao, that's your brother's size. Two illiterate idiots." In fact, many girls knew nothing about a man's size before they had a boyfriend. Unlike many men who had all kinds of cavalry in their hands, as long as they dated a man they would know. Some girls would watch Japanese action movies, but this did not include Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was a clean freak and would not touch such things. Wang Zijin was a female hipster and would not touch such things. She liked to chase romantic and sad love. Chasing a cavalry movie was not in line with the style of a hipster. Qinzai was talking when his phone suddenly rang a few times. He glanced at it and thought, "It's rare that Sister Man took the initiative to send me a message." So he picked it up and saw that Sister Man had sent a few screenshots of the chat history of a chat group. After Qinzai read it, he felt that his body was petrified, China was petrified. His mood was particularly complicated. He was not afraid that his affair with Suyu would be exposed. After chatting with the Low system, he really felt enlightened. The reason why Long Outyan was that he had a loving and confident heart. In fact, this was very dangerous. If Suyu said that the content of the novel was purely personal experience, with the sisters' intelligence, they would have guessed it. At that time, Qinzai really wanted to be benevolent and die. Mainly because of the stupidity of the two sisters. Sister has always been a little fairy. She lived a clean and pure life. Qinzai has been with her for more than 20 years and knows it in his heart. But why is Sister Ziwei also illiterate? Isn't she an internet veteran? Oh, there will be number 18 pictures on the internet, but how come she doesn't even know a man's size? Half surprise, half funny. Let's adjourn. Qinzai announced the end of the meeting. The company executives got up and left. Suyu also wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Qinzai, who pressed her on the conference table and slapped her. Don't you think your ass is not big enough? I'll help you develop it. Qinzhe said angrily. Ouch. Suyu's heart was full of grievances. Why did you suddenly hit me? I say, what were you doing just now? Sister Man sent me a screenshot. If you want to write a novel, just write it. What do you mean by showing it to my sister? Nonsense, I write a romance, not a pornographic novel. Chapter 409. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qinzhe left Baozi in advance and drove to pick up Wang Zijin from work. Wang Zijin had the ideological awareness of a party member. She said that she wanted to respond to the country's call to live a low-carbon life, so she insisted on not buying a car. Qin Baobao thought that she actually wanted Qinzhe to pick her up every day. Wang Zijin came to Shanghai in a fit of pique. She didn't plan to stay for a long time. Her initial plan was to stay for 10 days to half a month, and then go home to negotiate with her father. If he continued to meddle in her marriage, she would stay for a year and a half or even longer. Anyway, she was her father's only daughter, and she had the confidence to be willful. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to living there. First, the Qin family was serious and full of warmth. Her father was strict, her mother was kind, and her sister and brother were a pair of clowns. Wang Zijin longed for this kind of family atmosphere. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to her best friend's brother in the end. She didn't try his glib tongue, nor did she experience his two-finger technique, but she was addicted. He was handsome, had the right temperament, and was very talented. He was interesting. Although he was a little timid occasionally, such a talented man should be strong and domineering. But because of this, he was cute and made women more curious. Moreover, a strong and domineering man didn't meet Wang Zijin's aesthetic standards. There was no lack of pursuers of the domineering CEO type in Beijing. Wang Zijin was very opinionated, and she was not stupid and sweet, so she was actually very disgusted with the domineering CEO type. On the contrary, a talented but timid type like the little red guy was in line with Wang Zijin's taste. Wang Zijin held the wall with her hand. When she took off her high heels and changed into cotton slippers, her mobile phone rang. Ace, help me get my mobile phone. Her Louis Vuitton bag was hanging on Qinzhe's shoulder. Qinzhe took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. Mom. His expression was strange. Who is calling? Wang Zijin asked curiously. Qinzhe looked at his sister in the living room and mouthed, Our mother. Wang Zijin's expression immediately became strange. I'm going to the room to answer the call. She took the phone and ran into the room. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a villain is sneaky. Qin Baobao curled her lips in disdain. She was wearing a cotton yoga suit with a very low neckline. It's right for a gentleman to be frank about his balls. The last sentence should be a villain hides his dick. Qinzhe sat beside his sister. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards her deep cleavage. It was white and alluring. Qin Baobao puffed up her chest. What are you looking at? Qinzhe was taken aback. I'm looking through the gap. Qin Baobao chopped his head with a knife. What is she doing? Qin Baobao bent over and took out a lollipop from the drawer of the coffee table, licking it. Her mother. Sister Ziwei's mother called, Qinzhe said. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. Let's go and eavesdrop. Qinzhe said. You have to respect people's privacy. He was also quite curious. Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for more than half a year, and she rarely talked to her family on the phone. The siblings didn't know what the current situation was between her and her family. Were they still in a Cold War, or were they willing to bury the hatchet? At the very least, it should have eased a little. Since her mother called, it means that their relationship has improved. Maybe Wang Zijin has found a boyfriend? Qin Baobao's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. Impossible. Qinzhe said in his heart. Her boyfriend is right in front of you, but she doesn't even dare to tell you, let alone tell her parents. Speaking of which, I haven't even touched this boyfriend of mine, let alone come in and out. After all, Wang Zijin wanted to be in a relationship but was afraid of being f***ed by Zijin. In the room, Wang Zijin stood by the window and looked at the night view of the Huangpu River. Mom. Her tone was calm, neither surprised nor cold. Zijin, your grandpa is sick. A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. It was a gentle and pleasant voice. How is grandpa? Wang Zijin frowned and her voice was nervous. Unlike other cousins, Wang Zijin grew up with her grandpa in the military family area. Dr. Chen said it's nothing serious. He just needs to recuperate for a while, her mother said softly. Then I'll come back? Wang Zijin bit her lip. As if waiting for her to say this, her mother smiled and said, Come back. Your grandpa is in his 80s. He hasn't seen you for more than half a year. He misses you. Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment and said, I'll come back to see Grandpa. Her mother sighed and said, Still angry with your dad? It's been half a year. Although he doesn't say it, he misses you. Wang Zijin was silent. Her mother said again, Bring your boyfriend back to see him. Wang Zijin China petrification. Mom, how did you know? Wang Zijin panicked. It doesn't make sense. Other than uncle and auntie, no one knows about my relationship with A's. How did my mom, who's far away in Beijing, know? She couldn't figure it out. Not only me, but the Wang family also knows, her mother said. Wang Zijin China petrification +2. What's going on? Wang Zijin's little soul roared. She couldn't figure it out. How did the Wang family in Beijing know when all the big cows outside were kept in the dark? And your little circle, they all know. Wang Zijin said carefully, Did Dad send a secret agent to keep an eye on me? She couldn't believe it herself. But how did the people in Beijing know? As a mother, she naturally wouldn't keep her daughter in suspense. She told her everything she knew. It's that bastard from the Zhao family. Didn't he come to Shanghai to see you? His family also wanted to know about your situation here, so they kept an eye on it. Later, I heard that he told his friends that you were desperately in love with a man in Shanghai. You cried and begged him not to abandon you and that he must like you or something. You cried and begged for a man. You cried and begged him not to abandon you. He must like you, Zhao Tui said. Mom, I think it's quite embarrassing. Her mother was a little distressed. My dear daughter, you have to be more careful. Wang Zijin held a mouthful of blood in her mouth. She wanted to splash blood in front of Zhao Taiju. No, the smart Wang Zijin immediately realized. Zhao Taiju knew that she was in love with Qin Zhe. That was right, but the last two sentences, you cried and begged him not to abandon you. He must like you. These two sentences had a strong sense of déjà vu. If she remembered correctly, it was that night when she used Zhao Taiju to test Qin Zhe. She thought that she had gone too far and said those words when she lost control of her emotions. Then the question was, how did Zhao Taiju know? Zijin? Why aren't you talking? Her mother said. Are you shy? Shyness doesn't exist. Wang Zijin said softly. Mom, my brain is trembling. Huh. Her mother was confused. I know. I'll come back tomorrow and bring him back on the way, but... Wang Zijin said bitterly. I'll clean up the house first. Goodbye, Mom. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and looked at the night view of the river. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. Reality is always too cruel. In the living room, Yingying was practicing yoga. The little guy was admiring his sister's figure without looking sideways. Wang Zijin came to the living room and said as if nothing had happened, Bao Bao, my grandpa is in the hospital. In fact, he was not in the hospital. With old Master Wang's identity, there was no reason for him to be a doctor. But Wang Zijin wanted to make the situation more serious. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Are you going back? There's no other way. Wang Zijin sighed. Then my grandpa kept talking about my marriage and wanted me to get married early. My family used this reason to force me. I'm so helpless. Qin Zhe said in his heart. What are you crying for? Qin Bao Bao frowned and felt bad for her best friend. I told them that I have a boyfriend. My family didn't believe me and asked me to bring him back to meet them, Wang Zijin said. So you want my brother to pretend to be your friend? Qin Bao Bao understood. Qin Zhe said in his heart. He's actually your real boyfriend, sister. Wang Zijin nodded. I'll buy a plane ticket back to the capital tomorrow and stay for 2 or 3 days. Qin Bao Bao agreed readily. Then I'll lend you the little guy for a few days. Don't break him. Qin Zhe was speechless. Why did he feel like a toy? Ba, a toy? Then he suddenly understood what his sister meant. The Wang family was such a big rich family. If the eldest daughter of the family hooked up with a wild man outside and brought him back, she would definitely be looked down upon. But since her best friend had spoken, Qin Baobao could not refuse. Then, she could not bear to see her brother being looked down upon for no reason, so she hinted to Wang Zijin not to break him. I'm not lending my brother to you purely to block arrows for you. You have to watch over him and don't let him suffer too much. Thank you, Baobao. Then Ace, come with me. I'll tell you about my family's situation, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Go go. Qin Baobao waved her hand. Qin Zhe followed Sister Ziwei into the room in a hurry, wanting to take advantage of Sister Ziwei. But as soon as he entered the room, Wang Zijin pushed him onto the bed. Wang Zijin sat on top of him and looked down at him. Qin Zhe was shocked. He thought to himself, Sister Zian is so unrestrained today? Didn't she want to date but was afraid of being F***ed? Then should I eat grapes first or the fungus? Qin Zhe's heart stirred. Wang Zijin looked down at him and sneered. Tell me, how do you want to die? Okay, she's playing with emotions. Qin Zhe said with a smile. Yu Xian wants to die. I'll F***king slap you to death. Wang Zijin waved her hand and chopped his head. Seeing Qin Baobao waving her hand and chopping her brother many times, she also learned it. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The hand knife was quite painful. Qin Zhe blocked it a few times and grabbed Sister Ziwei's wrist. He was confused. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? I'm not the one who hit your grandfather and sent him to the hospital. Wang Zijin said with a straight face. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell the truth. Qin Zhe panicked. My affair with Suyu was finally exposed? Yes, Sister Ziwei was so smart. After reading Suyu's novel, it was impossible for her not to have some ideas. She finally speculated. At this time I should snort coldly. Yes, Suyu is my woman. Then Wang Zijin said. How can you treat your family like this? He said. But my heart for you is unchanged. Wang Zijin. I don't want it, I don't want it. He said. Then you will lose me. Wang Zijin, don't leave me. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care how many women you have. But the fact was that his little heart was trembling, and he was terrified. Forget it, since the matter has been confessed, then face it bravely. Although I am a salted fish, I am also a salted fish with responsibility. I'm sorry for this matter. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. Chapter 4:10. Although he had fantasized that the moment of confession would never come, just like 2012. How good would that be? But Qin Zhe felt that he could not be as unreliable as the master of brick. If a salted fish was put into the sea, it would be the Hei's king. The Hei's king should be a king. I know I'm a scumbag. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Qin Zhe paused, took a deep breath and gave himself 3 seconds to prepare. Wang Zijin snorted. You really have an affair with Taizhu. Qin Zhe. What? Zhao Taizhu? Qin Zhe was stunned on the spot. What does this have to do with Zhao Taizhu? How could I have an affair with him? Wait, Sister Ziwei said. You really have an affair with Taizhu? In other words, she was not talking about Suyu. I'm really a man with a system. I'm blessed everywhere. Do you want to say it yourself? Or do I force you to say it? Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zhe's neck. She did not use much strength, but her eyes were fierce, and her lips were tightly pursed. She looked very delicate and naive. Sister Ziwei rarely lost her composure like this. I'll say it, Qin Zhe confessed. That day, when I was sleeping in your car, Taizhu texted me and told me about it. And then? Wang Zijin clenched her silver teeth. Sister Ziwei, tell me first, how did you know? Qin Zhe was more curious about this. My mom just called and told me. Wang Zijin pursed her lips. My family knows about it, and it's also spreading in my circle of friends. Everyone is probably laughing at me. Look, Wang Zijin has such a day, begging a man to like her. She's simply throwing herself at him. You don't know, I've taught a lot of people a lesson when I was young. Then how did your mom know? Zhao Taizhu said it. Qin Zhe did not understand. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? Taizhu didn't look like a blabbermouth. Wasn't it good for this guy to be alive? Why did he have to court death? In that case, I could put the blame on him with a clear conscience. I was very happy at that time because my sister Ziwei didn't like another man. I was so happy that I wanted to shout to the sky. Acting mastery activate. Qin Zhe said with lingering fear. If you really like another man, I will never be able to recover from this setback. I will never believe in love again. Wang Zijin was stunned. She thought to herself, this should be glib-tongued, but why are his eyes full of affection and joy? That is the expression of his true feelings. Sister Ziwei's anger immediately subsided. And then Taiju asked me why I didn't pursue Sister Ziwei boldly since I liked her so much. I said I was afraid that I am not good enough, afraid that we can't even be friends. Zhao Taiju gave me an idea, Qinzhe said. He told me to beat you at your own game to test your reaction. I asked why you helped me lie to Sister Ziwei. He said that he wanted to make Sister Ziwei shed tears of regret. Even if he couldn't see it, it would be very beautiful just thinking about it. Qinzhe didn't lie. At that time, I had a bold idea was indeed Zhao Tieju's imagination. He only beautified himself a little and activated acting proficiency at the same time to make his words more convincing. Then why didn't you tell me later? Wang Zijin said angrily. Sister Ziwei was indeed not so easy to fool. Qinzhe said in a low voice. Sister Ziwei, I didn't mean to lie to you. But it's all because I love you deeply. Wang Zijin hit his head twice with her hands and gritted her teeth. Zhao Taiju, I didn't expect to be tricked by him. I was too careless. Looking at Sister Ziwei's expression, it seemed that he had to teach Zhao Taiju a lesson on his way back to the capital. Brother Taiju, as long as you are safe, everything will be fine. Qinzhe silently prayed for Zhao Tieju's well-being. Just then the door opened. Sister Ziwei's tall figure appeared at the door. Her charming face was full of shock. What are you doing? We're not doing anything. Wang Zijin heard the door open and quickly got up. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other, panicking. Sister's best friend rode on top of her, and rode on top of her best friend's brother. It was hard to explain. Why is your head red? Qin Baobao frowned and looked at her brother's head. I hit you just now. Wang Zijin had an idea. It's all his fault. I just told him that my parents are not on good terms. He said that my dad is keeping a mistress in front of him and will divorce sooner or later. You hit him so hard. Qin Baobao mumbled. It's red. Qinzhe thought, Sister Ziwei, are you witty or stubborn? Is it really okay to curse your parents like that? How did you ride on top? Qin Baobao walked to the bed. Huh. Wang Zijin was stunned and didn't react. I was wondering how you rode on top. Qin Baobao repeated. Let's show you. Although she was confused, Wang Zijin still did as she was told. Sit on the bed. Qin Baobao did as she was told. Wang Zijin straddled her body. Like this, ouch. Qin Baobao suddenly flipped her over. Her two long legs curled up and stretched out. Then she put them on Wang Zijin's shoulders and squeezed her legs. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. She was really dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't squeeze me so tightly. My neck is going to break, Wang Zijin said. How dare you hit my brother? Even if you're my best friend, I won't hold back, Qin Baobao said. Let go, let go. Wang Zijin said. Save me. Qinzhe was speechless. He thought, Sister Ziwei, you're really dumbfounded. I haven't enjoyed such good benefits in a long time. I have to change the name of the deadly scissors kick. It's not appropriate enough. I'll change it to dumbfounded. Ooh. The plane flew across the blue sky and slowly landed at the capital airport amidst the loud noise. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin each dragged their suitcases and took the shuttle bus to the airport. Sister Ziwei, how should I face your family? Or should I say, do your parents and grandpa prefer gentle, humble, and frugal young people? Or do they prefer energetic and positive young people? Qinzhe was a little nervous. It wasn't because of the power of the Wang family, but because he was going to meet his girlfriend's parents. You just have to act as yourself. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. No, you're too cowardly. You'll be looked down upon by the elders. You might even be bullied by my cousins. Wang Zijin rubbed her chin. Qinzhe was speechless. Was it really okay to call him a coward in front of her boyfriend? Sister Ziwei, don't I care about my reputation? Then what should I do? Qinzhe asked humbly. As for my father, he's a rather serious and unsmiling person, but his style in the officialdom is swift and decisive, forceful and domineering. My grandpa fought on the battlefield when he was young. He has a bad temper and a strong personality, so they prefer young people with a sharp edge. They don't like gentle, humble, and frugal young people. They also don't like scheming boys who can remain calm and even smile when they're being ostracized. Wang Zijin pondered and said, "So you have to act like a strong young man. Don't be a coward and just do it. If anyone dares to provoke you, you have to fight back." Qin Zhe frowned. That's not very good. It's very rude. In his opinion, he should be humble and amiable as a newcomer. He shouldn't show off too much. It depends on the person. Wang Zijin analyzed. Let's not talk about the elders first. The juniors of the Wang family are like flowers in a greenhouse. They're used to being arrogant and superior. You can't expect them to be too humble to you. Well, it's not that they're domineering, as long as your identity is more troublesome. She took Qin Zhe's arm. After all, he's a wild man I hooked up with outside, right? Then my circle of friends is made up of a bunch of successful second-generation officials. On the surface, they will be your friends and brothers, but in their hearts they might not think highly of you. So you can't be too cowardly, too humble. You should look down on them when you need to. You have your sister standing behind you. Qin Zhe complained. Is your friend called Smile or Rubentail? Wang Zijin. Huh. Nothing. Qin Zhe patted his chest. I know what to do. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Although I like cowards, you can't be cowardly in front of outsiders. You have to be domineering, fierce, and sharp. So get up, you little pervert. As they spoke, they took the elevator to the departure floor on the second floor. Wang Zijin looked around and pointed at the black car not far away. Let's go. My second uncle is here to pick us up. She pulled the suitcase with her left hand and took Qin Zhe's hand with her right. They walked towards the car. In the car, a young man lowered the window and waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zining narrowed his eyes and said to his father in the driver's seat, "Dad, that man looks a little familiar." The middle-aged man said calmly, "Go down and help your sister with her luggage." The young man answered happily, "Okay." The young man was like a wild dog. He first shouted with a face full of smiles, "Sister." Then he reached out to help Wang Zijin carry her luggage and stuffed it into the trunk of his father's car. Then he closed the trunk with a bang. The little brat ignored Qin Zhe and went back to the car. He opened the door of the passenger seat and said, "Sister, get in." "My cousin, second uncle's youngest son." Wang Zijin said, "Not bad. You're trying to intimidate me as soon as we meet?" Qin Zhe opened the trunk and stuffed the suitcase in. Second uncle's youngest son should be called Wang Zining. Qin Zhe had an excellent memory. On the plane, Wang Zijin roughly introduced the elders and juniors in her family. If the children of her second and third grandfathers were included, there were about 40 to 50 people. Wang Zining was a second-year high school student. He was praised by his grandfather as being very intelligent and not an arrogant and despotic second generation. However, according to Wang Zijin, because he often followed behind her when he was young, he didn't learn any open strategies. Instead, he learned a lot of conspiracies and tricks. His weakness was that he had a bad temper and liked to insult people. When they met for the first time, Qin Zhe had a general impression of him. He was a relatively sinister and conceited young man. He seemed to be very unfriendly to him. It was written all over his face. Of course, a second-year high school student couldn't be too scheming and shrewd. It was unrealistic. On the other hand, second uncle was very calm. He was a middle-aged man with good facial features. When he saw Wang Zijin, he revealed a gentle smile. He took a few more glances at Qin Zhe and also greeted her with a smile. "Zijin, we know that you're coming back, so we prepared a table full of dishes. Let's go back and make it in time." Uncle Wang smiled. "Then, is there second aunt's specialty spicy chicken?" Wang Zijin also smiled. "Of course there is. I specially asked Mom to make it." Wang Zining's tone was as if he was asking for credit. "I'm just afraid that I won't be able to eat a hot meal at home. I'll be eating my father and grandfather's punishment." Wang Zijin sighed. Uncle Wang laughed. "Wang Zijin, you still know how to be afraid." Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zhe's arm. "Now I found a scapegoat." Uncle Wang followed the topic. "Right, little Qin, right? What does your family do?" It was a very proper question. Every elder would ask such a question. "What does your family do?" How many siblings do you have? Were all questions that elders would ask. Wang Zining was a little puzzled. The Wang family actually knew Qin Zhe's identity and background. His father's question was unnecessary. Qin Zhe replied, "My father is a university professor and my mother is a housewife. If I were to do it myself, I would open a company." Wang Zining interrupted. "Nonsense. You're clearly an actor." "You're an actor." Wang Zijin frowned. Uncle Wang said unhappily, "Zining." If it were any other time, Qin Zhe would just laugh or find a chance to beat him up. However, it was different now. Sister Ziwei had just spoken. Whoever dared to provoke her would have to go all out. Uncle Wang was on the side. If he acted too cowardly, he would go home and tell the elders. Wouldn't he die before he could even achieve victory? It's not like I don't know how to insult people. Qin Zhe chuckled. Shizi is your brother-in-law. Uncle Wang was stunned. Wang Zining said angrily, "Are you worthy?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "I'm not worthy." Wang Zining sneered. "At least you know your place." Qin Zhe said, "As long as she's worthy of me." Wang Zining. Wang Zijin changed the topic. "Zining, how are your grades? Have you improved this semester?" Uncle Wang said unhappily, "Same as always. Neither good nor bad." Wang Zining was unconvinced. He was about to speak when that annoying fellow said leisurely, "It's impossible to improve. You won't improve in this lifetime. You're not smart enough either. You can only rely on cheating to maintain your grades." Wang Zijin. Uncle Wang. Wang Zining said angrily, "What does it have to do with you?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Just kidding." Wang Zijin glared at him. "Ace is very good in science. I heard from Sister Man that her nephew has a chance to enter the University of Finance and Economics. Thanks to you tutoring him, he's improved a lot." Wang Zining's face was full of disdain. Uncle Wang was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "That's good. Little Qin, why don't you help guide him these few days?" Wang Zining sneered. "Dad, can't I work hard? Who needs him to teach me?" Qin Zhe added, "Yeah. If you don't work hard, you'll never know how useless you are." Wang Zining. Uncle Wang. Wang Zijin. Chapter 411. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet and awkward. Wang Zining was furious. He wanted to jump out of the car and fight this guy in person, but he could only hold it in. After all, he didn't have the courage to jump out of the car at 60 kilometers per hour. Wang Zijin secretly pointed at her phone, hinting at Qin Zhe to look at his phone. Qin Zhe took it out and saw that Sister Ziwei had sent him a message. "What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment before he typed a reply. "Didn't you tell me to fight back?" Wang Zijin covered her face. "I only told you to be more strong-willed, not to become a mobile complaining machine. I wanted to beat you up just now. You're so cheap." Qin Zhe curled his lips and replied, "To be honest, when faced with a disobedient little brat like your brother, I can either ignore him or beat him up. I can't hit him, right? That's why I can only fight back." Wang Zijin. Okay. Maybe we deal with things differently." Qin Zhe. "How did you deal with it?" "I'll study." Wang Zijin. "Watch me." Wang Zijin put away her phone and said calmly, "Actually, whether or not he studies well doesn't mean anything. Grandpa said that Zining is smart. He just didn't put his intelligence into studying. When he grows up and wants to start a career, he'll be smart enough to do it." "So, Sister Zijin, what are you trying to say after laying out so much?" Qin Zhe didn't know what she was trying to do, but he knew that it wasn't as simple as just praising his cousin. Uncle Wang nodded with a smile. Wang Zining was overjoyed. "Sister, you know me the best. My parents only told me to study hard. They don't know what I like." Wang Zijin smiled faintly. "So you like women?" Uncle Wang. Wang Zining was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin said, "Although I'm in Shanghai, I know a little about what happened at school. I heard that during PE class you blocked a girl in class at the toilet door and kissed and hugged her. You even threatened her not to tell the teacher or the school would expel her. Second uncle definitely doesn't know about this. Second aunt won't tell you either. Zining, I'm afraid that you'll go astray." Uncle Wang stared at his son with a murderous look. Wang Zining was stunned. He wondered if he didn't check the almanac before he left. Wang Xining's negative emotions. Wang Zijin took out her phone and typed a message. That's it. Complain under the banner that it's for their own good. Slander them and make their parents shed tears of gratitude. Your way of doing things is too easy to attract hate. Learn from it. In his heart, sisters asterisk 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 s asterisk 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 s star. Sister Ziwei's actions were like a scheming bee asterisk teasage in a TV series. She would act weak, kind, and sensible in front of men. She would try her best to harm the female lead and say innocently, "Sister, what did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? Please hit me and scold me. Don't be angry with me." Wang Zining was completely honest now. He felt that Sister Ziwei was doing it on purpose. She was taking revenge on him for finding fault with her boyfriend. Then there was a logic that was really good. Birds of a feather flock together. Sister Ziwei's boyfriend was RBQ. I should worry about myself first. If Dad finds out that I flirted with a girl in school, I'll probably get a beating when I get back. It wouldn't be good to tell Dad that the girl is my girl now and we're in love with each other. Silence fell again. Qinzhe looked at the scenery outside the window. Although there were often smog and sandstorms in Beijing, the city's greenery was actually quite good. It was even better than Shanghai. He had been here once when he was young. His parents had brought him and the girls to the capital to play. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall, climbed the Fragrant Mountain, and ate roast duck. He didn't want to eat roast duck a second time. His biggest impression was the street outside Tiananmen Square. It was so spacious that tanks could drive there. It was said that the people here had big hats. They could even hit a government agency if they threw a brick. Qinzhe had never tried it before. Just like Shanghai, the capital wasn't a good place to live. Young people could come here to make a living. There was a phrase called Beijing drifting. Tens of thousands of young people came to Beijing with dreams. They lived in basements and small houses with a salary of a few thousand yuan every month. They thought that they could make a name for themselves, but after a few years, they went back to their hometown with their tails between their legs. Those who clenched their teeth and survived would rent houses and drift around. Why bother? How many of them could really make a name for themselves? Unless you had a system, soon they arrived at their destination. It was a place that disappointed Qinzhe greatly. He had thought that it would be a typical courtyard house with a tree in the yard. That would be very interesting. But that wasn't the case at all. The car drove into a neighborhood. Let's call it a neighborhood. There were soldiers guarding the entrance. The neighborhood wasn't an ordinary neighborhood. It was more like a villa district. Uncle Wang's car drove into the neighborhood without any obstructions. It drove along the road and finally stopped outside a luxurious villa. Qinzhe looked around. The villa was very grand. There was a 4-story villa in the middle and a 3-story building on both sides. There was also a huge backyard. TSK. This scale, if it was outside, would be worth at least 100 million. Sure enough, courtyard houses were a feature of the 80s and 90s. The leaders of today wouldn't live in such a place. He got out of the car and went in. He went through the wrought iron gate. He didn't push open the brown solid wood door directly. Instead, he followed the small path beside the villa and went to the backyard. Only then did he see the main hall. There was an evergreen tree in the backyard and a row of colorful bonsai plants in the southeast. Perhaps because they knew that Wang Zijin was coming home today, all the direct descendants of the Wang family's old master were present. This showed how important Wang Zijin was in the Wang family. Excluding the branches left behind by the old master's deceased brothers, there were 4 in the second generation of the Wang family. Wang Zijin's father was the eldest. He had a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In the third generation, the eldest, Wang Chengfu, only had a daughter. The second, Wang Chenghao, had a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter died young. The second, Wang Lingyan, had a son. The youngest, Wang Linghua, had 2 daughters. The Wang family wasn't exactly flourishing, but it wasn't to the extent that there was no successor. Wang Chengfu was successful in his career, and was recognized as the successor of the Wang family. Wang Chenghao was slightly worse, but his career was stable. As for the 2 daughters, they weren't in the system. They were doing business. Wang Zijin didn't feel guilty about running away from home at all. She greeted the elders with a smile. The elders had different expressions. Some were angry, some were smiling, and some were shaking their heads helplessly. Then Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zai's arm. "My boyfriend, Qin Zai." The gazes of the elders and juniors all fell on him. Qin Zai thought to himself, "At this time, according to the routine, I should show off in front of everyone." However, the uncles and aunties were all looking at him curiously. Other than Wang Zining, who was glaring at him fiercely, no one mocked him. This made him very anxious. They didn't give him a chance to show off in front of everyone. As soon as he left the airport, he felt Wang Zining's deep malice. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be very popular. However, whether it was the elders or the juniors, they didn't seem to hate him that much. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were from a wealthy family. They wouldn't be so unstylish. Since that was the case, why was Wang Zining's deep malice? With that thought, Qin Zai followed Wang Zijin's order. He first called her parents uncle and auntie, then second uncle, second aunt, and third aunt. He ignored the young people of the same generation. Wang Zijin's father, Wang Chengfu, was a more old-fashioned and serious middle-aged man. He was very energetic and didn't have the dignified temperament of a superior. His facial features were regular, and he was somewhat similar to second uncle Wang. He couldn't be said to be very handsome. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Qin Zai observed him hard, trying to find a look of disgust or displeasure, but there was none. He didn't know if he was too good at maintaining his composure or if he really didn't hate him. Logically speaking, he was considered to have come out of nowhere. Father Wang wanted Wang Zijin to marry a guy whose name Qin Zai forgot. "Mom, where's my grandpa?" Wang Zijin asked. Mother Wang was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She had an oval face and was dignified and generous. It could be seen that Wang Zijin inherited her mother's looks. Also, he felt that Mother Wang's gaze was a little hot. She stared at him in a daze for a while. Mother Wang retracted her gaze and chuckled. "He's upstairs," Wang Zijin said. "I'll go up to see Grandpa." She walked through the hall and disappeared. She unfairly threw Qin Zai, who had just arrived, into the crowd of family members. The nanny brought some fruits. The elders sat in a circle, and the juniors sat in a circle further away. Qin Zai was a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, he should have mixed in with the juniors, but everyone's attitude was so cold. Mother Wang said not to be polite and to treat it as his own home. Second aunt and third aunt smiled at him. Father Wang and second uncle Wang didn't say anything. Then, the young people of the same generation ignored him. So did they treat him coldly? Chapter 4:12. The living room of the Wang family was really big. It was twice as big as the living room of her sister's mansion. The elders sat on one side and the younger generation sat on the other. If they didn't talk loudly, they couldn't hear what they were saying. Qin Zai sat alone on the long brown leather sofa between the two sides. Wang Zijin had a total of 6 brothers and sisters of the same generation. They gathered together to chat about their daily lives. Wang Zining was the youngest and was still in high school. His brothers and sisters were either graduating from university or working. He couldn't join in the conversation, so he lowered his head and played with his phone. Wang Zining was the only male in this generation of the Wang family. Although he couldn't be considered to be the moon surrounded by the stars, the elders were more or less partial to him. His status in the family was second only to Wang Jin. Wang Zijin was the eldest daughter of the Wang family, and was raised by Old Master Wang. These brothers and sisters didn't disrespect her, so she wasn't afraid. Although Wang Zijin was a little unscrupulous, she had inherited the art of controlling people from Old Master Wang. She knew how to use the carrot and stick. For example, Wang Zijin was a troublemaker. He learned his little tricks from his cousin. Unfortunately, he only learned how to be sinister. He was young and didn't know how to combine right and wrong, so he was always causing trouble. Sometimes, even a doting mother couldn't stop a furious father from beating him. At times, as long as Wang Zijin helped him say a few words, although it wouldn't let him escape punishment, at least his father would soften the blow. For example, Wang Zining's sister Wang Ziren, who was ranked second in the Wang family, had a gentle personality. She was really gentle. And Wang Zijin's fake gentleness and generosity were all learned from her sister. They ate and lived together when they were young. Wang Ziren would go to her grandfather's place every weekend and sleep with her sister, Wang Zijin. For example, Wang Lingyan's son Suyuan was very naughty when he was in school. He fell in love in junior high and was in a relationship all the way until high school. In the end, his first love, who he planned to date all the way until college and then get married, slept with a guy who was also a second-generation official. It was a bolt from the blue. After 4 or 5 years of dating, he never explored his girlfriend's depth. In the end, someone else found out about it. Su Yuan fought with the son of an official, but the other party outnumbered him and he didn't like to form cliques, so he was beaten black and blue. Later on, Wang Zijin came forward to settle the matter. She gathered a group of rich second generations and gave that guy a beating in school. 2 of his teeth were knocked out, and when he returned home, his parents didn't even recognize him. Then there were the 2 daughters of Wang Linghua. Wang Linghua's husband was a businessman who relied on the Wang family's connections to make a name for himself in the business world. However, he had always been on the fringes of the Wang family's circle. Therefore, Yang Ping and Yang Shui, the 2 outer daughters, had no right to speak. The Wang family's indifference was expected. After all, if any family's daughter suddenly brought home a boyfriend of her own accord, her parents would definitely be unhappy. She might even doubt the authenticity of this boyfriend. Couldn't he be a shield pulled back by her daughter? If that was the case, then there was no need to treat him warmly. Qinzhe did not care about this. He was more concerned about the number of children in this generation of the Wang family. Damn it, didn't they agree on family planning? Second Uncle Wang had a son and a daughter, while Aunt Wang had 2 daughters. Things like policies were indeed targeted at us commoners. My poor mother specially went to the countryside to give birth to me. Before I was even born, my motherland could no longer tolerate me. Could this be considered an alternative version? This child must not be allowed to live. As the few youngsters chatted, the topic turned to Qinzhe. They were all rather curious. Although they did not chase after celebrities, they were familiar with the matters of the entertainment industry, and like celebrities. He can keep his composure. Wang Ziren glanced at Qinzhe, who was not far away. This is called being thick-skinned. Wang Zining looked up and said disdainfully, I like him a lot. I like his role as Emo Feng the most. Yang Shui said. Compared to her sister who liked Qinzhe, Yang Ping did not seem to have a good impression of Qinzhe. She said softly, What's so good about him? He's just an actor. How can he be worthy of cousin? Su Yuan, who had been in the political system for a year, lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not express his opinion. Yang Shui retorted, So what if he's an actor? There are actors who enter the CPPCC. What era is this? Besides, acting is just his side job. He's already rich. Wang Zining snorted. Is he as rich as cousin's family? Yang Shui rolled her eyes. The others shook their heads and laughed. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head. Zining, it's different. Qinzhe was certainly not as rich as his family, but the nature of the 2 was different. Their starting point and resources were not equal. The difficulty of earning money was also different. There was no comparison at all. Su Yuan actually admired Qinzhe. It was incredible for him to have such achievements at such a young age without any help. Yang Ping said, The truth is the truth. Zhang Mingqing is more worthy of cousin. Yang Shui said, Yo, you're so close to his sister that you don't know your surname? See if cousin will beat you up if she hears this. Yang Shui spat. Little chest sister. Yang Ping was furious. Although she was the elder sister, she was left behind by her sister in terms of chest development. Her sister went from A to B and now C, and her little lotus was just showing her tip. The 2 sisters used to quarrel, and the younger sister would always say such words to hurt her. At first she was furious, but now that her skin was thick, it didn't matter. Yang Ping snorted. I'm flat, I'm proud. I'm saving cloth for the country. Yang Shui was speechless. Everyone turned around in shock. Qinzhe stood behind them and nodded kindly. Yang Ping laughed unkindly. The others also tried to hold back their laughter. Wang Zining opened his mouth and suddenly thought of something. He held back his words. Yang Ping, who came back to her senses, was furious. She felt that she had been ridiculed and her self-esteem was severely hurt. She's just an actress. She has no quality. Yang Ping retorted. Qinzhe glanced at her. Horizontal line. flat as a wash. After that, he saw Yang Ping's chest rise and fall violently as if she was about to explode. He thought to himself, this retort is 666. Yang Ping was completely furious. Just as she was about to speak, Qinze spoke first and smiled kindly at Yang Shui. You're so nice to have a sister and a brother. Yang Shui didn't react. If it was a brother, she only had one cousin, Su Yuan. She glanced at Su Yuan. In the next moment, both of them understood. Yang Shui. Su Yuan. Yang Ping's lungs were about to explode. There was nothing wrong with the sister, but the brother at the end was still mocking her. Yang Ping looked down at her chest. She felt wronged. Qinze returned to his seat in satisfaction. He might not be able to gain their friendship by doing this, but he could gain their fear and perhaps even disdain. But no matter what, if they wanted to talk back to him face to face, they had to think twice. Wang Zining whispered, Cousin, this person is especially despicable. He's not to be trifled with. We can't hit him and we can't talk back to him. Yang Ping. Among the younger generation of the Wang family, only Yang Ping and Wang Zining didn't like Qinze. Yang Ping and Zhang Ling were best friends, so her heart was definitely on the Zhang family's side. Wang Zining admired Zhang Mingcheng and hoped that brother Mingcheng could be his brother-in-law. The others didn't like or dislike him and remained neutral. Yang Shui was the only one who admired Qinze. On the other side, Uncle Wang smiled and said, This young man is quite interesting. It was indeed unexpected. Since he was approved by his eldest niece, it was impossible that he didn't know about the Wang family's background. But he didn't seem to be reserved at all. He directly insulted his son in the car, and even insulted Yang Ping in front of his elders just now. Didn't he care about his image? Wang Lingyan frowned and whispered, He's too showy. He's neither humble nor reserved. How did he earn hundreds of millions with such a temper? A few 100 million was what she heard from Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was just being perfunctory with her aunt. Moreover, Wang Zijin really didn't know how much Qinze's net worth was. Although I have the opportunity to become the boss's wife, 1/3 of my future husband's property is occupied by the crying monsters, and 1/3 of it is managed by Su Taidi. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Wang Lingyan. Aunt, it's 20 billion. Wang Lingyan jumped in fright and turned her head to look. Qinze was standing behind her silently. Wang Lingyan. Qinze said again. I used my hands to achieve my dreams. With that he went back. Wang Lingyan's face darkened. She could tell that Qinze was mocking her. He was mocking her for leaning against a big tree. The elders could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. They were speechless. Wang Linghua smiled and said, Big brother, this young man is quite similar to you. Weren't you like this when you were young? Showing off his ability and not willing to suffer any losses. Uncle Wang nodded. That's why Big Brother was the one who was beaten the most when he was young. Wang Lingyan said, He's the most like Dad. But I still prefer humble children like Mingcheng. He's polite, capable, and responsible. This Qinze is still lacking in both ability and self-restraint. Besides, Mingcheng and Zijin were childhood sweethearts. They studied together from primary school to university. They know each other well and have a good relationship. Big brother, don't you think so? Wang Qingfu smiled. Zhang Mingcheng was the most promising member of the Zhang family in this generation. He graduated from Peking University with a doctorate. Of course, he had a good character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the Wang family. Currently, he was a smooth and slick junior who didn't lose his edge. Big brother, don't you think so? Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Qingfu nodded. At this moment, Wang Zijin walked over with a white-haired old man. Wang Qingfu's brothers and sisters stood up one after another, and the juniors even straightened their backs. Qinze followed the crowd and stood up. Chapter 413. Old Master Wang was much older than expected. He was 85 years old this year, while Qinze's grandmother was only 72 years old. On the plane, Qinze joked that Old Master Wang was born late. Wang Zijin said that Old Master Wang got married when he was 18 years old, but not long after, he went to North Korea with the army to fight the Eagles. The fight lasted for 8 years, and his new wife was with another man. After that, he went to Vietnam and married Wang Zijin's grandmother when he was 30 years old. Old Master Wang had been in the military all his life and had experienced many vicissitudes. Wang Chengfu's siblings were very reserved in front of Old Master Wang, not to mention the younger generation. Even Wang Zining, the only male in the Wang family, didn't dare to be arrogant when he was praised for being smart. He didn't dare to be alone with Old Master Wang. However, Old Master Wang himself didn't have any imposing aura. He was just an ordinary old man with silver hair and wrinkles, but his eyes were clear and not cloudy. Qin Zhe, who was proficient in basic Chinese medicine, judged that he didn't have cataracts. Old Master Wang was in good spirits. In the entire Wang family, Wang Zijin was probably the most doted on, and she was the least afraid of old people. Her identity as the eldest granddaughter of the eldest son was definitely a plus. She was also brought up by Old Master Wang. Why did Wang Zijin grow up with Old Master Wang? It was because when she was in kindergarten, her mother wanted another child, but her father didn't agree. Her mother went back to her parents' house in a fit of pique for half a year. Wang Qingfu was also an official in a foreign country, and it wasn't good for him to bring his daughter who had just reached his knees. So she lived with her grandparents. Later, her mother came back and wanted to bring Wang Zijin to live with her, but was sent away by Old Master Wang. Hence, Wang Zijin's mother was also quite afraid of Old Master Wang. Wang Zijin told Qin Zhe all these things no matter how big or small. Apart from some of her dark history, such as purposely taking off her fat CI and slandering Zhao Taizhu, the incident was very serious. Zhao Tiezhu's father was beaten up by Old Master Wang. Although Tiezhu's father's military rank wasn't low, he still had to stand at attention. After school, Taizhu had fun outside, and even more so when he came home. He was hung up and beaten until midnight. Brother Tiezhu's negative emotions flowed like a river. I don't even know why, but I've taught him a lesson to the point of doubting life. Later on, when he found out the truth, he was dumbfounded. It was the 4th grade of primary school. At that time, the children were very simple-minded. He had never seen anyone play like that. In Brother Taizhu's pure and innocent years, a black-hearted one sneaked in. Everyone in the house called him Dad, Grandpa and Grandpa. Qin Zhe felt a bit of a headache. What was he supposed to call Grandpa? Grandpa? Lord Wang? Lao Wang? Actually, there was no need for him to shout, because the old man only glanced at him indifferently and then retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to him. Qin Zhe thought to himself, both father and son are like this. Wang Zijin's father ignored me, and Wang Zijin's grandfather also ignored me. The nanny brought the dishes to the table, and the whole family sat at the long dining table, eating in silence, occasionally whispering to each other. Qin Zhe was like a mascot at the dining table, attracting the attention of the elders and juniors. The old man's meal was different from others. It was bland with little meat and fish. Wang Zijin occasionally picked up some meat and put it in the old man's bowl. Wang Qingfu tried to hold it in but failed. Zijin, your grandpa should eat less meat. Wang Zijin said indifferently. It's not like he won't eat less. Wang Qingfu said angrily. You've already eaten 3 times. Wang Zijin's tone was still indifferent. 3 times is enough. Wang Qingfu's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. The old man laughed. Zijin, you're more promising than your father. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Yes. Otherwise, wouldn't I be worse with each generation? The old man laughed even louder. That's true. Wang Qingfu. Qin Zhe thought to himself, if even the old man is like this, then what I said just now was not too much. The old man said, now that you're back, don't go to Shanghai. Grandpa is old and his days are numbered. You should stay at home and accompany Grandpa. Wang Zijin pouted. Then I'll bring Grandpa to Shanghai. Wang Zijin's mother said angrily. Nonsense. How is it nonsense? It's only right to support your parents. The old man seemed to be hinting at something. It's also right to have children. Mr. and Mrs. Wang lowered their heads and ate. The old man's words implied that the two of them did not have a good relationship. For example, when Mrs. Wang abandoned her daughter for half a year. For example, Mr. Wang refused to have a son no matter what. The old man patted the back of his granddaughter's hand and said kindly, Grandpa only likes you in this generation. The others are not promising. Grandpa thinks that you shouldn't get married. Find a son-in-law who lives with your family. The Wang family is counting on you after your father. Wang Zijin lowered her head and did not say anything. Qin Zhe swallowed his food and said seriously, "Old man, that won't do. I'm the only male in my family. The task of carrying on the Qin family's bloodline is on me. I can't be the son-in-law of the Wang family." The air suddenly went silent. The elders had strange expressions. Wang Chengfu even looked at Qin Zhe with a rare look of admiration. He did not know if the other siblings understood his father's meaning, but he did. This sentence was directed at Qin Zhe. If Qin Zhe agreed, the Wang family would most likely accept him as their son-in-law. Qin Zhe understood, but he didn't agree. The old man smiled at Qin Zhe. Among the younger generation, Su Yuan understood but not the others. Wang Zining, on the other hand, had a whole new level of respect for Qin Zhe. He dared to talk back to his grandfather. Indeed, he had guts. No wonder he could woo his cousin. After dinner, Wang Zijin helped the old man upstairs to rest. Wang Zining returned to his room to play games. Su Yuan watched the news, and Yang Ping, Yang Shui, and Wang Ziren chatted. The elders chatted in the living room on the second floor, deliberately avoiding the younger generation. Not long after, Wang Zijin came downstairs and sat beside the isolated Qin Zhe on the sofa. "Did your grandfather sentence me to death?" Qin Zhe asked. "I don't know. How can I guess what grandfather is thinking?" Wang Zijin said faintly. "Actually, I hope you agree. Then I'll call you hubby and you'll call me wifey?" Qin Zhe said unhappily. Wang Zijin chuckled and leaned her head on his shoulder. "Rationally, I hope you agree. Emotionally, I don't want you to agree. I'm happier marrying into the Qin family than the Wang family." Qin Zhe felt a little ridiculous. He hadn't even tested Sister Ziwei's depth, and they were already talking about marriage? On second thought, it was an opportunity. After meeting her parents, did it mean that Sister Ziwei's door would be open for him? The door would be opened for him. "Will this make things difficult for you?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yes, Mom and Dad will definitely cut ties with me. It's always like that on TV. I'll be all alone in the future." Wang Zijin pretended to be pitiful. "It's okay. I'll steal an electric car to support you in the future." Qin Zhe was full of manliness. "Ace is so nice," Wang Zijin said. Wang Linghua was speechless. Little Aunt, who was standing behind the two of them, accidentally overheard their conversation. She felt very upset. Are young people flirting like this nowadays? In my era, they only know how to write sentimental love poems. "Zijin, come upstairs. Your father wants to talk to you." Wang Linghua coughed. In the small living room on the second floor, her aunt, second uncle, and second aunt were all there. Her two uncles couldn't leave because they couldn't come. Her mother was also there. Wang Qingfu wasn't there. He was in her father's room. Why did he want me here? Wang Zijin didn't see her father, but she knew in her heart. How could she not know what the elders were thinking? "Your boyfriend is too immature. I'm afraid your grandpa won't approve of you too," Wang Lingyan said. "That child probably hasn't realized it yet." "Zijin, you should talk to him," Wang Linghua said. "He knows," Wang Zijin said. "Then what do you plan to do? Break up?" Her two aunts and second aunt were all talking at once. "Young and impetuous," Uncle Wang commented. The elders didn't have any opinions before, but now they didn't think highly of Qin Zhe. However, their attitudes were different. Uncle Wang and Aunt stood from the perspective of the elders and expressed their opinions. That was all. Second Aunt Wang Lingyan was different. Her husband was in the organization, and the Zhang family was in charge. "Mom, what do you think of A's?" Wang Zijin asked. "Pretty good." Mother Wang smiled. "But I don't have the final say in your marriage. It depends on what your father and grandpa say." All these years, Mother Wang had lived a carefree life in the Wang family. It felt like she had become a monk. Her long-term lack of security made her choose to ignore everything. The only thing she cared about was her daughter. But her daughter's surname was Wang. Her marriage was still decided by her husband and the pillar of the Wang family. But Wang Zijin didn't agree. She felt that her parents' opinions could only be used as a reference. There was no reason for her to marry someone she didn't like just to cater to her parents. Her parents weren't forcing her to marry. For example, her father once said that it didn't have to be Zhang Mingcheng. She could find someone of equal status, or a live-in son-in-law. In fact, Wang Zijin knew that it was her grandpa's idea to have a live-in son-in-law. But now it seemed that neither of them was possible. Grandpa and Dad don't have the final say. I still have to decide who I want to marry. Wang Zijin was still strong even in front of her elders. Is that Qin Zhe that good? Wang Lingyan asked gloomily. Yes, very good. What do you mean? Second aunt was actually on second aunt's side. It wasn't because of benefits but because she was more conservative. She felt that having an equal status was the most important thing. Will Zhang Mingcheng wash my clothes? Will he cook for me every day? Will he drive me to and from work? Can he write songs? Can he play the piano? Can he make movies? Can he talk? Wang Zijin listed Qin Zhe's strengths in one breath. Talking is a strength? Second aunt couldn't understand. But after all, she was an experienced woman. After thinking for a while, she understood. Suddenly, her expression became strange. Wang Zijin thought to herself, did second aunt misunderstand? Is second uncle very good at talking? She looked at second uncle. Second uncle's mouth twitched. He already knew about your family background? Wang Lingyan asked. Wang Zijin nodded her head. Wang Lingyan clapped her hands. It's most likely because of our family's power. The elders didn't rule out this idea. Just like how women liked rich men, men were saints. Who the hell would choose an ordinary woman when there was a woman from such a good family background who could save him half a lifetime of hard work? Wang Zijin said with conviction. Then why doesn't he like other people's power? Isn't it because he likes me? Wang Lingyan. Second uncle. Second aunt. She felt that. There was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 414. It was a large suite that took up almost half of the third floor. The old man's personal secretary was drinking tea in the living room. The door to the room was closed, and the Wang father and son were talking inside. On the balcony, the old man was lying on a recliner, bathing in the warm spring sun. Half a meter away, Wang Qingfu was sitting upright with his hands on his knees. Even though the father and son were alone, he was still meticulous in his actions and expression. That kid's information should be very detailed on your desk, right? I'm too lazy to look at it. Tell me about it, Grandfather Wang said. Wang Qingfu nodded. After hearing that his daughter had found a boyfriend, he checked Qin Zhe's background and family background. With Wang Qingfu's status, it was easy to find out. For a government agency, as long as the person was not an illegal resident, it was easy to check on anyone. Wang Qingfu spoke tirelessly. From his family background to his school record, Qin Zhe's 24 years of life could be summarized in a few dozen words. But since July of last year, this unknown young man suddenly changed. He began to become overflowing with talent. Fine songs were like free street stalls. One by one he released them to the public. He made his sister Qin Baobao famous, and he also made himself famous. Then, he stood out in the increasingly popular stock market. He was jokingly called the stock god on the internet, but in the end he was wholeheartedly acknowledged as the stock god. He made a lot of money in the stock market. Then, he withdrew from the collapsing stock market. At that time he was already worth more than 10 billion yuan. In addition, he had a thriving entertainment company. There were many industries that made money faster than money printing machines. Entertainment companies could barely be considered one of them. Of course, the premise was that he could manage it well. Like Sister Man, who was struggling at death's door, it was impossible. Then there was the ransomware incident a while ago. Even Wang Qingfu had heard about it. Compared to the entertainment industry, the birth of Golden Shield antivirus was another way to benefit society and save the people's property. Throughout the whole process, Grandfather Wang closed his eyes and listened quietly. His fingers gently tapped on the armrest. He's quite interesting. His new company is called Amethyst. Zijin called her mother and said that she was managing the company. It seems like the company was given to her. But in the registration of the company, neither the legal person nor the shareholder is Zijin. Wang Qingfu smiled. If the legal shareholder was Wang Zijin, he would have some objections. No one in the Wang family wanted Wang Zijin to do business. How was she going to enter the system in the future? Which family's money tree is this? Finally, Grandpa Wang spoke. I thought so too at first, But later I realized that it wasn't the case. Wang Chengfu said. But he is very close to the sister-in-law of the Li family in Shanghai. However, they are only business partners, not dependent. Old Master Wang frowned and muttered to himself. This time Wang Chengfu guessed what his father was thinking. He had the same question before, but he still hadn't gotten an answer. How did Qin Zhe do it? It had only been a year or so since this person had suddenly risen to the top and earned a net worth of 10 billion. This was a terrifying figure. This was not the era of reform and opening up. Some people said that even a pig could fly at the head of the tide. That was an era where current events created heroes. Many people's success and sudden riches were due to the spring breeze of reform and seizing the opportunity. There was a certain degree of coincidence. However, in the current era, if you wanted to become a billionaire from scratch, you needed to accumulate an unimaginable foundation, life experience, social experience, knowledge, and so on. None of these could be missing. A young person who could reach this step was very scary. Qin Zhe, who could walk the path of half a lifetime or even a lifetime in half a year, was even scarier. What do you think? Grandpa Wang opened his eyes. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Wang Chengfu nodded. I'm even more satisfied than Zhang Mingcheng. Previously downstairs, Wang Lingyan asked him if he agreed with her. She said that Qin Zhe was inferior to Zhang Mingcheng in terms of ability, accomplishment, and talent. Wang Chengfu didn't say anything the first time. He nodded the second time because he didn't want his second sister to continue this topic because it was embarrassing. Family members could say anything behind closed doors, but with Qin Zhe beside them, wasn't it embarrassing to say such things? However, his second sister didn't know much about Qin Zhe, so it was normal for her to have such thoughts. Zijin still doesn't know that I'm the one who wants to marry into the Zhang family, not you. Do you have any resentment in your heart for letting you be the bad guy? Grandpa Wang laughed self-deprecatingly. I've been strong for most of my life, but when it comes to thinking about the future generation, I still admit defeat. I'm enough for the Wang family, Wang Chengfu said in a deep voice. Grandpa Wang glanced at him. What about you? Wang Chengfu. Just as you said, Zijin is smart, scheming, and resourceful. What's rare is that she has the perfect combination. How far she can go in the future is up to her. It doesn't matter whether the Zhang family marries into the Zhang family or not. Grandpa Wang nodded and didn't say anything. After a while, Grandpa Wang said calmly, I didn't bring this up because I wanted you to force Zijin to marry into the Zhang family, but you didn't allow her to refuse and caused her to leave home in a fit of anger. Wang Chengfu was silent. The father and son were silent. After a while, Grandpa Wang sneered. You want to use this method to provoke her and make her slap my face, right? Am I a failure as a father? Why did you hold a grudge for so long? Wang Chengfu shook his head. No. Grandpa Wang said softly. You're just like this, stubborn and stubborn. You'd rather gamble for half your life than say it out loud, and you're even more unwilling to quarrel with me. Wang Chengfu was dazed. What's the use of quarreling? Grandpa Wang said faintly. I'm used to being strong all my life. This is a habit that I developed when I was in the army. Whether it's managing the army or fighting a war, I can't tolerate any weakness. You're competitive because you can't afford to lose. Back then, there were many battles that you couldn't afford to lose. When a group of old men like us went into battle, we never thought about what would happen if we lost. We only thought that we had to win even if we had to die. If no one cherished their lives, they wouldn't be able to live to this day. If you cherished your life, the backbone of the nation would collapse. I'm also competitive towards all of you. I won't allow any disobedience. In our era, marriage was decided by the parents and the organization. How could you make the decision on your own? You're my son. This is fate. You have to accept it. Wang Chengfu smiled bitterly. You don't want a son. You're also angry with me. The more I wanted a grandson, the more you disagreed. You clenched your teeth and insisted on being stubborn to the end, Grandpa Wang said. You could have had a grandson. Wang Chengfu stared at his father. And let you marry that woman? Grandpa Wang said softly. Then where do you think Zijin is? Parents treat each other like ice. After all, they're living under the same roof. Wang Chengfu said. So what? She'll still treat Zijin as her own. Grandpa Wang slapped the armrest and shouted. That will be a stain on your life. Your career is over. Wang Qingfu clenched his fists. They fell into silence again. The knot between father and son had been there for decades. Under the warm sunlight, Grandpa Wang sighed. That child is not fated to be with the Wang family. Afternoon 1 o'clock. After finishing his game, Wang Zining strolled to the hall. Although he hated Qin Zhe, he was happy to stay with his cousin. He hoped that his cousin could teach him how to manage people. Wang Zijin had conquered the world before she graduated from primary school. Wang Zining had heard of it since he was a child. He worshipped her. Wang Zijin received a call from Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu called and said that he had paid his respects to the queen. Wang Zijin's face darkened. She said, "If there's anything, go to hell." Zhao Taizhu smiled cheekily. "Don't do that. Sister Ziwei, can you bear to lose me, a tiger general? Everyone knows that you're back. They want to ask you out to have some fun and meet." The man who made Sister Ziwei so distracted. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe beside her and said with a fake smile, "Does that mean that you're prepared to be cut into pieces?" Sister Ziwei, I think I can still be saved. I'm willing to lick your shoes." Zhao Taizhu was very thick-skinned. Go F *King H *T. Qin Zhe shouted into the phone. Hey, you tease Sister Ziwei." Qin Zhe from the Exploding Heavens faction also had a part to play. Zhao Taizhu shouted. Exploding Heavens faction? Wang Zining was confused. After a while, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin went out. Wang Zining insisted on following them, so Wang Zijin had to take him along. Qin Zhe first went to the underground garage to pick up the car. Only then did he find out that Wang Zijin had her own car, a red Audi. He came from a well-off family, but he couldn't afford a car. Until now, he still didn't know much about cars. He only knew about well-known brands like Audi, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Lamborghini and Porsche. Wang Zijin walked around her car and said with satisfaction, "You're a good mistress." "Not bad." Wang Zining said, "Sister, I usually drive your car. It's not good to leave the car for too long. I help you fill up the gas every day." The car drove out of the neighborhood. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of startling people." Wang Zijin, who was driving, said with a smile, "I feel that your words are ironic." Qin Zhe laughed. "It's good that you understand. Don't say it out loud, Sister Ziwei." Wang Zining curled his lips. Angry youth. Wang Zijin frowned. "If you continue to be so sarcastic, believe it or not, I'll kick you out of the car." Wang Zining immediately shut up. Qin Zhe asked curiously, "Yang Ping doesn't like me because she has a good relationship with Zhang Ling. What about you? Why?" Wang Zining was about to speak. Qin Zhe said, "For the tribe." Wang Zijin. Wang Zining. Wang Zining couldn't figure out why his cousin liked this guy who talked too much. She wanted to beat him up. Chapter 4:15. Wang Zining held it in for a long time before saying angrily, "For Demacia." Qin Zhe chuckled. "Young man, it seems that you're very familiar with swords. Do you want to talk to your brother-in-law some other day?" Wang Zining rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with him. Qin Zhe was puzzled. "Sister Ziwei, is your brother also a sister complex?" Wang Zining said angrily, "Sister." Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe from the rearview mirror. "Why also?" Qin Zhe was stunned. It seemed that he had shot himself in the foot. The high school student, Wang Zining, gnashed his teeth in anger. If he was a bit older and more experienced, he would have been able to understand the hidden meaning behind his sister's words. Then, if he was a bit smarter, he would have been able to understand some incredible secrets. However, he was only a scheming boy who was more shrewd and scheming than an ordinary high school student. This was also the reason why Grandpa Wang said that he was intelligent but said that Wang Zijin would be able to carry the Wang family flag in the future. His cousin's methods in scheming were already outstanding in elementary school, but he only revealed them in high school. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Qin Zhe was satisfied with this trip to Beijing. He was originally prepared to be ridiculed by the Wang family, but he didn't expect that he would only receive a cold reception. Although the Wang family didn't pay much attention to him, he firmly believed that his tall figure had already been firmly imprinted in their hearts. His entire body exuded the message of, "I'm your daughter's man." There were many people who didn't have a good relationship with his wife's family, such as his old comrade Qin Zhe. However, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't have the chance to show off in front of his father-in-law. The appointed place was a bit far away. It was a leisure club in the suburbs that looked like a resort. If one looked down from the sky, the layout of Beijing was square, with 6 rings around 5 rings, 5 rings around 4 rings, 4 rings around 3 rings, and 3 rings around 2 rings. The inconspicuous Audi drove into the club. After parking, the three of them opened the door and got out. Wang Zijin said, "This place has a complete range of tea leaves. They have all the famous brands outside. They even make their own flower tea that tastes good." Usually, he would come here on weekends to drink tea and exercise. It was more leisurely. There's also a swimming pool, but I've never been in the water before. I'm not used to wearing a swimsuit. In this aspect, she was very similar to her elder sister. As a woman, she was beautiful and did not have a strong sense of vanity. She did not like to show off in public. When great beauties like Wang Zijin and her sister came out in swimsuits, men couldn't help but stick their eyes on them. This kind of experience was terrible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, "What are you looking at?" As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a girl waving at them from not far away. Qin Zhe knew this girl. She was Zhang Ling, who had come to Shanghai once. She was a young and lively girl who was a little scheming and shrewd. She had once threatened that if Qin Zhe continued to hook up with Wang Zijin, she would kill him and Qin Bao. Wang Zining was bursting with joy as he went up to greet him. Zhang Ling stood in the distance and waited for them to come closer before shouting, "Sister Ziwei." Wang Zijin replied with a cold Zhang Ling stuck out her tongue. "Sister Ziwei, everyone is waiting for you on the grass over there. The sun was just right today." There was a large grass field to the south of the leisure club. The green grass reflected the rainbow-colored sunlight, and there were many white pavilions on the grass field. There were many people barbecuing there. In one of the pavilions there were 10 young people who could do whatever they wanted in the capital. The manager of the club personally served them tea, poured wine, and was in charge of barbecuing. However, he was sent away by the group of second generations. These days, the elders advocated being close to the people and did not want to be special. They also had to follow in the footsteps of their parents, even if it was just for show. Moreover, they were almost 30 years old and were not lawless 18 years old. They really did not like to stand out too much. When they saw Wang Zijin, they smiled. Zhao Taizhu jogged all the way to greet her. He was indeed the #1 lackey of the queen. "Sister Ziwei, a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Zhao Taizhu flattered. Wang Zijin waved her hand and slapped him twice. "Go away, I'll deal with you later." Wang Zijin ran to hug her best friend whom she had not seen in a long time. Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu stayed behind and chatted. "Brother Taizhu, are you unhappy?" Qin Zhe asked. "Sai, don't mention it. A single mistake can lead to everlasting regret." Zhao Taizhu sighed. "I'm afraid that this time, I'm going to lose a lot of money." "What happened?" "I was drunk and excited, so I bragged to them that I tricked Zijin in Shanghai." Zhao Taizhu covered his face. "Drinking makes things worse. Can you be a little more stupid? I almost got killed by Sister Ziwei." Qin Zhe also covered his face. "Hearing you say that, I feel better. Ha ha ha, we should face difficulties together." Zhao Taizhu gloated. "Haha, I made Sister Ziwei forgive me with just a few words and pushed the blame to you." Qin Zhe sneered. "*CKU. Zhao Taizhu said angrily. "The ancients used a mantis to block a car. But you are an embroidery needle angrily blocking a big iron rod." Qin Zhe said disdainfully. As they talked, they walked into the pavilion. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Some pretended not to care, but they also glanced at him frequently. Wang Zijin's man, this label was too unusual. Wang Zijin patted Qin Zhe's chest and said loudly, "This is my boyfriend, please take care of him." There were 4 women and 6 men present. A particularly dressed sister smiled and said, "Zijin, with your taste, you like celebrities. You should have said so earlier. If I knew, Mingcheng would have gone to the sea to shoot films." Laughter rang out. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone. They were all laughing. Did that mean Zhang Mingcheng was not here? Wang Zijin said, "Where's Mingcheng?" Zhang Ling said crisply, My brother had something to do at work, so he was a little late. He's rushing over now. Wang Zijin nodded. Qinzhe, do you have any new songs recently? Why don't I go inside and get a guitar, and you can sing a song for everyone? A brother joked. Qinzhe, how did you manage to get Zijin? I'm more curious about this. A bespectacled brother smiled and said, Zijin was very fierce when she was young. In our circle, there was no man who was not afraid of her. I used to hang out with her, and we were the only ones who bullied others. No one dared to bully us. How did he manage to get her? Qinzhe thought for a moment. She's good at it? The laughter suddenly disappeared. In the silence, Prince Ningxin thought, here it comes, this guy's mouth. Qinzhe smiled and said, just kidding. Everyone laughed along. Wang Zijin hit him. Qinzhe thought to himself that the result of this probing wasn't too good. How should he put it? When people interacted with each other, they would probe each other, and they could detect each other's attitude from many details. Often, it could only be understood and not explained. For example, the few sentences that this group of people said at the beginning were all jokes. But when Qinzhe made a joke, everyone collectively lost their voices. Did they feel that his joke was abrupt? In the end, it was probably a psychological advantage of being superior. For example, when a newbie joined the group, the big shots in the group would tease him. Newbie, quickly change into female clothes. Newbie, quickly give out red packets. Newbie, quickly greet the big shots. But this newbie disdainfully said, everyone here is trash. They were all joking, but the big shots felt that it was only right for them to joke with the newbie. If the newbie joked with them, they would feel unhappy. Zhao Taizhu stood up to smooth things over. This brother of mine is a quick person. You guys will like him after getting to know him. The others all looked at him and thought to themselves, when did he become your brother? Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. With Zhao Tiezhu's help, she would be saved a lot of trouble. The group of people ate barbecue and drank beer. After a while, a well-built man placed a beer bottle in front of Qinzhe. Qinzhe, do you dare to brag to the end? Qinzhe said, brag. The well-built man. This person was so annoying. He pointed at the beer bottle. This guy had a bad temper and was aggressive. Do you dare? Qinzhe raised a finger. I usually only drink like this. The well-built man. One glass. Qinzhe said. Until the end. The well-built man. How arrogant. The eyes of a few men of high status suddenly lit up and they clamored to drink with Qinzhe. In a circle. Qinzhe placed the beer bottles on the table one by one. The men who were ready to drink with Qinzhe came over and formed a small circle. Not far away, Wang Zijin was leisurely eating a skewer of chicken wings with her 4 best friends sitting beside her. The gorgeously dressed Zhao Qian elbowed Wang Zijin. Why are you so calm? Don't tell me he's your boyfriend. Wang Zijin nodded. Yes, it's only 998 yuan. It's cheap and affordable. Zhao Qian had a strange expression. Really? Zhao Qian, you're still so brainless. The apple-faced Yang Ying snorted. If Sister Ziwei wanted to find a fake boyfriend, would she have to go to Shanghai? In Beijing, there are too many men who would be willing to block arrows for her. Zhao Taizhu walked over while gnawing on a skewer of kidney. Wang Zijin glanced at Zhao Qian. Are you happy that I found a fake boyfriend? Chapter 4:16. Actually, I still hope that you and Mingqing can be together. After more than 10 years of friendship, I will definitely stand on Mingqing's side. Zhao Qian pointed at the men surrounding Qinzhe and said, they are the same. They all hope that the two of you can get married. We grew up together, so it's best to digest the beauties in our own circle. Don't let the goodies flow into other people's fields. Look at them bullying their boyfriends. Don't feel bad when your boyfriend is drunk later. The apple-faced Yongying laughed and said, of course, he dares to steal our sister Ziwei. Who else can we bully if not him? Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu pursed his lips. Forget it. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't control my pants well back then and married another woman, Sister Xian would be mine now. Zhang Mingqing wouldn't have a chance. Wang Zijin kicked him and said, what are you doing here? Go and block the alcohol. Zhao Taizhu sighed and said, my wife and I are planning to have a child this year, so I quit smoking and drinking. Sister Ziwei, please be magnanimous and let me go. Wang Zijin pouted at Qin Zhe and said, "You know." Zhao Taizhu immediately said, "Don't worry, Qin Zhe's business is my business in the future." Taizhu thought that Sister Ziwei had really changed. If it was in the past, he would have to promise countless benefits and pay a lot of money to beg for her forgiveness. There was no other way. Sister Ziwei had a lot of information that could be used against him. Now Sister Ziwei was much more restrained. For a woman, the best way to please her was to please the person she liked. Zhang Ling walked over with her phone and said, "I called the club to bring some hangover medicine, Sister Ziwei." Linger is still so obedient. Zhao Qian pushed the hangover medicine in front of Wang Zijin and joked, "Remember to feed it to your man later." The big sisters laughed out loud. About half an hour later, the smiles of the sisters gradually disappeared. The guy who had threatened to drink beer with Qin Zhe was the first to fall. His record was 6 bottles of beer, and he had vomited twice in between. At this time he was lying on the grass, gasping for breath. He was not drunk, but his stomach could not hold anymore. Moreover, the alcohol would gradually get to his head. Then the second, the third. After 5 of them died, no one dared to drink with Qin Zhe anymore. Qin Zhe's eyes were bloodshot and his face was flushed red. However, he still had some strength left. It wouldn't be a problem for him to drink 1 or 2 more. Again, Qin Zhe looked around at the crowd. Those who weren't completely drunk had actually drunk quite a bit. They were burping and drunk and didn't dare to fight. Wang Zining watched the entire process of Qin Zhe drinking everyone to the ground. His heart was filled with admiration. Wang Zijin threw the hangover medicine back to Zhang Ling with a smile. "Here, go and give your brother some hangover medicine. Wake them up so that they can continue playing later." Zhang Ling opened her mouth and ran over with her tail between her legs. The 4 sisters were stunned. Zhao Qian said in surprise, "Not bad, your little boyfriend can drink quite well." Yang Ying nodded. "Wei Hu's alcohol tolerance is the best among us. He's already passed out." Zhao Taizhu curled his lips. He didn't pass out. He didn't get drunk that quickly. He just drank too quickly and his stomach couldn't take it. Qin Zhe's body is really good. "Sister Ziwei, you're not bragging, are you?" Wang Zijin squinted. "You're getting carried away again?" Zhao Taizhu waved his hand. "I'm just joking, just joking." Wang Zijin said, "I think he's almost done drinking. I'll help him to the toilet to vomit." Wang Zijin went to help Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shouted, "Help me up, I can still have 1 more round." Wang Zijin thought to herself, this little punk is really a punk. Just a little alcohol and he's already showing his true colors. If I let him continue, he'll spit out all kinds of nonsense. Be good, don't mess around. I'll help you to vomit. There's no need to vomit. My kidneys are teddy bears. I'm not afraid. Wang Zijin was speechless. What does drinking have to do with kidneys? Shouldn't it be the liver? Because when you're forcing the system, if you continue to train, the times are calling. Your kidneys will be comparable to teddy bears. Qin Zhe was 182 meters tall and weighed 150 pounds. In the past, he only weighed 130 pounds. After continuous training, his weight increased to 20 pounds. His body was even more well-proportioned. Wang Zijin had a hard time supporting him. There was no one in the men's toilet. Wang Zijin helped him in. Qin Zhe leaned over the toilet and vomited. After vomiting, he felt much better. Previously, his stomach was overturned and he felt uncomfortably bloated. However, even if he lost, he couldn't lose. Those guys were obviously targeting him and trying to get him drunk. Qin Zhe couldn't back down. A bunch of cowards. I can still drink 1 more box. Qin Zhe bragged. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Zijin took out a tissue and handed it to him. Qin Zhe wiped his face casually and rushed to the sink to wash his face. Wang Zijin handed him another tissue. Qin Zhe raised his wet face. Sister, help me wipe it. Wang Zijin glared at him. She raised her head and carefully wiped his face. Qin Zhe hugged her and smiled. Sister is the best. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. Which sister? Qin Zhe said. Sister Ziwei. After all, he wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. He was just a little excited. Not only was his body floating, but his emotions were also floating. However, Wang Zijin's words had a hidden meaning. His brain froze for a few seconds before he reacted. Wang Zijin snorted. Good boy. Qin Zhe buried his face in her neck and kissed her. Sister Ziwei is the best. I'll leave a mark for you. Don't mess around. Wang Zijin pushed him. It'll be embarrassing if our family sees this. Just leave a mark. Qin Zhe sucked hard. At this moment, he felt that there seemed to be someone standing at the door. He looked up and saw a handsome man standing at the door in a daze. Qin Zhe quickly moved his face away from Wang Zijin's neck. It wasn't good to show off their affection in the men's washroom. It was fine if there was no one around, but it would be awkward if there was someone around. Wang Zijin turned her head and was stunned. She squeezed out a smile. Mingcheng, you're here. Zhang Mingcheng was in the state of having his primordial spirit out of his body. He was in a daze and his eyes were empty. So he was Zhang Mingcheng. Qin Zhe looked at him with pity. Mingcheng? Wang Zijin called again. Zhang Mingcheng forced a smile. You're back? Yes, I'm back. Wang Zijin's signature dignified smile was on her face. Hey buddy, how are you? Qin Zhe greeted him. Buddy, did it hurt your heart? Zhang Mingcheng nodded and remained silent. We'll go out first. Wang Zijin let Qin Zhe put his arm around her and walked past him. When they walked past each other, Zhang Mingcheng heard that guy humming a song. My heart is in a mess, it's blank. God, are you here? I forgot to arrange it for me. Zhang Mingcheng's mouth twitched. After they walked for some distance, Wang Zijin said, You're so bad. Qin Zhe said, Hey, you feel sorry for your childhood sweetheart? Wang Zijin pecked his head, her eyes sparkling. Yes, I feel sorry for him. Qin Zhe's face darkened. Then I'll beat him to death today. Wang Zijin laughed heartily, overjoyed. Ace, I like to see you jealous, she said. Shallow, Qin Zhe said. I like to see you naked. Bah, you're the shallow one, Wang Zijin said. While the two were flirting, Zhang Mingcheng touched his chest in the men's washroom. It hurt. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhang Ling jumped over. Sister Ziwei, did you see my brother? He's here. Wang Zijin said. I saw him. Qin Zhe, want to drink again? The guys who were still drunk came up to him excitedly. They were intimidated by his aura and thought that his alcohol tolerance was really high. But when they saw Wang Zijin help him to the washroom to vomit, they realized that he was almost there. Wang Zijin shouted, Taizhu! Coming! Zhao Taizhu nibbled on his kidney and ran over. Drinking, right? Come, I'll break my vow today. Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. Their faces darkened. Whose side are you on? Of course, I'm Sister Ziwei's trusted subordinate, Zhao Taizhu said. Zhang Mingcheng adjusted his state of mind. When he returned to the barbecue pavilion, Zhao Taizhu had already replaced Qin Zhe to fight with the crowd. Qin Zhe sat on a chair and basked in the sun. Wang Zijin was a good wife and mother. She grilled chicken wings for him and roasted kidney with eggplant. Damn, the kidney was almost finished by Zhao Taizhu. Zhang Mingcheng didn't join in the fun. He had always been a very self-disciplined man. He didn't smoke or drink. He was handsome and gentle. There were a lot of girls in the unit who were chasing after him. Some liked his family background, some liked his appearance, and some liked his temperament. But in the eyes of women, the abstinent Prince Charming never showed any interest in flirtatious women. Even in Zhang Mingcheng's small circle, there were many girls who had been secretly in love with him for many years. It was just that everyone had played together since they were young and knew him very well. They knew that he was deeply in love with Wang Zijin, so the girls did not have the confidence to snatch the man from the big sister. Brother, what do you want to eat? I'll grill it for you, Zhang Ling said. Zhang Mingcheng looked at Wang Zijin. With a serious expression, he pretended to be casual. Zijin, can you grill chicken wings for me? The four girls all looked at Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe opened his eyes and squinted at Zhang Mingcheng. Chapter 417. The sun was shining brightly, and the spring breeze was warm. Qin Zhe squinted his eyes and thought to himself, damn it, if my system wasn't so low, I would have made you doubt your life. Alright, it wasn't the system's fault. According to the mission trigger conditions, there should have been a mission to kill Zhang Mingyu, but there wasn't. That was because he didn't have the psychological desire to do so. After all, he was the winner, and the winner only needed to look at the loser with contempt. Just think about it. His childhood sweetheart, a beautiful girl, was snatched away by this Cheng Yaojin who appeared out of nowhere. How much hatred would he feel? Haha. Oh no, isn't this the template of a main character? Looking at it from another perspective, if Zhang Mingcheng had the system, the one who would have been beaten to a pulp today would have been him. Salted fish say. I'm busy. Why don't you ask Zhang Ling to grill it for you? Or I'll grill it for you after I feed my A's, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Wang Zijin thought to herself, I'm not grilling it, get lost. Sister Zijin's barbecued meat can never fill my stomach for the rest of my life. Qinzhe said, Sister Zijin, let me try your abalone. Do you want it spicy? It's definitely spicy. Wang Zijin placed the spicy abalone skewers in front of Qinzhe, and the two of them started to show off their love. Zhang Mingcheng's expression darkened. Zhang Ling's pretty face was filled with anger. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Mingcheng shook his head at her. She held it in and gave Wang Zining a look, then stood up and walked to the side. Wang Zining followed her obediently. Seeing this, Qinzhe suddenly understood why Wang Zining hated him so much. It was to please his little lover. The apple-faced Yang Ying tried to smooth things over. She picked up a chicken wing skewer and said, Mingcheng, I'll grill it for you. Zhang Mingcheng thanked her with a smile and looked at Wang Zijin. They were still showing off their love. Qinzhe ate half of the abalone and passed it to Wang Zijin. They took a bite. Zhang Mingcheng's heart was pierced. Qinzhe did it on purpose. He wanted to show off to Zhang Mingcheng. It would be best if Zhang Mingcheng could give up and stop thinking about his girlfriend. Sister Ziwei was so cooperative. They must be thinking the same thing. I clearly know that you're coveting my girlfriend, and I'm still being polite to you? A man's magnanimity should not be used in such a place. If he was too magnanimous in this aspect, he might just wear a hat one day. Zhang Mingcheng felt very uncomfortable. All these years, Wang Zijin treated him more and more coldly. She could laugh and curse with Zhao Taizhu, but she was reserved and polite to him and kept a distance. Zhang Mingcheng would rather Wang Zijin do everything she could to trick him. He felt pain and happiness at the same time. There was nothing more heart-wrenching than the woman you like deliberately keeping a distance from you. True non-love is turning a blind eye. On the other side, Wang Zining was whispering to Zhang Ling, How's your family? Nothing. Zhang Ling frowned. What do you mean nothing? Isn't your family trying to matchmake my brother and your sister? Wang Zining said helplessly, So what? He's my sister's boyfriend. Are you going to chase him out? This isn't a novel where a rich young lady brings a man home and treats him like an enemy. Second aunt dislikes Qinzhe so much, but isn't she still nice to him? She has to consider my sister's feelings. Zhang Ling sneered. Why not? My brother is so nice. He likes your sister and is willing to treat her well. What does Qinzhe have to do with it? Wang Zining was unconvinced. That depends on whether my sister is willing or not. Zhang Ling was furious. Wang Zining, what are you talking about? Go away. Don't come looking for me this year. Wang Zining was silent. Zhang Ling snorted. Wang Zining had always wanted to chase after her. He listened to everything she said. When she said that Qinzhe was despicable, Wang Zining patted his chest and said that he would help her deal with him. Wang Zining was a spy she had infiltrated into the Wang family. However, this spy was not firm and easily swayed. But it didn't matter. As long as she was angry, Wang Zining would listen to her obediently and coax her. As she was thinking, Wang Zining got up and walked towards the barbecue pavilion. Zhang Ling was stunned. What are you doing? Wang Zining turned and said, My sister doesn't like your brother. Even I can tell. I don't care what the adults in the family think. I feel that I will only be happy when I am with the person I like. So even if I like Qinzhe, as long as my sister likes him, I will support him. I help you because I like you, but Wang Zijin is also my sister. After that, he walked back to the barbecue pavilion, leaving a stunned Zhang Ling behind. After the barbecue, the men suggested that they play boxing. The boxing room was as big as 2 basketball courts. There was a ring in the middle and sandbags were hanging from the 4 corners of the room. This group of second-generation heirs had already broken away from the low-level fun of cars and dancing. It was the hobby of the Punk family to play with pancakes. They preferred drinking, climbing, swimming, horseback riding, shooting, and playing golf. It was both fitness and entertainment. A well-built guy went on stage, took off his coat and shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Then he put on his boxing gloves and bumped his fists together. He looked around at the crowd. Who wants to play with me? Beside Qinzhe and Wang Zijin, Zhao Qian praised. Great body. The apple-faced Yang Ying said. Well, I like this kind of man with a good body. Unfortunately, my boyfriend doesn't like to work out. He has a small belly. The other two sisters said. Wei Hu didn't waste his time in the army these years. Zhang Mingqing took off his coat and jumped into the ring. Let me. After he took off his coat, unexpectedly, he had well-proportioned muscles. It was not the kind of explosive muscles that could be trained in the gym. It was very beautiful. Mingqing's body is also good. Very sexy. I haven't seen him fight for a long time. His body is still so good. The sisters whispered to each other like men admiring girls' long legs, thin waists and big breasts. Zhang Ling said proudly, My brother works out every day. While talking, the two people in the ring began to fight. It was particularly fierce. At least it was more intense than Qinzhe hitting Su Yu's butt. Both sides had a solid foundation in fighting and boxing. You punch me, I punch you. Occasionally, they could make a few beautiful dodges by leaning back and leaning over. Zhang Mingqing was particularly fierce today. He had a stomach full of anger and was about to vent it in the ring. Old Tai's heart was pierced through and blood gushed out. Accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing, Zhang Mingqing's thoughts flew. Zhang Mingqing had liked Wang Zijin for many, many years. It had been so long that he had forgotten how many years it had been. Zhang Mingqing was different from the children living in the military district. He was like a young master since he was young. He wore shirts and suspenders, and his hair was meticulously combed. His mother grew up abroad and instilled aristocratic ideas in Zhang Mingqing. Zhang Mingqing felt that he was different from the flirtatious B***cheese in the military district. He was a young master and had etiquette. He was nobler than others. Therefore, he was arrogant since he was young. He disdained to play with fat tigers like Zhao Taizhu who rolled around on the playground. The children all knew that Zhang Mingqing was arrogant. He was different from everyone else. He was smelly all day long. He said this was rude and that was a bumpkin. Later, he saw Wang Zijin fooling around with a group of naughty children all day long. He said, Wang Zijin, you don't look good at all. My mother said that girls should write, draw, practice piano and be a lady. You look ugly now. Zhang Mingqing was disappointed. He thought that Zhao Taizhu was a fat tiger. He was cute and spiritual. He was his own Jingxiang. But he never showed his affection. He didn't even talk to Wang Zijin. He deliberately ignored her, hoping to attract her attention. At that time Wang Zijin said, I don't care about being a lady. Little ones, beat him. 8 or 9 naughty children swarmed up and rubbed Zhang Mingqing on the ground. There were 4 or 5 little girls applauding. Among them Zhao Taizhu beat Fat Tiger the most. His head could be broken and blood could flow, but his hair couldn't be messed up. Zhao Taizhu deliberately messed up his hair. For the first time Zhang Mingqing tasted the deep malice of this world. It was brought to him by Wang Zijin. His straps were broken, his hair was messed up, and his striped shirt was covered in mud. He cried and went home to find his mother. But his parents knew that it was the eldest daughter of the Wang family who taught their son a lesson, so they chose to keep quiet. The next day, Wang Zijin brought people to surround him again on the way home from school. You can be my little brother, or my little brothers will press you to the ground and beat you in front of the girls in school. Wang Zijin put her hands on her waist and threatened him. Of course he couldn't do such a shameful thing. Since then Zhang Mingqing followed Wang Zijin. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. He watched her grow from a cute little girl to a beautiful young girl, and then to a graceful young woman. Wang Zijin always had a place in his heart. Her footprints were too deep in his life. When he was 13, he broke his grandfather's precious antique. Feeling that the world was ending, he ran to big sister Zijin for help. When Wang Zijin heard that, she crossed her arms and said, It's okay, leave it to me. She brought 2 of her little brothers and Zhang Mingqing himself. They found Zhang Mingqing's cousin and went to the scene of the incident. Then, everyone said the same thing and put the blame on the cousin. They called the parents on the spot. The 9-year-old cousin was ignorant. Suddenly he felt the deep malice of this world. Like his cousin, it was brought to him by Wang Zijin. When he was 16, he confessed to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin didn't agree or reject him. She suddenly asked him out for a drink at night. That day everyone was there. The 15-year-old boy had already learned to smoke and drink. Only Wang Zijin held a 50-cent glass bottle of Coke alone. Unknowingly, Zhang Mingcheng was drunk. Then someone said, "Let's go." Zhang Mingcheng was shocked. "I'm not going. I'm not going." Zhao Taizhu said, and Zhang Mingcheng said he would go too. Zhang Mingcheng said, "No, I'm not going." The little boy said, "Yes, you said you want to go." Then everyone helped the drunk him up. He forgot what happened next. When he woke up, he found himself on an unfamiliar bed. In a small room, a big sister was drying her hair in her pajamas. It was dawn. The big sister gave him a flirtatious look. Zhang Mingcheng hastily put on his clothes, covered his face and left heartbroken. After that, he didn't touch alcohol for 10 years. Later, Zhang Mingcheng found Wang Zijin and wanted to beg for forgiveness. Wang Zijin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Mingcheng. You've graduated." Zhang Mingcheng was surprised. "You don't care." Wang Zijin said, "No, if my man is a big sword, I'll break his legs." Zhang Mingcheng's heart was broken. For a long time Zhang Mingcheng, who felt that he was tainted and impure, didn't dare to say that he liked her. "Look, we're childhood sweethearts. Look, I've loved her for so many years. After so many years, I should have feelings for a dog. If I could, I wish I was a dog." It didn't matter that Wang Zijin didn't like him. He felt that he would have a chance. But now today she was in the arms of another man. She was kissed on the neck by another man. They were showing off their love in a frenzy. Zhang Mingcheng roared and knocked down his opponent with a punch. He turned around and shouted at Qinzai, "Qinzai, if you're a man, come and fight me. Qinzai, I'm going to beat you up until you doubt your life." Chapter 418. With Zhang Mingcheng's status, he had many ways to deal with Qinzai. Don't be jealous. In this day and age, one's future was mostly determined by one's family background. Unlike Zhongling's bravado, the resources and power that Zhang Mingcheng could mobilize were far beyond Qinzai's. Of course, if they really fought, the Wang family would most likely help Qinzai. Wang Zijin's attitude was definitely the Wang family's stance. In Shanghai, Nan Manpei was determined to help Qinzai, and the Li family would most likely help too. It would be a fight between the gods. However, Zhang Mingcheng disdained to use such methods. If he had to resort to schemes for love, then he would be too pathetic. Moreover, if he did that, he would lose Wang Zijin completely. That was why he preferred to fight like a warrior for the girl he loved. Hot-blooded, simple and hardy. He hated Qinzai to the core. How many unforgettable girls could a man meet in his life? Even now he had not thought of giving up. As long as he worked hard enough to grind an iron rod into a needle, Wang Zijin would not agree to his pursuit. Perhaps he did not put enough effort into it. Or perhaps Wang Zijin was too thick and could not be ground into a fine iron rod for the time being. In the spacious boxing room, Zhang Mingcheng's roar echoed. He was sweating profusely, his muscles were bulging, and his expression was crazed. Those who were familiar with him knew that Zhang Mingcheng was serious. Zhang Mingcheng was a very proud person. He did not want to fall behind others in any aspect and wanted to be number one in everything. He had trained hard in boxing and had always been the famous boxing kangaroo in the circle. To put it in a more pretentious way, I, Zhang Mingcheng, have never been weaker than anyone. Even Wang Zijin could not make him bow down to her willingly. Therefore, Zhang Mingcheng had always wanted to be the man of the big sister. At the side of the ring, Qinzai, who was whispering to Wang Zijin, was dumbfounded. He did not know why he was called out. Looking at Zhang Mingcheng, who was bursting with anger, there was a message all over his body. "You can't control our fury. Qinzai, do you dare to go up?" A guy on the side jeered. "Let me tell you, Mingcheng has liked Zijin for many years. If you want to be with her, you have to go through him first." Another person said, "You can even tolerate this? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to bear it." The bespectacled guy was also perverted. "Go on, if you're a man then draw your sword." The short and skinny guy said. The group of second-generation heirs who didn't mind watching the show cheered excitedly, fanning the flames. In comparison, women were always kind and honest people. Maybe it was because of Qin Zhe's celebrity aura that increased their favorable impression of him. Zhao Qian frowned and said, I don't think that's a good idea. If Mingcheng doesn't control his strength. The apple-faced Yang Ying nodded. You might accidentally break the bridge of your nose or your teeth. As she spoke, she poked Wang Zijin's waist and said, Don't be in a daze. Go and tell Mingcheng that it's best if he doesn't hit him. If he does, he should hold back a little. The other two sisters also tried to persuade them. They were on Zhang Mingcheng's side. After all, they had been friends for decades. However, if Qin Zhe was beaten up too badly, it wouldn't look good for everyone. Zhang Ling walked over lightly and looked at Qin Zhe as if she was announcing something big. My brother is angry. You know the consequences. Qin Zhe grunted. This is the legendary anger of a single dog. Zhang Ling glared at him angrily. Wang Zining was right. This person was despicable, and his mouth was even more despicable. Everyone was speechless. The sisters rolled their eyes. They were all thinking of how to persuade him, but he was still fanning the flames. Was he happy to be beaten up for no reason? Or did he think that he had a chance of winning? Zhang Mingcheng's muscles were not just for show. He was proficient in boxing and taekwondo. One punch from him would be the end of the match. Those who were more flexible would think that it was probably because Wang Zijin was present that Qin Zhe wasn't afraid. Men didn't want to appear too cowardly in front of the woman they liked. Wang Zijin glanced at Qin Zhe. Did you hear that? Hold back a little. Qin Zhe nodded and vowed. I'll end it quickly. I won't make things difficult for you. Wang Zijin nodded in satisfaction. Towards Zhang Mingcheng, she could only express her apologies. Big sister Zijin had a feeling of helplessness that it was the hardest to accept the grace of a beauty. She confessed her feelings, but Zhang Mingcheng's unwavering determination made big sister Zijin's heart ache. She could only deliberately keep a distance. Zhang Mingcheng liked her. She knew that Zhang Mingcheng couldn't wait to kneel down and propose to her. He would say, Zijin, you're lightning, you're light. You're the only legend. I only love you. I don't know how to speak English later, I forgot. She still knew. However, when it came to relationships, it wasn't about giving and receiving. If you didn't like me, you didn't like me. Did I have to marry you and bear your children for the rest of my life just because you were faithful to me? Wang Zijin didn't want to bear children. If she wanted to, she wanted a bunch of salted fishes. Zhang Mingcheng was indeed outstanding. However, Qin Zhe wasn't bad either. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Moreover, she was happy to be with Qin Zhe. However, if she were to marry Zhang Mingcheng, she would feel that she was f***ed by her brother. Every time Wang Zijin thought about it, she would slowly shiver. Zhao Taiyu shouted happily. Wait, let's open a banker. I'll be the banker. If we're talking about the odds, Qin Zhe and Zhang Mingcheng will be 50-50. He glanced at his childhood friends and then at the women. Do you guys want to play? Zhang Ling was the first to raise her hand. I'll play. I'll bet 50,000 on my brother. Yo, where did you get so much money from? Zhao Taiju looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Why do you care? You won't be left out, Zhang Ling said. Zhang Ling had 200,000 yuan in her savings. The elders in her family gave her a lot of pocket money. Her expenses were huge. Every month, she used up half a year's salary of an ordinary white-collar worker. Don't go back on your words if you lose, Zhao Taiju said. Someone is so eager to give me money. Why don't I play? Zhang Ling looked at him disdainfully. Hey, what about you guys? Zhao Taiju asked his childhood friends. Qin Zhe, have you ever trained in fighting? Out of caution, one of his childhood friends asked. Do you think this is a Wuxia novel where you can find someone to practice martial arts? That doesn't exist. Zhao Taiju waved his hand. Then why 50-50? His childhood friends asked. Zhao Taiju had always been rough on the outside. Why would he do a losing deal? Because we're brothers on the surface. Huh. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Zhe doesn't care about his reputation. This is a friendly payout. It's good for everyone's reputation, Zhao Taiju said. Then a few of his childhood friends whispered. Are we going to buy it? Buy it. They play upstairs, we play downstairs. Haha, earn some pocket money from Taiju. The bespectacled guy raised his hand. I'll buy 100,000 yuan. Zhao Taiju rolled his eyes. Are you crazy? 20,000 yuan at most. It's just for fun. The bespectacled guy asked. Then why did Zhongling buy 50,000 yuan? Zhao Taiju said casually. Aya, she's a little girl. I have to take care of her. He thought to himself, this girl's words are harsh and unlikable. Of course I have to cheat her. The bespectacled guy was relieved and said, looks like it's not a trap. Otherwise, he would be more than happy to cheat us. That's right. Let's buy it. Then everyone raised their hands. I'll buy 10,000 yuan Mingcheng. I'll buy 20,000 yuan Mingcheng. I'll buy 5,000 yuan Mingcheng. I'll buy 20,000 yuan Mingcheng. After a round of bidding, 2 of the 12 or 13 friends bought 2,000 yuan for Qin Zhe and 20,000 yuan for Zhang Mingcheng. The others only bought Zhang Mingcheng. The sisters all bought Qin Zhe, but then bought Zhang Mingcheng. Obviously, buying Qin Zhe was to save Wang Zijin's face. Zhao Qian asked Wang Zijin. Zijin, you're not buying? Yang Ying said. Of course not. Are you going to bet on Zhang Mingcheng? That'll hurt my boyfriend more. The other 2 said. If it were me, I'd bet on my boyfriend even if I knew I was going to lose. Wang Zijin shrugged. Forget it. It's not easy for Taiju to earn money. Let's not cheat him. She had seen Qin Zhe in action before. Back then in the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe had easily taken down 2 pickpockets. He was so fierce. Also, Zhao Taiju had said that he wanted to fight with Qin Zhe over dinner. Qin Zhe casually crushed a bone porcelain cup and Zhao Taiju backed down. At that time, Qin Zhe was still a Bu Jingyun who had been single for 23 years. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhe went up to the stage. He put on the boxing gloves and didn't take off his clothes. Otherwise, everyone present would have seen what it meant to be sexy and fit. The system's gift of gymnastics was constantly tempering his body, making him far more energetic than ordinary people. Correspondingly, his speed, strength, and reflexes were all improved. Although the essence of this matter was that the system was working hard to turn him into a power bank, Qin Zhe automatically filled in the worrisome truth that the system was helping him become Superman. If he wanted to live a good life, he had to wear a little cuckold. It was not accurate. He had to have the spirit of AQ and know how to entertain himself. The guy who was defeated by Zhang Mingcheng was the referee. After Qin Zhe put on the gloves, he asked, "Aren't you going to take off your clothes?" "No." Qin Zhe shook his head. "Clothes can also become your weakness and restrict your movements," he advised out of kindness. "No." Qin Zhe shook his head again. The audience below the stage was both angry and amused. Not only was he a layman, but he was also freaking arrogant. Zhang Mingcheng raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. He stared at Qin Zhe and said, "I've liked her for many, many years. It doesn't matter if that person is you. As long as it's her boyfriend, I want to beat him up." Qin Zhe replied, "She's my girlfriend. It doesn't matter if you're the one who's coveting her. As long as someone tries to steal her away from me, I want to beat him up." At this time, Wang Zijin patted the guardrail and whispered, "A's, go easy on him." Negative emotions from Zhang Mingcheng, negative emotions from Zhang Ling. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Sister Ziwei, this is not the time to play mind games. Let's begin." Zhang Mingcheng gritted his teeth. "I'll let my fists fall on every corner of your body." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Including the balls?" Zhang Mingcheng was speechless. The referee got into a horse stance and swung down with one arm. "Begin." Zhang Mingcheng raised his fists and jumped slightly towards Qin Zhe. He tested him with his fists first. When he saw that Qin Zhe did not move, he immediately knew that he was really an idiot in boxing. He immediately let out a low growl, took a step forward, and punched straight at Zhang Ling's face. The battle began and the audience was excited. Then, Qin Zhe waved his hand casually as if he was swatting a fly. Bam! Zhang Mingcheng's face was punched. He did not even have the chance to stabilize himself and fell to the ground. The battle ended and the audience was dumbfounded. What happened? Chapter 419. What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. KO with one punch? They even suspected that Zhang Mingcheng and Qin Zhe were acting. Even if Zhang Mingcheng had missed, he shouldn't have been knocked out with one punch. The shock came too fast like a tornado, so everyone was dumbfounded. In reality, Zhang Mingcheng was lying on the ground. His mind was in a mess. He had been beaten silly. The feeling just now was like a battering ram wrapped in a boxing glove hitting his face. At that moment he heard the sound of the sea in his head. Qin Zhe took off his boxing gloves and threw them to the referee. "Take off your clothes. It's just a matter of one punch." Qin Zhe equals Haizei King equals Sensei Saitama. The referee, who was 1.8 meters tall with a lasso pole, was so shocked that he looked like a mantis shrimp. He stared at him in disbelief. Is this the legendary miracle of strength? How much strength does it take to knock a grown man to the ground with one punch? This Qin Zhe, as expected, had a big tool and a good job. Extraordinary. Qin Zhe felt the burning gaze. He turned his head and asked, "You want to spar with me too?" The referee shook his head and said in shock, How did you do it?" Even if he had practiced boxing, he couldn't have done it. This was the strength of a professional boxer, and not a lightweight one. "Don't you know my nickname?" Qin Zhe said lightly. "For a fast shooter, there is no fastest, only faster." "What a master!" The referee, Sun Weihu, looked at him with admiration. "Brother, how are you?" Zhang Ling climbed into the ring and helped Zhang Mingcheng up. She glared at Qin Zhe. The onlookers rushed over and took a closer look at the bruised left side of Zhang Mingcheng's face under the pretext of passing him mineral water. "Well, it's a real injury, not an act. No wonder he's Big Sister's man." Everyone looked at Qin Zhe differently. "You hit him too hard," Wang Zijin whispered beside the ring. "I'm already very careful." Qin Zhe shrugged. His grip was strong enough to crack a porcelain cup. He had only used 40% of his strength in this punch. "Qin Zhe, do you know Kung Fu?" Sun Weihu's eyes were burning. "Sort of." Qin Zhe nodded. Is he practicing the internal martial arts?" Sun Weihu asked with a burning gaze. "If you are referring to the inner force, then yes." Qin Zhe thought for a while and nodded. Qi was also considered inner force, right? Actually, he didn't understand either. The purpose of qi was to nourish the 5 viscera, tendons, and bones. It was not something that could be used for external release of qi. If the internal martial arts in Chinese martial arts wasn't a lie, then its effect should be the same as the system's gift of gymnastics, using the temperature to nourish the body. Not only could it strengthen one's body, but it could also increase one's stamina and strength. So there really was such a thing. Sun Weihu was excited and asked, What kind of internal martial art do you practice?" "Tai Chi." Qin Zhe shook his head. "Xingyi." Qin Zhe shook his head. "Gossip." Qin Zhe shook his head again. Sun Weihu was curious and puzzled. "What's that?" Qin Zhe's face turned red. "The times are calling." Sun Weihu dug his ears. "What?" Qin Zhe explained. "The second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students. The times are calling." Sun Weihu was speechless. He said with a disheartened look, "If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I know you have rules and have to keep it a secret, right?" Comrade Sun sighed and turned around sadly. He still wanted to ask Qin Zhe for some guidance, but he thought too much. If he didn't want to teach, he could have said it. If it wasn't convenient for him to reveal it, he could have said it. Why did he have to push the blame to the radio gymnastics? "What, are you the only one who received 9 years of compulsory education? Have I never practiced the times are calling?" "It's true. I'm not lying to you," Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Hey, I'm not lying to you. It's really the times are calling. I swear on my integrity that the system can testify for me." Sun Weihu turned around and said angrily, "The times are calling is not the second set of radio gymnastics for elementary school students. It's the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students." With that, he left in a huff. Qin Zhe was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. After a while, Wang Zijin said, "It seems like it's really the second set of radio gymnastics for middle school students." Qin Zhe was speechless. "So the low-life system has been lying to me all this time?" Qin Zhe looked at Zhang Mingcheng, who had a dispirited expression despite being cared for by his childhood friends. He pinched Sister Xian's waist and whispered in her ear, "Aren't you going to comfort him?" Wang Zijin shook her head. Zhang Mingqing can't keep pestering you. Tell him that you have no hope in this lifetime. Stop pestering me and get lost. You're crazy. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. I've already told him everything. He confessed to me when I was 16 years old and I didn't talk about it anymore. I came to Shanghai to study in high school, and I thought that he would forget about me after seeing so many forests. Who knew that when I went back to Beijing to study, he would pester me again? Why did I do that? I've always treated him like a brother since I was young. Qinzhe suddenly thought of a saying. I treat you like a brother, but you want to f***ck me. This was the biggest malice between brothers. It was even scarier than the wife running away with the brother. It was really difficult for Sister Ziwei. She wanted to be in love but was afraid of being f***ed. I've always treated you like a brother, but you want to f***ck me. The former's target was Qinzhe, and the latter's target was Zhang Mingqing. Zhao Taizhu nimbly climbed up the ring and laughed wildly 3 times towards the sky. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy. Zhang Mingqing was beaten up. Why are you so happy? Zhang Mingqing's face darkened. Speaking of which, he and Zhao Taizhu had always been rivals. They both coveted Wang Zijin and wanted to be the big sister's man. However, Zhao Taizhu gave up. Zhang Mingqing didn't even turn back. Pay up, pay up. You lost. Zhao Taizhu said happily. This time everyone's face darkened. This son of a b***tch, he's really a scammer. Zhao Taizhu is so evil. Damn it, my secret stash is gone again. Taizhu, get up the ring. Let's fight. Zhang Mingqing's childhood friends reacted and were furious. There's still 50,000 left. Don't go back on your words. Zhao Taizhu said. Zhongling pretended not to hear and squatted beside her brother. Hey Zhongling, you want to go back on your words? Zhao Taizhu looked at her disdainfully. I don't have money now. We'll talk about it later. Zhongling pouted. Actually, she wanted to go back on her words. She could totally go back on her words. After all, she was a girl and was still studying. If Zhao Taizhu didn't let her off after she threw a tantrum, he wouldn't be a man. Moreover, he was 6 or 7 years older than her. They were no longer of the same generation. 50,000 yuan. Even Zhongling, who never thought about money, would feel the pinch for a long time. Her source of income mainly depended on the gifts from her elders. She had no way to earn money herself. However, she underestimated Zhao Taizhu's shamelessness. Zhao Taizhu said, ha ha ha, if you think you can go back on your words like this, then you're too stupid. I'll give you 2 choices. Alipay or WeChat. Take out your phone and scan it. What day and age is this? Who wants cash? You. Zhongling puffed her cheeks. Zhao Taizhu had already opened Alipay and handed his phone to her. The manager of the clubhouse personally delivered a spray for bruises and a small bucket of ice. Zhang Mingqing rested for 15 minutes and had to leave because he had something to do at work. Zhang Mingqing left the clubhouse and sat in the car in a daze. What a terrible day. Actually, he had nothing to do at work. The reason why he was late was because he was excited and nervous. He didn't know how to face Wang Zijin and how to talk back to Qinzhe. When Zhongling came back from Shanghai last time, she said that her future sister-in-law had been seduced by a wild man. Zhang Mingqing didn't think much of it. Wang Zijin was such an outstanding woman. How could she be seduced by an ordinary man? Later, Zhao Taizhu said that Wang Zijin was heartlessly forgetting her love for a man in Shanghai. She cried and begged him to like her. At that time he was shocked. For the first time, he looked up Qinzhe's information seriously. After reading the information, Zhang Mingqing was shocked again. He roared in his heart. How could there be such an outstanding man in the world? How could there be such an outstanding man? He shouldn't be called Qinzhe. He should be called Long Outyan. He had been holding back his anger until today. When he heard that Wang Zijin had brought her boyfriend home to meet her parents, Zhang Mingqing was sad and depressed. At the same time, he was full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to see Qinzhe. He wanted to compete with him to see who was the most flirtatious peacock. Recalling everything that happened at the clubhouse, he suddenly felt like crying. At this time, Zhang Mingqing saw 2 people walking out of the clubhouse. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. It was Wang Zijin, whom he had been thinking about day and night, and Qin Zhe, who should be called Long Outyen. For some reason Wang Zijin didn't follow them. They walked to the car. Wang Zijin took out the car key to unlock the door. Just as she was about to open the door and enter the car, Qin Zhe looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he suddenly hugged Wang Zijin from behind. Wang Zijin was stunned. She didn't even resist and went limp in his arms. They kissed passionately as if there was no one else around. They showered Zhang Mingqing with affection. Every bit of affection was like an arrow that pierced through Zhang Mingqing's heart. I can't take this anymore. I'm not Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing only has to endure one heart-piercing arrow every day. How many times have I been pierced today? Zhang Mingqing held his pierced heart, stepped on the accelerator, and slowly approached them. Beep beep! A loud horn sounded. Wang Zijin immediately pushed Qin Zhe away, and the two looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Mingqing slowly lowered the car window. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were infinitely close to those of a dead fish. Mingqing, you haven't left yet, Wang Zijin said awkwardly. Zhang Mingqing didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Zhe with his dead fish eyes. Qin Zhe thought to himself, what are you looking at? Do you think you're Secretary Da Kong? The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Zhang Mingqing vented his anger on these two guys. Hey old Tai, we're leaving first. In the end it seemed that Qin Zhe was the first to give in. Zhang Mingqing was a little proud of himself in the spirit of AQ. Suddenly, he heard this guy sing a song without saying anything. I should be under the car, not in the car. Seeing how sweet you guys are. This way, it's easier for me to give up and give me the courage to leave. As he sang, Qin Zhe got into the car, lowered the car window and waved. Let's go, old Tai. In the future, you must come to my wedding with Sister Ziwei. The car drove away. Zhang Mingqing was speechless. I should be under the car, not in the car. I really want to cry. Chapter 420. Wang Zijin stared straight ahead, her bright lips curled up. You sure know how to say it. She didn't sympathize with Zhang Mingqing at all. Perhaps in Sister Ziwei's opinion, it was best if Zhang Mingqing was disappointed in her, so that he wouldn't think about her all the time and waste his good years. And she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. After all, she had a brother who wanted to rape her by her side. Sometimes I'm also annoyed. Why is she always so talented? Qin Zhe sighed. Pfft. Wang Zijin almost lost her grip on the steering wheel. She said angrily. Why are you acting cool in front of me? Yes, I shouldn't show my slight skill in front of an expert, Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin was stunned. After driving a few hundred meters, she suddenly reacted and used one hand to hit Qin Zhe's head. Watch the road. I'll hit you when we get home. Qin Zhe quickly defended himself. Wang Zijin snorted and pouted, but her eyes and eyebrows were smiling. There were many reasons why she liked Qin Zhe, but one of them couldn't be ignored. Qin Zhe was sometimes flirty, but when they were together they could laugh and play and they were very happy. The reason was probably that she had enough of her parents' cold and indifferent treatment since childhood, which created a psychological shadow. She hated and even feared the respectful relationship between husband and wife. Zhang Mingqing was elegant and polite. In other people's eyes, he was impeccable, but in Wang Zijin's eyes, he was a fatal flaw. She would never like such a man. To paraphrase the popular protagonist model a few years ago, the female protagonists all liked bad boys. Wang Zijin didn't like bad boys and Qin Zhe wasn't a bad boy either. Another reason why she liked Qin Zhe was that Qin Zhe was more lazy. Such a man could be hard or soft. No, he could be a domineering CEO, but he could also be a little boy who relied on his sister. Wang Zijin had a sense of responsibility and dependence. Sometimes she felt that she was more like Qin Bao's sister than Qin Zhe's sister. She didn't have the dignity of an elder sister at all. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin wandered aimlessly in the capital. They purposely took a stroll in front of Tiananmen Gate to experience the majestic view of the Tiananmen Gate and admire the portrait of the great man. In the CBD area they bought clothes, Beijing specialties, souvenirs and other things. Qin Zhe did not want to go as he said it was not delicious. But Wang Zijin told him that Beijing roast duck was like street food and could be found everywhere. Foreigners only know to go to Quanjude. But Quanjude was like Starbucks, which was becoming less and less classy. There were chain restaurants everywhere, and it had become an assembly line business model. Only the locals of the capital knew where the delicious roast duck was, and where the famous roast duck was. After a while they arrived at Uniqlo. Uniqlo is a good place, good scenery, good scenery, good scenery, good place, good scenery, good place. There are girls everywhere. Enter the house and have sex. Speaking of Uniqlo, Chinze wanted to complain about it. The quality of the clothes was as bad as their mother. When he was in school, he accompanied his sister shopping and bought a few short-sleeved shirts at a discount. But the shirts were out of shape after one summer. Wang Zijin held Feng Yu's arm and walked from the first floor to the second floor. This time she was the one who bought the clothes. Ever since she came to Shanghai, she had not been to Uniqlo, a small brand clothing store. Qin Baobao dragged her to buy clothes, and they only went to international brand stores. She did not even look at the clothes that cost less than 5 digits. His sister was also corrupted. When Qinze bought her a 50 renminbi short-sleeved shirt, she also wore it for the whole summer. But money must be spent to make money, and it was meaningless to keep the money in the bank. The money could not catch up with inflation, and it could still increase the country's GDP. Wang Zijin looked for a long time and finally settled on a dark blue sweater with a cartoon bear printed on the chest. She was paired with a pair of light blue jeans and a loose cartoon bear sweater. Wang Zijin had changed from a 26-year-old woman to a 16-year-old girl. Kawaii. What do you think? Wang Zijin stood in front of Qinze, her eyes shining like stars. Cute, I want. Qinze gave her a thumbs up and blurted out. What do you want? Wang Zijin tilted her head and asked playfully. Want? Qinze had an idea and sang. I want to ask if you dare to be crazy for love like me, Wang Zijin. The second dress was a white dress. Wang Zijin herself preferred light green, but Qinze recently was allergic to Zijin's color. No, green. It was all Suyu's fault. Wang Zijin felt that wearing clothes was for her boyfriend to see, and she respected her boyfriend's preference, so she chose the white dress. Qinze stood at the door of the fitting room and heard Wang Zijin, who had just entered, whisper, Ace? Is Ace outside? Qinze replied, Yes, what's up? You come in for a while. What? Her voice was so soft that Qinze didn't hear it clearly. Come in for a while. Wang Zijin raised her voice. Qinze's cock was moved. What was the meaning of this? Let him in? Let him into the fitting room or where? This wasn't important. It was just a matter of order. Once he entered the fitting room, he would definitely be able to enter. Qinze couldn't help but be moved. There was a story behind this. There were many people around shuttling back and forth. Qinze's expression was normal as he lifted the curtain and went in. In the fitting room, Wang Zijin had one hand on her chest and the other on her back. Her face was red. My bra's button seems to be undone. She turned around and said, You help me button it. Qinze saw a white back. Her skin was white and tender, her back was perfectly curved, and her waist was small. Was this Sister Ziwei's hint? Qinze slowly approached her. His hand slipped into her dress and held her waist. What are you doing? Wang Zijin was surprised. Doing it. Qinze nodded. Sister Ziwei was so embarrassed that she hit the back of her head. She was angry and amused at the same time. I asked you to help you button your bra. Qinze covered his nose in disbelief. Just button my bra? Nonsense. Wang Zijin sneered. Qinze found that the button was made with special leather. Unless he stood with both hands behind his back, he couldn't button it by himself. He silently buttoned her bra and said unwillingly, Isn't this your hint? Sister Ziwei, there's no need to be pretentious between us. There's no such thing as a hint. I don't believe you. Does a woman's bra have to be buttoned by someone else? Because this bra is sexy. It was designed for a husband and wife to wear together. You bought it for me. It's none of your business. Your sister bought it for me. You didn't even ask for my opinion. Qinze quietly left the fitting room. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin came out. She turned around and her skirt fluttered. Does it look good? Qin whirled tasteless. Nodded. Nice. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to the Wang family. Only Mrs. Wang was at home. Grandpa Wang was enjoying the cool breeze in the yard. The mother and daughter chatted. Wang Zijin told her about the Qin family in Shanghai. Qin Ma's father was a very serious but not old-fashioned university professor. Qin Ma's mother was very gentle. There was also her best friend, Qin Baobao, who sat next to her for 3 years in high school. I remember her. Baobao, isn't she that beautiful girl? Mrs. Wang almost blurted out the word, gorgeous. Others dressed up gorgeously, but Qin Baobao's facial features were gorgeous. She had a sharp and pretty oval face, cherry lips, and especially charming and lively eyes. Wang Mama had seen Qin Baobao once when she picked up her daughter from school. Back then, Qin Baobao had left a deep impression on Wang Mama when she was 17 or 18. Mrs. Wang hated that kind of girl. She hated women who reminded people of vixens. Vixens were often equated with mistresses. However, Mrs. Wang noticed that whenever that gorgeous girl was mentioned, her daughter would be very happy. Her eyes would sparkle and the corners of her mouth would curl up. Mrs. Wang thought to herself, that girl has a deep place in her daughter's heart. Qin Zhe saw the old man on the rocking chair in the backyard waving at him. He paused for a moment and walked over obediently. When he got closer, the old man closed his eyes and rocked slowly with the rocking chair. Qin Zhe had always been in awe of the old man. He stood upright. However, after a few minutes, the old man seemed to have fallen asleep. Qin Zhe thought to himself, are you crazy? Did you ask me to come here to do the most romantic thing with me? Sit in a rocking chair and chat slowly? Just as he was thinking this, the old man suddenly said, Qin Zhe, have you ever thought of going into politics? Qin Zhe immediately shook his head. I wouldn't dare. Why? Crabs in the river shine in the sky, flowers smile at me, little birds say good morning. You'll die sooner or later. The old man. The air was quiet for a few minutes. The old man asked, what do you think of the current society? What do you think of the country? Qin Zhe gave him a thumbs up. Socialism is good. Qin Zhe wanted to sing a song. Without the XX party there would be no new China. The old man. If I ask you to be the Wang family's white glove, would you be willing? The Wang family doesn't lack white gloves, right? There are many white gloves. Qin Zhe smiled. No problem. The old man looked at him carefully. You don't dislike it? Qin Zhe grinned. We each take what we need. After being in the business world for so long, he finally understood that the business world was like a battlefield. There were many cases of swords and knives secretly causing trouble. An environment of fair competition did not exist. With his current scale of capital, he could only make a small fuss in front of the big bosses of the capital. But in the future, unexpectedly, the old man changed his words. We'll talk about it in the future. Qin Zhe probed. Then, Grandpa, have you agreed to let me be your grandson-in-law? The old man did not say anything. He closed his eyes and slowly rocked with the rocking chair. Ooh! During dinner, the direct descendants of the Wang family all arrived. The uncles who were absent at noon also came. Second uncle was a middle-aged man who was smooth and slick. According to Wang Zijin, second uncle's family should be on Zhang Mingqing's side. However, during dinner, second uncle frequently chatted with Qin Zhe, and did not neglect him at all. Little uncle was also a wily old fox and always had a smile on his face. Qin Zhe guessed that little uncle should be one of the Wang family's white gloves. After dinner, Qin Zhe was arranged to stay in the guest room of the small building in the south. It was thousands of miles away from Sister Ziwei's room. Wang Zijin stayed on the second floor of the main building, next to her parents' bedroom. Qin Zhe lay on the bed and recalled what happened today. From lunch to dinner, the Wang family's elders' attitude toward him had obviously improved. Father Wang still did not speak. This was understandable. Fathers did not like pigs who took advantage of their cabbage. Mother Wang said a few words to him during dinner. As for the other aunts and uncles, they were ignored. They had no right to criticize him. Who the hell would consider the feelings of their aunts and uncles when looking for a partner? Unless you're marrying my cousin. However, Grandpa Wang's attitude was a bit unpredictable. What did "we'll talk about it in the future" mean? Was he prepared to observe him for a long time? Regardless, he did not directly reject him. This was a good sign. The phone screen lit up. There was a message. Wang Zijin. The night is long. Qinzai's heart skipped a beat. No mood to sleep. Wang Zijin sent a thumbs-up emoji. Sister Ziwei, this thumbs-up is so flirtatious. Qinzai was pleasantly surprised. He got out of bed, put on his clothes and sneaked toward the main building. He knew where Wang Zijin's room was. She had taken him there earlier in the day. Qinzai was familiar with the place and soon found Sister Zijin's room. But just as he was about to knock on the door to the master bedroom at the end of the corridor suddenly opened. A beam of light poured out of the room and shone on Qinzai. It was like a demon mirror exposing him. Qinzai froze on the spot. It was Father Wang who opened the door. Father Wang was stunned to see a pig sneaking into his daughter's room. Then a sharp light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Qinzai. Qinzai panicked. Father-in-law, listen to me. Chapter 421. Without any precautions or concerns, you just appeared like this. Qinzai was once again petrified in China. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Mr. Wang stood at the door, and the sound of the television broadcasting the news came from the room behind him. Mr. Wang's back was facing the light, so Qinzai couldn't see the expression on his face. However, he knew that his expression would be seen by Mr. Wang, so he had to keep his cool. Luckily, I'm proficient in acting. He was in despair. Mr. Wang had been unsmiling the whole day, and his favorability towards him was 0. Now, his favorability was probably in the negative. He was already disliked as his future son-in-law, but this time good things were really hard to come by. Wang Qingfu's favorability towards him. 10086. Before opening Sister Ziwei's door, Qinzai was still singing in his heart. My passion is like a fire. In the blink of an eye, a basin of cold water was poured over me. What should I do? She rushed over and said, Father-in-law, please listen to my explanation. Sister Zian and I are innocent. Innocent? Why would a boyfriend and girlfriend want to be innocent? But I haven't received the approval of the Wang family. In the end, I sneaked into Sister Ziwei's room in front of Mr. Wang. Qinzai had 24 years of life experience, but he didn't know how to deal with this awkward situation at all. Uncle, he said with a dry smile, the night is long. I'm here to talk to Sister Ziwei about the glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs. Terrible lines, lame excuses. The corner of Mr. Wang's mouth twitched. He gently closed the door and turned on the lights in the corridor. Do you like to drink? Qinzai was stunned and answered honestly. Just so. Oh. Mr. Wang's study was at the other end of the corridor. On the entire second floor, other than Mr. and Mrs. Wang's master bedroom and Wang Zijin's boudoir, there was only this study. The study was F*King bigger than Qinzai's living room. A room within a room could be used as a place to rest. Father Wang's room was decorated exquisitely and elegantly. The furniture was of the highest quality. There were also some rare trinkets, such as the brass and gold beasts on the antique shelf, the blue and white porcelain plates, and the sandalwood table by the balcony. The table was covered with rice paper, paperweights, and inkstones were all of good quality. Qinzai had known for a long time that those in high positions in novels had simple private residences and simple study furnishings. It was all nonsense. Sitting in the study that many people could only dream of entering, he felt a little flattered. There was a bottle of Maotai and a plate of peanuts in front of them. The housekeeper had specially heated up the braised beef for them, cut it and served it to them. Qinzai thought to himself, Father Wang is a person who knows how to enjoy life. After drinking half a glass of white wine, Mr. Wang finally spoke. Wang Zijin has caused trouble for your family in Shanghai. As he spoke, he poured some wine for Qinzai. Qinzai quickly picked up his cup. No, my parents like her very much. He was flattered again. Father Wang looked directly at him. What about you? Qinzai was stunned. Of course I like her. I like her very, very much. Father Wang nodded. That's good, that's good. When he said this, his eyes were a little dazed. Qinzai scratched his head. He couldn't figure out what Father Wang was thinking. It was 10:30 at night when they finished drinking. Father Wang didn't pour his heart out with Qinzai. He only talked about some very ordinary things such as politics and business, but he didn't overdo it. Most of the time, he asked about Qinzai's family situation. Then Father Wang would talk about the Wang family. It was like two families of different social status trying to find the right place to start a conversation. Qinzhe found this strange. He felt that Father Wang didn't seem to dislike him or his relationship with Sister Ziwei. Strange. Didn't Sister Ziwei say that Father Wang liked Zhang Mingcheng and was very firm about it? Father Wang turned off the light in the study and closed the door. He said faintly, "Go back to sleep." Qinzhe didn't know what to say. The meaning was obvious. Don't even think about chatting with my daughter tonight. The glorious deeds of the revolutionary martyrs? Go to hell. That was a pain in the ass. A lot had happened today, especially after the meeting at the club. His relationship with Wang Zijin had obviously improved. Otherwise, Sister Ziwei wouldn't have sent him a message. He also wanted to be intimate with Sister Ziwei. Have you ever seen a man who didn't want to be intimate with his girlfriend? Qinzhe nodded sullenly and turned to leave. After returning to his room, he turned on his phone and saw that Wang Zijin had sent him several messages. "Where are you? Ace, are you asleep? Little bum, if you don't reply, I'm going to get angry." Maybe the room was soundproof, but Sister Ziwei didn't hear the conversation outside the door. Qinzhe typed a message and replied, "Sister Ziwei, I was at your door just now and was caught by your father." Wang Zijin sent him a string of ellipses. "How did you survive?" "Humph, of course it's because of my strong moral character." "Bragging, ha. My father might have thrown you into the cold palace." "Sister Ziwei, you're really wrong this time. I'm not that unlucky guy who sold newspapers. Your father and I have a good chat." Qinzhe thought of a question. "Sister Ziwei, if your father insists on opposing our relationship, what will you do?" Wang Zijin sent an emoji of rolling its eyes. "I'm getting married, not him. Just like I won't marry someone I don't like because of his request, I won't leave the person I like because of him." "Then what about you?" Qinzhe replied, "Me too." Wang Zijin replied, "What if Bao Bao opposes it?" Qinzhe pressed his fingers on the screen and couldn't type for a long time. What if it's his sister? What if she opposes it? 10 seconds later he typed, "Me too." Wang Zijin sent a smiley emoji. In the room, Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, holding the phone high with both hands. The fluorescent light illuminated her oval face. "Idiot, your silence has already told me." Qinzhe was about to go to bed when Sister Ziwei sent him another message. "Come over. My parents should be asleep." "What's wrong with Sister Ziwei today? Did the sheep die?" Qinzhe said happily, "I'll be right there." "You didn't lock the door, did you? Why do you lock the door at home? Come over, idiot." Wang Zijin sent him a picture of Brother Funny lying on the bed and taking pictures of the empty bed next to him. Qinzhe lifted the quilt and put on his clothes X2 this time. Qinzhe crouched down, stuck close to the wall, and moved as fast as a mutant. He quietly swept across the corridor, opened the door to Sister Ziwei's room and quickly entered. Perfect. The light in Wang Zijin's room was turned off, and the bedside lamp was lit with a dim yellow light. She was leaning against the headboard reading a book. Qinzhe took off his pants and clothes, leaving only a pair of boxers, and pounced on Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin pushed him away. "Don't Qinzhe pressed Wang Zijin on his body and kissed her passionately. Wang Zijin gasped and tried to respond to his enthusiasm. Sister Ziwei's mouth was also soft, but different from her sister's shy avoidance, she would respond implicitly, giving Qinzhe a great kissing experience. Sister only knew how to avoid and kissing. When filming a kissing scene, she would be very nervous, and her two small hands pinched his arms tightly. Then it was Suyu. Suyu's response was the most enthusiastic and bold, often turning from defense to offense. After sucking for a full 5 minutes, Qinzhe didn't let her go until Wang Zijin punched him a few times. "Sister Ziwei, can I test your depth?" Qinzhe expressed his love implicitly. "Next, I may have a chance to shoot like a dragon. Non-combatants should evacuate immediately. No scram." Wang Zijin panted and said angrily. She touched her lips, which were burning. "Then I'll touch," Qinzhe said. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei could accept kisses and touches at most now. "It's okay, I'll teach her slowly in the future." "No." Wang Zijin was a little shy. "Then you touch me?" Qinzhe held her hand. No. Wang Zijin struggled violently. Qinzhe was not disappointed. After all, she was not Su Yu's sibling demon. You can only touch through the pajamas. Wang Zijin bit her lips and her face blushed. She was super cute. On the other side, Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang were actually not asleep. They were talking about Qin Zhe and their daughter. It was only on this matter that they could talk for so long. Mr. Wang's impression of Qin Zhe wasn't bad, especially since he knew of Qin Zhe's talent. He admired Qin Zhe from the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Wang, who had always been amiable, didn't think much of Qin Zhe. Although the times had changed due to the reform and opening up, it didn't mean that the views of the ancients were wrong. From ancient times to the present, it was important to have a well-matched family. This was the truth of life and practice. Qin Zhe was from an ordinary family, even if he was rich. So what if he was rich? His family was still not well-matched. Not well-matched. Wang Qingfu sneered. That's right. Back then, it was because their families were not compatible that the gentle Jiangnan girl had brushed past him. Because of the consideration of their families being well-matched, he listened to his father's arrangement and married a woman whom he had only met a few times. He didn't think much of it. In that era, everyone was like that. Marriage was arranged by the parents and the organization. What did Dad say? Mrs. Wang frowned. I don't know what Dad means. Mr. Wang shook his head. Forget it, just treat it as a relationship. Mrs. Wang said. After a long time, maybe Zijin will realize the distance between the two families and understand. Do you think with Zijin's character, she will give up her man because of the distance? Mr. Wang said. What do you mean? Mrs. Wang raised her eyebrows. When I went out for a drink, I saw that boy trying to enter Zijin's door. Mr. Wang's tone was calm. I sent him away, but they have been living together in Shanghai. His meaning was simple. He felt that his daughter and Qin Zhe lived together before marriage. Impossible. Mrs. Wang said loudly. I asked Zijin during the day, she said no. Mrs. Wang suddenly paused. She felt that she was too lax. How could a girl admit to such a thing? How could she have the face to admit it? Mrs. Wang wanted to say something but stopped. She lifted the blanket and put on her sleeping robe. No, I think I should ask her and make her explain it clearly. As the daughter of a well-educated family, she should resist premarital sex. The Wang family had always been strict. Such things were not allowed. Chapter 422. In the room, Wang Zijin lay limp in his arms, panting heavily. She was a little shy, a little nervous, and a little sweet. The room was filled with the sour smell of love. Sister Ziwei was 26 this year, and Qin Zhe was 24. They were 2.5 years apart. Technically, they were both adults, but the way they talked about love was similar to that of high school students. They held hands, kissed, and touched. The cycle was gradual, but they were careful not to cross the bottom line. It was completely unlike the way adults in their 20s fell in love. Enough, enough, enough. Wang Zijin pressed his hand, her face burning. She couldn't let him touch her anymore, or her sheep would really die. You're so bold today. She gasped. This is called drinking to strengthen one's courage. Qin Zhe burped at the right time. Just now in the study, he drank 2 glasses of white wine with Father Wang. Good Lord, the alcohol was too strong, and now his brain was a little excited. Before drinking, he was a salted fish. After drinking, he was Hei's king. Now, even if Father Wang and Mother Wang were here, he could still smile and say, Yo bro, how are you? A glass of erguotu would make him choke on his tears. A salted fish would never look back. I'm the only one in control of the battlefield now. Qin Zhe held Sister Ziwei's breasts, feeling like he was floating. Please call me Tuanai Heavenly King. At that moment, there were 2 clear knocks, followed by Mother Wang's faint voice. Is Zijin asleep? The room was soundproof and Hei's king, who was in control of the battlefield, didn't hear it clearly. Wang Zijin's body shook, and her blurry eyes instantly sobered up. Quick, let go of me and hide. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the sound of the doorknob being turned. The prince was startled. Mother. Don't come in. The latter half of the sentence was stuck in her throat. Mother Wang had already opened the door and entered. The moment Mother Wang opened the door and saw the scene in the room, her heart sank. The dim and soft light of the bedside lamp illuminated the young man and woman on the bed. The bedding was messy, and her daughter was lying in the arms of a shirtless man. The young man she looked down on was holding her daughter's chest with both hands. The light from the corridor shone into the room. Heavenly King Tuanai's mind finally cleared up. If he hadn't been drinking and hallucinating, then the angry woman standing at the door was Sister Ziwei's mother. Oh my God, why is my mother-in-law here? Isn't she asleep? What was she doing here? Are you here to have fun? Come on, let's have some fun. Anyway, there's still a lot of time ahead of us. To such a mother-in-law, I would give her a knee. Auntie, you haven't slept yet? Qinzhe said awkwardly. He wasn't afraid at all. He was just a little embarrassed. I got into bed with my own ability, so why should I be a coward? Unless the one standing at the door was a wailing monster. Mother Wang took a deep breath and put on a fake smile. Aren't you awake too? We were just about to sleep. Mom, if you don't have anything else, you can leave. Qinzhe said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Mama Wang was speechless. Who's your mother? Mama Wang was furious. A mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law? No way. She didn't like Qinzhe, and premarital sex didn't conform to her views. Auntie knows that you young people are open-minded, but sometimes being open-minded isn't necessarily a good thing. Mama Wang was a cultured woman. She forced a smile. Auntie hopes that you can control yourselves. When you get married, at least get engaged first. Qinzhe said happily. No problem, Auntie. When do you think Zijin and I should get engaged? Mama Wang was stunned. That's not what I meant. Qinzhe nodded. I also think that an engagement is unnecessary. Then when are we getting married? I'll get my parents to come to Beijing someday. That's not what I meant either. Qinzhe shrugged, feeling wronged. Then, Auntie, are you deliberately making things difficult for me, fat? Qinzhe? Mama Wang was speechless. She thought to herself, why am I the one making things difficult for him? Mama Wang walked to the bedside and sat down. She crossed her arms and looked at Qinzhe as he put on his pajamas. Mama Wang said, Qinzhe, to be honest, I don't like you. Qinzhe smiled bitterly. I can tell. Sometimes coldness was enough to explain everything. Mama Wang said in a low voice. So before the two of you get engaged, I don't want you to do that. Give Zijin a way out and give yourself a way out. Qinzhe shook his head. Auntie, there's an abyss in front and hell behind. Seeing that the situation was a little awkward, he laughed. I'm just kidding. There's no need for a way out. I believe Sister Ziwei doesn't need one either. Young man, don't be so full of yourself. Mama Wang warned. Middle-aged man, don't be so arrogant. Qinzhe said. Auntie, don't you think it's sad if you have to think about a way out even for love? Love isn't a business. Before investing, you have to think about a way out. It's also not a job. Before resigning, you have to find a new job. I like her and she likes me. If you still want to think about a way out, it'll only cause a gap between us. Qinzhe hugged Wang Zijin in his arms. Wang Zijin snuggled up to him cooperatively. Mama Wang was speechless. This Qinzhe was so thick-skinned that she couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, after being caught red-handed in this situation, shouldn't he be scared and embarrassed like a child who had made a mistake? The two of them weren't married, let alone engaged. Qinzhe should know about the upbringing of the Wangs. There was no way Wang Zijin didn't tell him. Coupled with the halo of the Wangs, where did this person get his confidence from? At that thought, Mama Wang's expression changed. She glared at her silent daughter. Mama Wang said in a low voice. Zijin, how long have you two been like this? Wang Zijin said shyly. 3 months. 3 months. Mama Wang's heart sank. Qinzhe looked at her in surprise. She was too cunning. How could she lie to her mother? Qinzhe immediately said, Auntie, Zijin and I are actually planning to have a child this year. Wang Zijin, who was in his arms, froze. However, when she met her mother's angry and questioning gaze, she nodded vigorously. Mama Wang came over to ask her daughter about this matter. Now there was no need to ask. They were already 3 months pregnant and they were still planning to have a child. What was it? Did they want to get married with a child and return to the Wangs with a big belly, so that the Wangs would have no choice but to accept this son-in-law? Mama Wang's thoughts made sense. She even suspected that this was her daughter's idea. How could she not know how smart her daughter was? Mama Wang was boiling with anger. However, she felt helpless. Her daughter was biased towards Wang Zijin. Hence, she told them to rest well. Then she turned around and left. Mama Wang left her daughter's room and strode back to the master bedroom. She stared at Papa Wang and sneered. Didn't you say that you sent him away? What do you mean by sent him away? When I entered the room, he was holding your daughter's breasts. Papa Wang was confused. What do you mean? He's in your daughter's room. Mama Wang sneered. You better go take a look. I heard that you're going to be a grandfather this year. Papa Wang was shocked. He picked up his spectacles from the bedside table and rushed out of the room. When he knocked on his daughter's door, he saw her leaning against the headboard and flipping through a book elegantly. She was really quiet. Where is he? Papa Wang asked in a low voice. I knew that you were coming, so I sent him back. Wang Zijin said calmly. Her attitude towards her father was obviously cold. Back then, her father's attitude towards her marrying Zhang Mingcheng was really firm. Wang Zijin didn't like to talk to her father. However, she was afraid that her father and Qinzhe would fall out too much. Hence she sent him back quickly. After Mother Wang left, Qinzhe once again left at a speed comparable to that of a mutated Zhong. He brushed his clothes and left, hiding his identity and name. What's with being a grandfather? Papa Wang asked. I'm preparing to have a child this year. Wang Zijin said. Papa Wang's mouth twitched. If you want a child, you'll have to wait until you settle down in the system. Not now. Papa Wang's face was sullen. I won't agree to it. Your grandfather won't agree to it either. Why is this kid so naughty? Mama Wang came in from the door and complained. You told him to go back and he came back again. He doesn't care about you at all. Papa Wang's face darkened. This matter had indeed embarrassed him. Even his good impression of Qinzhe had dropped. I was the one who told him to come. Wang Zijin said. Her face was slightly red. Fortunately, the lights were dim and her parents couldn't see it clearly. Although Wang Zijin was a little black-hearted, she had always been a well-mannered and sensible child at home. How could such a sensible daughter suddenly invite a man into her room in the middle of the night? You! Mama Wang was exasperated. What did I teach you when you were young? Did you remember it in your heart? Papa Wang shook his head. He definitely wouldn't agree to this matter. You're not even engaged yet. If you leave everything to him, what if in the future? What will you do? Mama Wang reprimanded. The older you get, the more immature you become. I don't like this kid at all. He's both human and talkative. Look at what he said to your siblings today. Also, I heard from Zining that he beat up Mingcheng. He's not polite at all. Is he good enough for you? Does he have the right to be smug with his little achievements? Yes, he should be proud of his status at such a young age. But what is our Wang family? Is his little bit of money and achievements good enough for us? Mama Wang was furious with Qinzhe just now. And his family? His father is only a teacher. Is his family good enough for our Wang family? Mama Wang blabbered. Some words were inconvenient for her to say when Qinzhe was around. But now that the family was closed, she could speak freely. These words were a little harsh. Wang Zijin said angrily, You're so annoying. Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned. Wang Zijin scolded. I'm asking you a question. Are you annoying? Mama Wang and Papa Wang were stunned again. Wang Zijin threw the book on the floor and said loudly, Speak, are you deaf?